Welcome again, everybody, to the slightly more comfortable morning air in an incredibly beautiful, birds tweeting, sky brightening, drone flying location that we're in. Myself, Matt Andrews, my good friend.
Stefano Mirabelli.
And this is your kind of place, isn't it, Stefano? Where are we?
Absolutely. We're in Albizzate near the city of Varese in northern Italy, and we are now experiencing the second round of the day of the World Drone Cup Italy 2025.
Yeah, what an absolute pleasure to be here. The 2024 event was such a success that here in 2025, this event sold out for pilots in less than 6 hours, and I think some of those 6 hours were because the online banking system went, what is happening, as people from all over the world attempted to enter this thing. So it would have been sold out in even less time, and with good reason. It has been a phenomenal event so far on day one yesterday. We're looking forward to an incredible day of racing today. There are pilots indeed from all over the world. We have representatives from China, South Korea, America, many European countries of course as well. 22 different nationalities in total, 15 pilots all from Italy, showing us what they've got as well. We've got the reigning men's world champion, the reigning women's world champion have come here too. We know a little bit about this sort of thing, so yay, we're here as well. And you're stuck with us for the day. And we have got a big day. There's a lot of racing to come. We have one more round of qualification to do first before the top 32 of the 73 pilots. The top 32 will be going into a double elimination bracket, 2 lives for everybody to fight their way in groups of 4 towards our grand final later this afternoon. Let's show you a little bit of where we're racing with our amazing track and just take you alongside to show you a little bit of that.
This is the Triplo gate,
Yeah.
a gate that's pretty tough for the pilots, but it has always a very good flow around it.
Yeah.
Starting blocks.
I meant the video. The walk video. That's up on screen, mate. Your full 8 window thing is on screen. Getting a little eyesight there of what production have to deal with, and by production I mean just one man who's working incredibly hard at the moment, and also works incredibly hard all day, but there's other people involved in the production. But there's a part of yesterday's ceremony that we had with our parade of nations, all the pilots, 22 nationalities amongst them. There's V waving from Lithuania, more pilots from the Netherlands, a big flag for Sweden. They came prepared, didn't they? And this is the dive tower in the middle of the track. And as well as yesterday's racing qualification ahead of today, we also had the Night Endurance Cup.
Yes, it was a particular format that has been probably invented by the two Matteos of the Speedy Pizza drones. It's a race organized with 4 different teams, and each team had 4 drones. It was a relay race during the night. As you can see in the images, it's a really particular with a lot of LEDs in these 3-inchers. And they've been able to do this relay race where the first drone had to land before the next drone could take off. And it lasted 1 hour, and the winning team did
so well, yeah. Now what we're looking at here is a unique thing for you. On the left is Yuki Hashimoto, on the right is Kylian Rousseau. These are their best runs from all of the qualification rounds yesterday. They didn't fly at the same time, but we've lined them up like this so you can compare if you can keep up. As you can see, Yuki is fractionally ahead now as we go towards the tail, which gets the start of lap number 2. Their video quality was slightly better, we believe, for Yuki than what you're seeing on the left here. But you can see that there's a little difference in style. It's very hard to keep up with both of them and try and spot it. But just on a couple of obstacles, Yuki was just a little hesitant going in. And by a little hesitant, I'm talking tiny fractions of the reigning world champion. You can see still at this time would have been ahead of Kylian in a direct race. He does, spoiler, finish top in qualifying, but it's so quick. Both of these pilots, Kylian very smooth through that slalom and the dive tower afterwards, devouring the split S's as you would expect him to do. There's another one. I feel like Yuki's just slightly quicker getting out of a split S, like that one there, which he's just done. And there's the finish line for 1 and 2, and that is the top 2 runs in the whole of yesterday's qualifying, which led to Yuki Hashimoto being top in an incredible time of 1 minute and 5.9 seconds. Kylian Rousseau ends up 1 minute 7.6, so there are 1.7 seconds between the top two pilots out of all of their qualifying runs that they did yesterday. And it's the top 32 who are going to go through. 1:05 is our standout time, and at the moment the 32nd pilot, who's JM from Latvia, is on 1:24.2, as you can see on screen. So those are currently the 32 who are going to have more racing today if it was to stop now. But we have one round of qualifying about to begin for our 73 pilots. Come and get it, everybody. This is your last chance to get into that top 32 or fall slightly out of it. And for some of these pilots, of course, to put in a performance you're proud to finish the event on. There are pilots here who would never have aimed to get into that top 32. As I know there's a pilot here on his third race ever. I've not found out if there's anybody on their very first race. It's quite possible. Obviously has to happen for pilots at some point.
At some point.
It might as well be here with an open application. But yeah, pilots will come here with their expectations, whether that's to win, make it to the eliminations, make it into the top 50, wherever that is for you. I hope and wish you well that you will come away from this happy pilots. That's what I love to see. But the top 32, if you would like to continue flying in Italy, is where you need to be after this round. So as we go through our 15 groups, we will keep you posted on how people are performing, and we're going to look at Group A of the 15 for their last chance in qualifying. It's going to feature Geek from Italy, who's 24th at the moment. Nate YT from Israel, who had a few difficult runs towards the end of yesterday. He's not in there just yet. JM is, at the moment, from Latvia, the one on the cusp of staying in or out. You can't be 32 at this stage. You've got to be higher than that, because we know some pilots are going to move up. J-Box from the States is 7th. Arvin is 12th from Germany. So 4 of these pilots are currently in the eliminations, but JM is just on the edge of it. And Nate, if he can get a really solid final run together in this qualifying round, maybe could get in there. But I think it's a little bit too far out of his reach at the moment. But I hope he finishes strongly.
Now, it's very interesting to see the strategy of this last round of qualifying for the people that are not actually inside the top 32. We will going to be seeing probably a full, give it all in strategy, and hopefully for JM and Nate YT, we will have a good result from them. We have 1 minute left before the beginning of this 8th round of qualifying. So we've been able to cram into this event 8 rounds, which is a really good result, thanks to the organization of DDR and everybody working here.
Yeah, it's been an incredible event already. We're just after basically just past halfway of it. The two Matteos of Speedy Pizza Drones have, as always, worked so hard and made really a world-class event here, as they did in 2024 at the first one. No wonder this one was so hotly anticipated and subscribed to in the build-up to this. So keep an eye on what the Italian racing scene is doing, as the Matteos have got it in great hands with their Whoop League as well. And the incredible team of Dutch Droneracing, DDR, running all race control and production and working very, very hard. Here comes then our final round of qualifying. Good luck to all of our pilots. Here's Group A. And it is qualifying, which means you start when you want to start. Your time is from crossing the starting gates. So you've got 3 laps and only 3 laps. Arvin, decent start from him. Nate just making their way out of the triplo and now pursuing towards the dive tower. JM's got to fight and improve on his time to stay in this top 32. J-Box has not started where he wants to be today. He's having problems, as he said to us this morning. He's just having a lot of issues with his drones. When he can fly it, he's very quick. But it looks like he's going to have to leave qualifying unflown at this stage today. Arvin's put in his new fastest lap on his first one. Well done, Arvin. The times are going well for him. Geek onto the second, as well as Nate. JM is behind in this group, and that means his times are not looking like they're going to get better. I fear for JM's continuing in this competition, and he's very high here. That looks like he's just going to leave this run. JM is going to put it down, and the Latvian is going to have to just drop out of the final chance in qualifying for him. That's a real shame. Arvin now pushing through a split S into the doppio The two gates side by side, you go underneath both of them, through the top of them, and now running to the finish line. It is Arvin just making that gate. I was worried he'd almost pulled.
Nate.
I was worried Arvin had pulled too far to the right and wasn't going to cross it. Geek hasn't finished yet, but there's one. No, come on, that's two gates before the end. Artie's out. Geek doesn't finish. And his times were
very
almost
fast.
His best. His second lap looks really good there.
His second lap was his, both Nate and Geek were recording their best lap time in the second lap. So they were looking very, very good.
And one round flown, and as we thought it might happen, but we weren't expecting it just yet, it's raining in Italy, and it has gone from nothing to a decent amount of rain in absolutely no time whatsoever. It is raining quite hard.
Yep. Big drops coming down from the sky.
We've done a round of quali before we went live today to give everybody a chance to warm up before this final very important round. We wanted to get 2 rounds of qualification in today, so everybody was indeed warmed up. And the safe thing, the really easy thing to do would have had 1 round. Right? 1 round of qualification, but that's not how we do it. We want to see the best of everybody. So as our live producer is running after cameras and looking after them and doing everything, really. Come on, DDR. As the easy thing would have been, right, we'll say 1 round, we know that's safe, but we want to give everybody a chance, so we've gone for 2, and the rain has decided to join us. You might be able to hear it.
Yep.
It's
now
got heavy
pouring
quickly, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. There's quite a bit of wind probably in the clouds, so hopefully this is going to move around pretty quickly if it's not going to bring something worse. Hopefully
So
not.
actually on track and down here, there's barely any breeze at all. None of the flags or anything that we're looking at on the track are blustering around or anything like that. And well done to the DDR members who have coats, as they are now trudging back from a surprisingly wet bit of space in the middle of where we are. Well, that was a surprise.
Absolutely.
There was a prediction yesterday afternoon. I got a weather alert that thunderstorms were predicted for today, but I haven't seen anything quite that severe since last night or this morning.
I'm pretty happy that they've been able to cram in 1 round of qualifying, but unfortunately now we are only done for Group A, so we have 14 more groups before the double elimination bracket.
I'm just tucking things in.
But
just
look,
bringing the world that we need
under
a
our
little
tent
closer.
here.
Hold me. It's getting wet now. Well, that's unfortunate, obviously. There's V from Lithuania, who had a really good day yesterday, I feel.
And now the clouds have been definitely opening over our heads, pouring rain, and now it's dripping all over here.
Keep us off camera, please, Christian. We need to just move some stuff. So just a moment while we batten down the hatches, or whatever you would say in Italy, but basically we got to just make sure everything we're doing here will be okay. So enjoy looking at the pilots for a moment.
Good. There is a quad here in the pilot pits. Purple props. Tattoo Lipo 1550 millions. Who is missing a quad? Highest bidder. Starting at €5. Nobody? Well, it's 51. Who's bidding 55? 55 over there. Who's bidding 60? 60 over there. 70 over there. Who's bidding more? Guys, who's missing a quad? Nobody? That's strange. I think my collection is getting bigger. Well, if somebody is missing a quad, you can collect them at my spot.
So there's an auction going on right now over in the pilot area for a quad which seems to have been left. Sorry, not in the pilot area, in production. And I'll give you an autograph for it, Boner. That's my bid. I think I heard 70 from someone. Is it Roland Torontos? It might be. He's walking into the tent with a big smile on his face. So's Killian, though. Maybe it's a Killian drone. I'll give you 2 autographs for it. Not sure he's... No.
I'm not sure what my autograph is worth, so...
I'm not sure what mine is. Let me know in the chat. Well, what we've done, and I think, well done us, right? What
Yeah,
we've done
absolutely.
here is stopped the rain by moving everything, by over-protecting ourselves.
Packing everything.
And moving everything and getting rid of data and laptops and things that I would have liked to have had nearby, but I thought, no, we'll just not use that today. We have, and also DDR, to be fair, by running around getting wet and doing stuff, we have seemingly made the rain go, just kidding. So,
yeah, I can only see a few drops on
yeah,
the table in front of us.
Yeah, very accurate weather machine that we've got is a wooden table, which is now very glossy. And if it appears on it, then we know it's still raining. Yeah. And it is. Well, that's cooled things down barely at all, to be honest, barely at all. While we wait to get Group B and the last round of qualifying underway, when you come to a place like this, people are sort of wondering, how is it involved? Well, the pilots will have to bring themselves here. They might have local sponsors or so on, but the sponsors who are here, we're very thankful for them to allow, to help make this race possible. It costs a lot of work and time and money to put on something like the World Drone Cup Italia. So the sponsors here have done an amazing job in helping that happen. But all the pilots, yes, there's an entry fee, and then you have to bring yourselves here. But what that is also a part of is just this amazing community. Pilots are giving each other lifts to the venue, lifts to the hotel. Everybody's socializing, and they're practicing together as well. Nobody flew the track before practice, which was the start of yesterday. Absolutely nobody racing flew the track before then. But that didn't stop a few of them going out and getting some practice session in a nearby field where they were allowed. And this was just organized by a few of the Italian pilots and invited some other pilots to come along as well. And this is, not the first time. Oh, I love that netting. That's so cool. What a great idea that is. So yeah, the UK pilots, a few of those went over. The Italians joined in, of course. And this is not a model of the track either.
No,
and the track has been available in Velocidrone for these pilots to learn and practice on if they wished. But nobody flew this track in person. And this is not it either.
Yeah,
look at this location. It's lovely.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's a nearby field where they were able to set up a small track just to get the thumbs warm before the main event.
Yeah. But thanks to Dan Buster, I think, on the UK team, who I think gave us the footage for that. Smart move, recording something looking so beautiful and getting it. Well done, Dan Buster on the UK. Who is also the leading pilot of the UK pilots at the moment. 2 in the top 32. Along with quite a few Latvians, a few French, some Italians. Our Chinese pilot, Long XL, is in there as well. And J-Box, our only pilot who's here from America, is in that top 32. In fact, not just 32, but 7th at the moment. Timmy, one of the Swedes, has been just steadily moving into that top positions and is into the top 10, doing really, really well. But Group B are going to be getting ready as the sun is now bursting through, and we are going to continue. And if there's a little bit of rain, we can still fly. But that was a very, very heavy, sudden downpour. Maybe that's all of it. Just went,
Yeah. Hopefully,
We're done now.
we're not going to experience more rain in the next hours. The table in front of us is pretty still, so
Yeah.
it means it's not raining anymore.
Yeah, the accurate machine that we
The
have.
accurate machine, yeah, weather machine. And
We'll
we
have to
can
show
see,
the audience that at some point.
yeah, we can see Matteo Gandini with his anti-rain gear walking. Actually, he told me that yesterday Matteo Gandini walked 36 kilometers.
Did he?
Yeah, in one day.
He should have been here.
Yeah.
Where was he?
He was walking back
No,
and
I
forth from the track like every
Yeah.
2 minutes.
36 kilometers.
Yeah, that's a lot.
If you do a marathon, it's 42.
Yeah.
So you
That-
should
that-
just keep
that's
going a bit longer.
that's
You-
more than 20 miles.
Yeah.
It's 20 miles should be 32 kilometers, so I would say, I don't know,
Yeah.
22, 23 miles.
Well, he's walking very slowly at the moment, so you're not going to get those steps in today, Matteo, until you get a shift on. I don't know if this is possible from our production team, but I wonder if it's possible to turn the camera in front of us to show what's happening on track right now. Let's see if we can pan around and show you a little bit of the world of drone racing as bags come off of cameras. And keep turning, keep turning, keep turning. And also make sure you get the very accurate weather machine in it as well, producer Christian. So there's our track right now as DDR are moving. There's Jesse. Well, yep, a couple of the members of the team. And down in the bottom right, I don't know if that camera will pan any more to the right, but no, he's getting a head shake. That was just a little view, just for a moment then, of the very accurate weather machine that we have, which we will show you. Oh, good, let's get that, its moment. Just go down a little bit, Christian, and get this properly framed and zoomed in, or maybe not. That there
Yeah, that's
is
our weather
our
machine.
weather machine. For us, not
Yeah.
for everybody. But that's what I think is what a lot of television weather presenters use, actually, just a bit of wood outside. So at the moment, as you can see, there's not a lot happening on the weather table. So it's not raining. Good.
Yeah, but it seems that the rain has woken up the mosquitoes.
Yeah, they don't seem to stop at any time. But look at this, he says, segueing in, the pilots don't want to stop either. Oh, that was clumsy. Oh, I feel bad. Right, it's V from Lithuania with thumbs in the air. Look at her ready to go. Gabruz from Italy, Exo from Greece, SkyMax from Italy, Fiorex from Italy. All of these pilots are outside of the top 32, but Exo, Orestis from Greece, is 36th and definitely capable of breaking back in. He's been in there, I think he was quite a bit higher. What can he do to move himself into the top 32? He's got to find 2 seconds of improvement.
So if he's able to replicate his best time for 3 times, he might be able to get in.
It's on the edge of being done. But even if he can take 32nd right now, there's a lot of pilots who still want to go and get above him later. So let's see. As Gabruz, unfortunately, is not looking like qualification is going to end in the air for him. And
Oh,
SkyMax
Exo.
is down in the tower and back again. And Exo is rocking and rolling, and that is very untidy. And I think he's going to get back on course to end his second lap. And at times I've got very confused by the route of him going around then, and I'm not sure we're going to get much more out of Exo. What a shame, but Furix, on the other hand, from Italy, is finding a little bit of speed. How's V doing? Who's been really performing very, very well. 52nd at the moment, but she was a lot higher than that. But it's obviously just like fallen a few places as some pilots have gone a bit faster. Come on, V. Furix still flying, which is good. SkyMax, it's out of shape for them, but finding their way into the Tripio on the second lap for them. V's on her third. No one else is on the third. V, in fact, through the Tripio now. If SkyMax is having more trouble in the tower, so I think V's just lapped him, and SkyMax is going to live in the tower for a bit longer. V's overshot a gate, but had to come back round and make that turn. Now into the Doppio, where you go underneath both and then keep turning. It's all left hand all the way. This sad, lonely gate on its own is getting a little bit of company from V right now. And so is the finish line. And V's there with a 32 and a 30 and a 31 second lap. And her best is a 29.1. So not quite on the best of her form that we saw at times yesterday. But the only pilot to get anywhere near finishing in Group B.
Yeah, nobody has improved, unfortunately, in this group. So those are their standings, and they will be
there, or maybe push down a few places,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
maybe push down.
Okay, so sadly for all the pilots in Group B, they end qualifying out of the top 32 now, and therefore won't be going on any higher positions. But I really enjoyed the racing we were getting from V, who was making steps of like a few places and going up a few places and getting up as high as sort of the high 40 kind of places. EXO, I thought, one pilot from Greece, I thought might be getting into that top 32. They were nearly there, but they've been dropped down a little bit since, and they're going to miss out. Fiorix had a very mixed run yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
He had quite a few problems, and Brudes and Skymax will be out for Italy as well. But you've got 15 Italian pilots here, so the home audience have still got plenty to cheer for. We think we'll see a pilot getting very close to that tower shortly, yep, as they're about to run into it now to get a quad.
Yeah, it's looking
Yep, a few of
probably
them having a bit of a run.
EXO's drone, they're
I thought
trying
it
to
was in-
recover it.
I thought it was in the tower. There's a Triplo. Triplo.
Triplo. Yeah. Okay, EXO has recovered the drone.
We're looking at the Triplo. If you're wondering how you fly that, you go into it through the bottom of the middle gate, under the main arch. Then you turn left and you go back the other way, slalom if you will, through the underside of the left-hand gate. And then you slalom through all of the tops. You turn around, go through once,
Left, right, left.
Yeah. I went years and years of drone racing without seeing people flying under these inflatable gates. I'm not saying it was never done, but it wasn't
Meant
often
to
done
be. Yeah.
intentionally on a track. And actually, in the last few months, I've seen it quite a few times. In fact, in the last year or so, I've seen it quite a few times.
Yeah.
I'm
Last
sure
year,
there'll be people
probably.
saying, "Oh, we do that every time at our club." Well, okay, but I don't think you've ever asked me to come to your club. You know, it's increasingly a thing being used in sort of international races. I like it.
Yeah, they seem to be pretty wide also in the lower part to be able to use. So maybe it's a little bit lower than a standard gate, but I mean these pilots are able to fly through those gaps easily.
I know they do it in the Netherlands.
Okay. A lot. Okay.
A lot, apparently. Thank you.
And
Right,
last year actually they flew under the gates here in Italy. I'm pretty sure about that.
Yeah. All right, so as we take a look at the Ilate starting blocks,
Yeah.
I feel like that's meant to say something else. What could it be?
Ilati starting box with Ilati FPV.
Oh, look at him go. So our pilots, we have Rolfus from Germany, Asker from Japan, Italy FPV from, Italy, CA FPV, also from Italy, and Tiebling from Sweden. Now the best of these at the moment is Italy FPV in 56th place of quali. But Tiebling was capable of some great speed and really put in some good runs yesterday. I thought 59th I thought they'd be much higher than that. I hope they finish really strongly right now. It's a little bit slower through the triplo. Now to the dive tower for Tiebling. As he makes the ladder turn there, we'll go left, split S over this gate, a hard left to come through the next one. Then find this split S, make that work, and into the doppio. Now underneath both, keep turning. Left, go around the flag. Left again, go through. Find the little lonely gates. Just one on its own. And then you go 1, 2 arches, and a third, please, and in down to the main straight, which he's missed the entry for. That was the right move by Tiebling to pull out of that, because I reckon one of the gates in the straight was going to catch him.
Italy FPV is looking pretty good. 34 seconds, 0.8 for his first lap. It's very close to his fastest lap. Let's see if he can keep it up for the whole round of qualifying.
It looks like top 32 is out of reach for all of these. As I say, they were 56 or lower before this round started. So let's finish strongly, everybody. This will be your last chance to fly in here in Italy. So come and get it. Go get your laps. Enjoy your flying and put a bit of magic into them as we fly as well, and maybe surprise even yourselves. Italy and Tiebling, the ones on to their third lap now. Tiebling not too far ahead of Italy FPV. He's at the tower. Italy FPV just lost a bit of time there, but so did Tiebling on the entry. So I think Italy FPV has gone past him, or will be about to do so. They're coming through that gate side by side. It's really tight now. Italy FPV just fractionally ahead of Tiebling. Tiebling might just see him sometimes and want to get him. There's the lonely gate. Tiebling's caught it on the underside on the exit. That's ruined his race to the line, but he's there now. What a great run between those two pilots. Only about 1 second between them at the finish. Italy FPV beats Tiebling in that run, and it was Italy FPV, I think, who Tiebling nailed in a mid-air yesterday.
Yeah.
Not intentionally, of course.
Absolutely.
But the best single frame of a mid-air I've ever seen when Tiebling hit it almost, like a target had been lined up for him. Absolutely nailed square in back. And Tiebling, who was the pilot behind, managed to keep flying, whereas Italy FPV just went down and met Italy.
It's beginning to drip a little bit from the sky again.
It is indeed. The weather machine is telling us that there's weather. But let's concentrate on Asker, who's still flying. Their first lap, a disappointment for them, I think. But Rolfus has just finished on their best lap of the whole competition so far. What a way to finish, Rolfus. Rolf Schroeder from Germany has just got his best time and, in fact, has taken almost 4 seconds off of his best run. So that's a strong improvement. It won't be enough to get into the top 32, but that's what you want to see. You end the day, that you end your run in the World Drone Cup Italia going, I finished really strongly.
His last lap was his fastest lap.
Exactly.
Also, 48.05.
Unfortunately, Asuka from Japan has only flown the one in there, and obviously the other pilots, a couple of having a few struggles along the way. So that's the end for qualifying Group C. That makes it D's turn, doesn't it? But we'll just remind ourselves. So Italy FPV coming across the line at the end of the third lap with Tiebling was so close, but obviously not all 3 laps have counted, and which is why his time looks better, but he's behind. It means he didn't get 3. That might get
Corrected.
corrected. There, in fact,
there you
live corrections. Love it. So actually 4 seconds between them at the end. 4 and 3, a few hundredths. That obviously doesn't explain why they were so near each other at the finish line. What does explain that is they started at different times.
Yeah.
Your individual time, those pilots' times start when they hit the first gate, and if one of the pilots started 4 seconds ahead of the other, that would be why they had the same kind of time for 3 laps and were at the finish gate together. Does make sense. Right, as a little rain is dripping, Group D are standing in it, along with the ever-walking Matteo. And pilots getting ready. Some of them doing their own, some having helpers. It's a little unusual to see pilots doing their own, because you think there's usually people who you know, or from your team, or from other countries, who you're connected with, who would sort of help out. For example, V is standing right in the middle there in the bucket hat, and she isn't in this one. She's helping, I think, Faustus, who is a Lithuanian pilot. There's a bag on a camera.
On a camera. They're beginning to recover the cameras because, unfortunately, the rain,
This might hold up this next group.
It's increasing a little bit now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see
So we have
the DDR crew running around the track, covering the cameras.
It's getting quite a bit heavier. On the right of the picture, you can see Sotir, our head judge from the FAI, well known in drone racing, attends so many of these events. I think he was doing the official weather check there by standing in it and going, "I'm wet." Out on track, people are running. The Group D will be up next with XOXO from the UK, who was standing behind his own block just now, but isn't at the moment. We got Gagenga from Japan will be racing in this, who's in a really good position at the moment. 19th place for Gagenga. Faustus from Lithuania is 44th. Needs to find maybe 6 or so seconds to, actually about 4 and a bit seconds will get you into 32. And we have XGG from Latvia, who's 29th, so they'll really want to do a little better and get more of a secure position. And Luca FPV from Italy will be racing in this too. And Luca was one of the pilots who was also in the Night Endurance Cup last night. Only 1 or 2 of the racers here were in that. They were all Italian teams in the Night Endurance Cup, 4 teams of 4. And Luca FPV was
helping out,
wasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Along with Deco as well was helping a little bit.
Yeah, obviously none of the pilots taking part of the Endurance Cup actually participate at the World Drone Cup.
No, and
Yeah.
vice versa.
And vice versa.
Yeah, it was interesting, the World Endurance Cup. Sorry, the Night Endurance Cup that we did. There's our track right now. That's live with some rain in it. And this is what you can also find here on site, as there are other activities you can go and do as well. One of those activities was joining an enormous queue for this last night, as it was
Really
extremely popular.
Yeah.
Was it really good?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the hamburger. It was pretty good.
I didn't
Good
have
taste,
time
good
to join the
quality.
queue, so I was talking to somebody who remembered me from 6 years ago, so it was really nice to meet him from a totally different thing I was doing 6 years back. It was lovely. He came over and went, "Are you the guy who was on stage?" Oh, so touching, which meant I didn't have time for a burger. I don't mind. Who are we looking at here?
We're looking at Modellismo Varesino. It's a shop here in this area that sells anything from RC, helicopters, cars, trucks, monsters, and you name it.
Yeah. Behind them is a big hangar where drone soccer is being demonstrated, and is also a hands-on activity, I think, that people can go and have a go. That's with our friends from Droneracing Polyajus out of France. They're running that for us here. And meanwhile, in the center of this athletics field that we're in, surrounded by beautiful woodland, so a different location to where we were in 2024, but very near to that other location, similar part of the world. We are loving where we are, and it has been such a smooth running event. No rain or any weather problems yesterday. It was indeed very hot. But now we've got the pilots, as you can see, getting goggles down because other people are in the rain for them. And it's just about ready, weather-wise, to get Group D into this, I feel.
I don't know if we're missing one pilot.
I don't know. On the stream, Christian, you can see the HUD of the camera, and it says 18%. So we've got Boner FPV from DDR walking up and down the tent and keeping everything running very, very smoothly. Had some fun commentating with Boner last night as well on the Night Endurance Cup. That's something we've been wanting to do together for a while. And yeah, the Night Endurance Cup was an interesting challenge. 1 hour of flying, 4 pilots on a team. When your quad needs to stop, you also, we thought, we're going to change a pilot as well. But actually, it was quite chaotic. The big difference maker for the winning team was that they had their next quad lit and ready to bind and go
Take off,
before the previous quad had been landed. Well, let's go back to racing with the pilots we know. There's the start. And it is XGG to get underway. Faustus 2, Gugenga and Luca and XOXO all into the air, all 5 of them coming to get this now. Good speedy start by XO, his quickest down the main straight that we've seen. Still about half the speed that the very, very top pilots here can get in a quad.
Oh,
literally up. It's amazing. Gugenga, where are you? Well, they're in the top 32 for now. So it's XGG who's got to get a really good run here. They're 29th. That is a dangerous position to be. And they had a few mixed runs in this group yesterday. We had them and Faustus having crashes and not getting many completed runs. I think XGG finished about 2/3 of his laps yesterday, roughly, so not all of the runs by any means. He's on to the 3rd lap now. Nobody else is there yet. And XGG is just hovering outside his quickest lap. So if he gets a really strong 3rd one, he might make a little bit of a safer run for himself, might gain a place or 2. But he's running out of time to make an improvement. Here's the final turns for him now, and XGG will get it with a 27.4. So actually, looks like, although none of them are his fastest lap, the slight fractional improvements are going to add up to a little bit more safety for XGG. They made an improvement. Well done, them. XOXO's just got his fastest lap of the whole competition, and Faustus finishes with his fastest lap too. It's not going to get him into the top 32, but it's always nice to see a lap time go green on a pilot's last time of the day. XO still got to finish, taking a very, very long route towards this. Now go left through this gate and yeah, almost went directly to the split S, but remembered the flag had to be turned beforehand. Left and go, left and go. This little gate on its own, sending some love to that one. And then 1 and 2 arches and the timing gate. There it is with a 41.6 final one. So his 37.6 second lap was the best time he's done by over 2 seconds, in fact. That lap was a particular standout one for them. And XGG at the moment finds themselves in 24th, so they've moved up a decent few places with that 2-second improvement. They've given themselves quite a bit more safety now. Was it 29th? Now they're 21st. That feels a little more secure, doesn't it? There's still a lot of pilots to go, but on 29th, I wouldn't think you'd be safe. 21st? Ooh.
21st.
You might be in there. You might be in the eliminations, XGG.
Yeah, I don't think that performance are going to change drastically from yesterday to today, so probably 10 positions are a bit too much to be in a danger spot. But 29th, it's very close to the 32nd spot.
The cameras are being unbagged as the rain is just spotting on the weather table and the sun is out as well. So we've got a competition going on between the elements. Group E will take advantage of the brighter weather and get cracking, I think, as this camera's been unbagged. And what are we looking at here for? Got rain occasionally flashing across the lens. Otherwise,
Sun is out.
the sun is out, isn't it? Group E coming, it's Nicho from Germany, who is 28th. Yuki Hashimoto, who is our standout leader, number 1 in qualifying at the moment. GoPro Master from Italy, 18th. Then King Joshi from the UK is 22nd. And Accra from Germany is, not racing. So it's just the other 4. So all of them, 28th or considerably higher. Nicho, 28th. King Joshi, 22nd. GoPro Master, 18th. Yuki, the leader.
Probably one of the fastest groups.
Yeah.
I would say.
There aren't many groups which are everybody's in the top
32nd, 32 places.
So Nicho needs to put in a really good run in this one because 28th is unsafe. So he'll be feeling a bit of pressure for that. King Joshi, 22nd.
Pretty safe, I would say.
Probably.
Yeah. GoPro Master, 18th.
Yeah.
I would say
But if I was Joshi, I'd be obviously also taking this chance to put in a solid run anyway, give other pilots maybe a little bit more to think about. But also, this is your last warm-up of the day before the eliminations are going to begin. And the eliminations will be double eliminations. If you're not sure what that means, it means essentially everybody has 2 lives. You'll be racing in groups of 4. If you come 3rd or 4th in your race, your group, then you lose a life. So if you come 3rd or 4th twice, you will be eliminated from the whole tournament and you're done. You've always got to be in the top 2 of every race to proceed. But you do get 2 swings at it, which is great. Double elimination means nobody's done like an incredible run in qualifying and then, up comes an elimination race and they have a mid-air with somebody or something like that, which just happens and you're eliminated. That would be a rough way to go out of the tournament. Double elims gives you that second go, and in your second go, you will go against pilots who are also only on 1 life. So you are all fighting for survival. It's very exciting. We'll make it all a little more explanatory as we get into the eliminations later on today. Right now, we've had just a couple of weather delays for us, but we'll go back to Group E. 4 pilots, all in the top 32 for now. Can Yuki go even faster? Will he even try? Well, he's away, and he doesn't look like he's going to muck about. And, yep, that's exactly what you'd expect from the reigning world champion, Yuki Hashimoto, who's into the Tripio, weaving his slalom through that into the dive tower, and it's just left behind. King Joshi goes through it now. Nicho is rocking and rolling in the Tripio, going from the lower to the upper section. That's lost him a lot of time. And Nicho was the one who really, really needed to improve in this final run. So, we're a little worried for his safety. Yuki, though, a 21.9. That is 1/10 outside his fastest lap ever on this track. What is this man made of?
He's absolutely pushing it.
Yeah.
He wants to train probably for what is going to be the double elimination period.
Exactly. And now he's done a 21.998. Also about 1/10 behind his best. But King Joshi on his first lap has set his best lap time on this so far. with that 24.8.
Another 21.9 from Yuki.
Nicho off his pace, unfortunately.
21.9. That's the fastest performance from Yuki for 14 thousandths of a second.
Joshi, that first lap not being followed up by a very quick second, and he's not going to worry about his third. Joshi there thinking, okay, this run doesn't matter. I don't want to take any risks with what I'm flying, so a tactical choice by him. Joshi won't go on for his third. That's a smart decision. I feel 22nd is looking pretty hopeful, and that second lap was very undone for him. GoPro Master didn't get anywhere in that, but yeah, Yuki has just improved by 14 thousandths of a second, as you said, Stefano.
Yeah, but I was looking, if only speed was like in this game, but he was like so consistent.
Yes.
21.2, 21.7, and 21.9. It's incredible.
Yuki?
Yeah, actually, it was like 100.
I think it was 21.9.
Yeah, wait, so yeah, 97, yeah, 97, yeah. It was
and his best is 21.8.
Yeah, it's a couple of hundreds of a second of difference between those 3 laps. So
and now Joshi's times, sorry to jump in, but Joshi's times have just been updated. He's still 22nd. Well, we knew he didn't get the 3 laps flown. I was pretty sure there wasn't a missed timing lap. Everything gets checked and verified with frequencies and waveforms to check in on timing accuracy and so on. It's all absolutely 100% correct. When verified after a race, we got the FAI judges here to review things. The pilots have a protest system if they want to use it, but I don't think anybody's been doing any of that as it's just run so smoothly, this event. We had one pilot have one rerun at the end of yesterday, and that is pretty unheard of in an event with 73 pilots and so many runs.
yeah, only one rerun in 90 heats.
Yeah.
90 heats. Incredible. So everything has been working flawlessly. Matteo Gandini, always walking around, checking everything is working as it should.
That flag has decided to get itself on camera, hasn't it? Look at that. That flag has just turned around and gone, hey, look at me, look at me.
Look at me, World Drone Cup, Italy.
That sounds good, we should go. There's V, signaling for Moga, that's going to be. In this next group, we've got Long XL from China, Bear Racer from France, Ali FPV from Italy, Goritz from Lithuania, and Moga, our pilot from South Korea, good friends with V, which is why they're sort of spotting for each other. Now, all of the, well, not all of these pilots, where are we going to go? Long XL, 15th. Bear Racer from France, 23. So they're looking pretty happy with their positions. Everybody else is in the 50s. It's Long XL who wants to get away first and does so. Ali FPV is going to get underway too. Goritz. Have we got Bear Racer at all? Not at the moment. Moga letting the other pilots go, and Bear Racer wanted to go last, so he's following now.
Yeah, he took off basically 20 seconds later, 17 seconds later.
Which is fine, your time is adjusted for that. It counts from the first gate, not from when you start. But when we get into racing, it's everybody go, race to the end. Now, Goritz is upside down. He almost power looped this split S. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think his route on any of that is quite right. Goritz is down, but he was getting really tangled. I think he'd missed a turn or gone up instead of down and then down instead of up.
Yeah, we have Ali down also.
Moga is sat on the ground at the moment, I think, and Long XL was rolling a bit. So is Bear Racer. Nobody making any improvements yet. I'm sad to see wherever Moga is. She hasn't got a lap flown yet, and I'm really not sure. It's grass across the lens, I guess, but I'm not sure where that's come down. Long XL, the only one who's trying to keep this race alive and hang on to it. He's not going to make an improvement on his 15th place. Bear Racer has just set their fastest lap, though, so it is starting to come together for them at 26.1, 0.6 of a second better than anything they've done on this track. Long XL is going to finish very shortly, just a couple of gates to go, and there he is. 30.9, all of those lap times, some of them way outside his fastest lap. What about Bear Racer? To the line, what a move that was. Almost a second quicker than their fastest lap. It is 1.3 seconds of improvement. He was 23rd. He will be a little higher, and I would have thought absolutely definitely in the eliminations later on. What a good run that was.
Yeah, Bear Racer has scored 2 best laps in the last heat. So he improved on the second lap and improved even more in the third lap with a 25-second lap.
F4 Sun FPV R7 Reed and R8 Alex J. And qualifier I. Prepare yourself for the upcoming flight. R1 Yayu, F2 Paulus, F4 Matu, R7 Antonik. But first, qualifier G coming up. R1 Medic.
So hanging on, interestingly, to 32nd place
R7
is JM, Joris Masalskis from Latvia, who was in Group A, and so therefore cannot make any improvements on that time. And when Group A finished, we said, right, he's in 32nd place. That's dangerous. He's still there with 6 of the 15 rounds flown, 6 of the 15 groups flown in the final round of quali. He's still there. Nobody has broken into that top 32 who wasn't already there just yet. So JM, with a time of 1:24.250, is the time to beat if you aren't in that top 32 and you want to carry on racing here in Italy.
And hopefully JM is trying to pray everything.
Yeah.
Doesn't want anybody to beat that time.
I kind of want a JM camera right now.
Yeah.
I want to just see them, like they do at things like the Skiing World Cup and so on, where you have, in that, it's the leader of the competition is on camera, like they're the one to beat.
Yeah.
Right, so they're in the hot seat, I think they call it. I got to go to the Skiing World Cup in Kitzbühel a few years ago, thanks to my friends and at a big sports agency, and that was very, very interesting to watch in person. But yeah, the hot seat, the skier rather,
skier.
who's fastest, gets to sit like on the stage, like they're the one who's in the lead. And what I really like about it as well is they go through the skiers in reverse order of their first run. So the slower one goes first. In theory, every run is a new leader. In theory, the quickest person goes last and should therefore win the whole thing.
Yeah.
I kind of want a JM camera, the 32nd person right now. But we'll talk about Madex from Japan, Radian from Germany, Super Ewan from France, Timmy from Sweden, and B-Garage from Italy.
I think Radian has clinched the gate.
Super Ewan's just got their best lap by a couple of tenths, and they're in 13th in qualifying. So statements being made from Ewen. Timmy up into 9th, and just almost getting their quickest lap so far. Madex, I'm glad to see him flying and getting a lot of speed when he does so as well. He had a whole few runs yesterday where we didn't see anything from him at all. Come on, Madex. Come on, B-Garage as well for Italy. Timmy and Super Ewan are safely in the top 32. Radian, if they did something amazing here, might cause a bit of an upset, but it's not in their reach just yet. And that was a noisy few bumps for somebody.
Ooh,
but
B-Garage against the gate.
Yeah, hit a few, still keeping that in the air, just about. A lot of saving going on. It doesn't look like it's in very good shape either, and he's now completed his first lap. Madex is in the tunnel midway on his third. Radian somewhere around the middle of their third, but Super Ewan finished in a time which is a 3/10 improvement. I don't think they'll get into the top 10, but 13th or slightly better is where they're going to be. Let's see if pilots can finish strongly. Come on, Madex! What a good run at the end that was. Madex makes an improvement too. It won't be top 32 worthy, but finishing on a good one, having had a few disappointing ones yesterday. Well done to Takafumi from Japan. A very popular pilot. Does a lot of stuff for the Whoop scene in software for running races and so on as well. So I know a lot of people here in Italy will know him, even if they haven't had the chance to meet him. And we'll be really pleased to see Takafumi finishing with a good run. So, no changes in the top 32 in terms of pilots being knocked out of it or entering into it.
So JM camera is pretty safe.
At the moment.
At the moment. B-Garage, it seems that he completed the whole 3 laps. I don't know if we will be modifying the times, because I've seen him landing.
There it is, yeah. So, yeah, he is now to be updated into... It's not top 32, it's
61.
61st. But B-Garage finishing well. Group H, though, now this could be one that JM will be watching through, you know, kind of through his fingers, a bit nervous about this one. We've got Damon FPV from Hungary. That's Roland Ronto, who's 40th. He told me yesterday, it's just not my day, with a big smile on his face as he always has. He couldn't really, he wasn't feeling very happy with his runs, but he finished on a really good one. He's 40th at the moment. Time to beat, remember, is 124.25. His best is a 127.6, so 3 and a bit seconds. And he might find himself in that top 32. Drone D from the Netherlands is comfortably in there, being 12th at the moment. Sun FPV from Israel is 39th. He's 2/10 quicker than Damon FPV. And he's only 3.2 seconds out of the top 32. 39th place. FPV. Is 27th at the moment, so would like to be a little safer. And Alex J, his compatriot from Latvia, 48th, so it's a little too much to do for Alex J. Demon FPV, though, could, with the run of his life here in Italy, make a big move.
Sun
FPV is just fractionally closer to it, so with a big move from our Israeli pilot there, the top 32 might be reachable. And FPV and Drone D FPV, well, Drone D FPV feeling very safe. FPV could do with an improvement too. Time to beat 124.25. And remember, that's total run time, not including the whole shot from the start to the first gate. Damon FPV from Hungary into the trip row, out the other side, the dive tower, not a problem. Ahead of him, Sun FPV, just a little way ahead of him. Alex J, just a little bit behind, but out in front it's FPV. And Drone D FPV was in a brilliant first lap, apparently. That one's going to need checking. But Damon FPV has got his best lap by a whole second. 3 of those, and he's knocking on the door. Sun FPV not making improvements just yet. FPV, 2 laps, both 26.1s, but that's not as good as his 25.1 from yesterday.
Sun FPV hit the gate, so unfortunately he won't be able to improve his performance.
I don't think so. Whereas Damon's got a second, none. He was 28.0 as his best, then he's done a 27, now he's done a 26.6. Come on, Damon FPV. Roland Ronto is coming for the top 32. Alex J, bit too far away from it. FPV finishes and has improved. They were 27th. They'll be a little safer. Damon goes for the turn now.
And he improved. Good job.
And he's improved by 7 seconds. The time was 124.25 to beat, I'm sorry to say, to JM from Latvia. He's going to drop out of the top 32 as Roland Ronto arrives really quickly at the final gate there. All of those laps better than his fastest time yesterday. And Damon FPV crashes into the top 32 in 25th place. And talking to him yesterday, I don't think he believed he was going to be anywhere near that.
Wow.
What a move.
7-second improvement on the last round of qualifying. Good job, Ronto.
I was thinking he could do it, but I was thinking to make enough of an improvement, he might be, 31st or 32nd. He might get into that top 32 finally, which he hasn't been the whole event so far, but I wasn't sure he'd be very safe. 25th.
It's an incredible
that's
improvement.
solidly, and if that's as high as he gets, and he will be as high as he gets, if he ends up being pushed down a little bit, what a run to be proud of there. Well done, Roland. Always happy to see pilots finish quali with runs to be very, very pleased about in his case. So now the time to beat belongs to Fox from Taiwan, Alexander Lee, who runs in Group O. He's in the last group to fly in quali. His time's 124.234. That's what you've got to beat to get in the top 32. But 3 of these pilots are already there. Yayu has been 4th since about round 2 yesterday, when he rocketed up to 4th and has been there the whole time. Not able to touch the top 3, but nobody else has been able to catch him. Paweł Leszak from Poland. Pawelos is 5th. These pilots know each other so well. 0.2 of a second between Yayu's best time and Pavel's. Then we had Mathieu from France, who is not safe, down in 28th place. The one who needs to move, Anthony Georgiev. That's Antonig from Bulgaria, who is 37th. He is 2.4 seconds outside the top 32 right now. So it's that 124.234 to beat. Iceman from Hungary was unwell, so isn't here with us. Let's see, Pavel and Yayu have been having this battle for first in these groups every single time. Mathieu from France isn't giving us anything right now. Okay, now he's into this. Antonig is a bit ahead of him, as he has been a few times during the actions and excitement of Group I.
Ooh, Anthony is all over the place. Let's see if he can recover. Yes, he's recovering. Good job.
Yayu has hit the Drone Shop NL flag right in the center of the track before the final turns, which is why he hasn't finished his first lap yet. Pavel's 24.5 isn't where he wants to be, and Antonig is 5 seconds off of his own pace. So fearing that he won't be making an improvement. Mathieu was 29th. And I'm not sure. I thought I heard a timer for him, so maybe we're just not getting the video here.
Another hit from Anthony. I'm sorry, but even this lap is not going to be a very fast one. 30 seconds, like 3 seconds off his pace.
But who's finishing strongly? It is Pavel in the final turn. Pavel with a 22.6, just a few tenths better than his previous run, and 1 second quicker than where he was before. Oh, I think he's taken fourth from Yayu, sat next to him after Yayu didn't get his first lap completed or any more. Oh, I think Yayu is going to concede fourth place to Pavel.
Definitely.
Yeah. And Yayu has been racing Pavel in this group so many times, of course, and in other races too. And Yayu, I think, has beaten Pavel in pretty much every run of this group. But in the last one, I think fourth place. Yeah, Pavel's gone and pinched it. He is 8 tenths quicker overall than Yayu's best run of yesterday. Not that fourth or fifth place is, you know, as significant as 32nd and 33rd at this time. But when we go for the double eliminations, the bracket is seeded based on, you know, the usual seeding structure of fastest goes against 32nd, and 2 other pilots are also in certain positions to go into that group of 4. It's quite a complicated structure, but it is the correct way of doing things. If you're 4th, you're in one group. For the eliminations, if you're 5th, you'll be in a slightly different one. But you know, not a huge difference in challenge, perhaps, because you're still right at the top of the pack. You're going to be the quickest pilots in those groups, being in the top 8. They're always going to be the fastest pilots of whatever group they are put into. There's the time that puts Pavel into 4th. And Yayu is, I think, flicking bits of grass off of his drone in the middle of the track. I'm going to wait for Bona to shout at him to move that. There, yep. Yayu with a big smile on his handsome face, as he always has, shaking his head ruefully as he walks away. Pavel got him on that run, but Yayu was ahead of him for the first lap as far as he flew.
We have another pilot looking for a drone, it looks like. Just
looking
behind.
for it?
Yeah. Or looking for some part of his drone, I'm not sure about it. Yep, 30 seconds to get out of the track. Now he's running.
Yep. And still running. And somebody's handing him a quad that I think he's been looking for at the other end of the field. So that was already moved.
Great.
We have Azviv FPV from Israel. Sav coming from Spain. Spagal FPV from Tjetsia. Dorian FPV. And Leo on Fire, the reigning women's world champion from Italy, and the women's champion of the 2024 World Drone Race in Italia too, let's not forget. So she is 17th. Great performances so far, as you can see there on shot. That's Luisa, Leo on Fire. 17th, just fractionally ahead of her in the qualies, is Dorian from France, who is 16th, and he is a few tenths of a second quicker than her. So they're 16th and 17th. Sav from Spain's final run yesterday is what got him into the top 32. He was just outside it, and he ended up being 28th. Spagel, though, David Spacek from Czechia is 35th. If he can find 0.6 of a second, he'll be 32nd. Let's take a ride with Luisa.
She started super fast from the beginning, just at a tone of the beginning of the race. She's in the slalom, now down in the dive, the wooden dive. Split S. And we're going towards the Doppio gate. Wonderfully managed. And the first lap in 26.9. It's very close to her fastest lap. Almost, yeah.
Sav, though, Sav has got a fastest lap. Dorian has made an improvement on lap number 1 as well. And Aviv was only a 10th slower than their best. So this one could be very hotly contested. Sav, just a problem getting through the top of the dive tower, but it didn't send them down. It just held them up momentarily. Luisa needs to go a little bit quicker. She's definitely safe in the top 32, I think. And that's a more like it. Still not quite her quickest, but a really good second run.
Wow, very fast slalom by Luisa. Very good dive. Very, very clean in her performance today.
Yeah. Sav is through the tripio really well. How about the dive tower? That was a little issue on their second lap. Their third lap, it's looking much safer for them. And I don't mean taking it cautiously. I mean they're flying really well. Luisa smashes her previous best on this track and also takes more than a second off of her total time. So does Dorian as well. He's improved by not quite a whole second, 0.6 of an improvement. Spagel FPV goes green and has made an improvement, but that needs a little bit of verification on the final lap. Aviv FPV improves by 4 seconds too. What a great run for all of them. The only pilot who hasn't improved is Sav from Spain, and they were 28th, so they'd have loved to be a little safer. With that, though, Spagel, that's David Spacek from Czechia, that time might get changed, but he is
Very close to the 32nd spot. I think he's
trying to find him on our leaderboards.
Upcoming qualifier K.
Yeah, that needs a little bit of verification, but 16.452 is definitely quick enough.
Spagel. 14th, but
He's jumped up to 14th, although it's just being adjusted.
yes, we have to see.
Oh, that's going to cost him it, isn't it? Oh, no.
But he's inside.
He's in 31st.
Yeah.
Spagel could have been 17th. It's 31st now, the numbers are correct.
Yeah, his last lap was 21 seconds, so it wasn't correct.
So with that, Fox who was 32nd, has now been jumped. So Fox is 33rd, but he's in Group O. So he's got a chance in the last run of qualification to get himself back in there. Dorian has made themselves, a place, maybe? Gone up to 16th, and Louise has gone up to 17th. So both of them moving up 1 spot on the board. Sav not making any improvements from 28th, though.
We have Bon FPV now in 32nd spot, but he still has to qualify.
Matteo just staring at the camera. And hello, Matteo, working so hard. How many steps have you done so far, Matteo? Try and let us know. Yeah, so now, as you were saying, Bon FPV, Chris Lee, here from Canada, is the 1:23.771 pilot. He's the 32nd. But he's in Group L. So another pilot who, like Foxer, who's on the cusp of being knocked out of the top 32, but hasn't had their final run yet. Deca from Italy, Payegard from Italy, Namakai FPV from Japan, Kinzo from Sweden, and Dan Buster from the UK. Dan Buster, the standout performer in this, 14th. Got as high as 8th in the qualifying leaderboard, has just dropped a couple of places in subsequent rounds. He's 14th right now, and he's the only one of these 4 who are anywhere close to being in that top 32. The other next closest pilot is Kinzo from Sweden, who's 41st. If he can find 4 seconds of improvement, he can be knocking on the door. Dan Buster, easily the quickest of the UK pilots here. There's 4 of them in total. Is he going to make improvements on what will be his last chance to race before eliminations? I think 4 seconds for Kinzo to find maybe a stretch too far. Dan Buster out of the Doppio, and now coming around the end of his first lap. Let's see what times he's getting. 24.8 is 0.2 slower than his best, so he's looking like an improvement could happen. Pigod is in all kinds of trouble, but still flying. And it's Kinzo onto their second lap now, but they are 5 seconds off their best pace. I tell you who isn't, Decker from Italy, who's already got their best lap of the entire competition. And Decker was helping the best team in the Night Endurance Cup last night. I had a chance to chat with him on camera, which was lovely. And unfortunately, has to park it for a short while, but he's back flying again here. Pigod, not so much. Dan Buster's on his third, got his best lap time in lap 2. Can he make an improvement again in lap number 3? Kinzo upside down for a moment, but let's take a ride with the best of the UK pilots here in Italy as the line is in sight. It's a 26.3 and a crashing to the ground kind of finish as he threw the quad at it. He's made an improvement. Dan Buster gets a better time by 1.4 seconds. He was 14th. He's going to be better than 14th, I'm sure.
Definitely. He's around the 10th spot, I would say.
Ooh, but gaps are opening now in this, the way it's working. He may not actually have moved up. Anyway, a really good run to end quali and be warmed up before the eliminations count. And is the only one of these pilots to go green. Decker's got their fastest lap in this run, but that was only the one. They haven't finished the seconds, unfortunately. Pigod never got to the end of the first lap, so he's going to be leaving us. Another one of the Italian pilots being eliminated. Can Namakai make an improvement on their time? That 47.7 is almost their best lap. Would love to see Mai from Japan finish really strongly here. Come and get it, Mai. Only a few more gates to go. Christian, why does the countdown timer on our screen say 2 minutes left of this run? 30 seconds, but we got 156, 155. It was accurate yesterday, I'm just a little puzzled. Not significant, but I'm just bringing it to your attention. And a 52.4 ends it. So it's not an improvement for Namakai, I'm sorry to say. She won't be improving on her position from yesterday. But always so happy to see her in the Japanese team. She's so lovely and always smiling and having fun. But unfortunately, she'll be dropping out in the qualifications along with a few of the other pilots.
Let's see Dan Buster.
Dan Buster's got a place.
Got a place, yeah.
15.8. Yeah, that 1.4 seconds is gained in one spot. So that's Group K. 4 groups to go.
Is Killian going to reply to Yuki's performance?
Yeah. Well, he'll want to, and he'll try to, of course.
Small Yuki is there also.
Now, Small Yuki I met this morning, very early this morning in the hotel, and he's such a lovely guy, Yuki Yamamoto, another pilot who's always happy. And he can't believe how well he's doing. He was surprised he's flying this well. I said, you are third, you're one place behind Kilian Rousseau, who he's next to in this group. But actually, for a lot of the runs, he has been a tenth or so faster than Kilian, which is Kilian's best. Is 3/10 quicker than Small Yuki's. But yeah, and a lot of the runs, Yuki Yamamoto was getting, a quicker run by about 1/10 of a second than Kilian. Second is not out of his reach. Not that, 1, 2, 3 is
going to change too much.
Going to be, a big deal in terms of seedings. It matters, of course, but not as much as other places you would feel. Can he do it? Can Small Yuki from Japan go better than Kilian again? Keepy from the Netherlands, Johannes Peek, really popular, well-known international pilot, 23rd so far, so he is going to be safe, but he'd like to improve. Lukey FPV is, I think, on his 3rd ever race, from what I was chatting with him this morning. So let's hope he finishes really strongly for Germany. And this is Bon FPV, Chris Lee from Canada. He is the 32nd place. He's still in the top 32, but this is his last chance to be a little bit safer than he is. 1:23.7 is his best time at the moment. The 33rd place pilot, Foxer, who was knocked down earlier, has flown a 1:24.2, half a second behind Chris Lee, and he's the quickest of the pilots. He's the 33rd. He's the quickest of the pilots who aren't in that top 32, but Foxer still to fly. So Bon FPV could do with an improvement here. But Killian and Yuki, of course, are going to be extremely quick. And small Yuki is comfortably ahead of Killian, but then he did start 1.3 seconds before him. Keepy is down on the ground already. That's a terrible start for them. Just going to wipe this one from his memory, I think. Bon FPV, what's your first lap time going to look like? He's got to complete the doppio, find the lonely gates, make his last turns. Bon FPV is 1.5 seconds behind his best lap, but set a new top speed straight after it down the main straight. So the speed is there. Come on, Bon FPV. Killian's on his third lap and not set his best times just yet, but you know who did? Small Yuki has his best lap of the runs.
But he's down now.
Ah, it's not coming back for him, is it? Ah, he's just got his best lap time. A little bit of a shock may have been coming for Killian, who's now going into the doppio. And Keepy is also in the doppio, but 2 laps behind him. But Keepy managed to get it back to fly. Here's the end for Killian Russo. And that final lap, well away from his best. The whole run, 6 seconds behind his best. He'll stay second going into the eliminations. Small Yuki will stay third. What about Keepy? A little bit higher up than 23rd? I don't think so after having such a big delay in getting back flying again. What about Bon FPV? He's coming to the end. He's across the line in a 1:30.7, but his best was 7 seconds quicker than that. So Bon FPV, Chris from Canada, will have to sit through 3 more groups on the edge of his seat and on the edge of the top 32. Keepy got 1 minute left to finish, and I'm not at all worried for him getting there. Lukey FPV finishing strongly as well. What a good run by Lukey FPV. At the end there, sadly, none of them getting close to his best lap time, but Lukey FPV finishing his 3rd ever race with a really good final job in qualifying, and he's had better performances than that to look back on as well. So Lukey FPV brings Group L to a close. Killian will be second. Small Yuki will be third, unless anybody in Groups M, N, and O turn up and outfly all of them. I'm not expecting that on times, but I love a good surprise. So there's Killian not moving any closer to Yuki. There's Bon FPV not moving any closer away and higher than 32nd for now.
We have Foxor in 33rd spot, and he's in Group L. He might be able to get into the first 32 spots. And who else do we have here?
Avacin coming in Group M, so up next.
Yeah,
35th place.
35th.
So, yeah, he's had a very messy set of runs, Avacin, but So 3 groups remain.
Maybe Steve, even though he's 43rd. He's not quite at the speed.
Maybe not going to get... we're just looking at pilots who are in the last 3 heats to see who might get there.
Bronco is 39.
He could do it.
He could do it.
In the group we've got, though, Group M, we have Joe FPV from Italy, who is 46th, 6 seconds away from being in the top 32. I think that's going to be a little out of reach for them. Young Ed from Latvia, such a charming young pilot. He wants to improve on his time, of course. Topi is 11th, the best and most well-known pilot out of Latvia, 11th on our qualies at the moment. Then we have Avacin from France. Now, Avacin, one of the better-known French pilots, turns up at many races. 35th right now. If he can find half a second, he'll be knocking Bon Lee out of the top 30. Bon FPV, Chris Lee, will be knocking them out of the top 32. But I haven't seen any consistency from Avacin. I've seen a lot of unfinished runs from him. He is, like we said, 35th. He's completed 14 laps out of a possible 21.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So he hasn't finished a third of the laps he's in. And then Emmy FPV, I really hope she finishes in style here. She's definitely got the speed to make an improvement to her overall time if she can thread 3 of those laps together. So all the best to all of these. Topi safe, Avacin not in the eliminations yet, and everybody else wanting to finish with style.
And on we go with Group M. Emmy takes her time to take off, but we have Topi killing the track again with really high speed turns. Ooh!
And what did I say? Avacin is all over the place.
Yeah.
Just can't get it together at the end of quite a lot of runs at the end of yesterday. And in this last chance, that matters. I think Bon FPV will hang on a little longer.
Let's see. Joe FPV, his first lap at 30 seconds. Good job, Joe. You're only 1.5 seconds slower than your best time. You can push it a little bit more. Let's see if you can do it.
I'll say for Avacin, although his first lap time is shocking, his second lap has started with a 154 kilometers an hour down the main straight, which is the fastest he's ever flown. Ed has started the lap 2 with his best straight time. Emmy has just destroyed her first lap. That's brilliant. She's gone over 5 seconds quicker than her fastest lap. Come on, Emmy. Although I fear Emmy has just met my worldwide legendary commentator's curse. I'm so sorry, Emmy. But get it back into the air as you've got time to spare.
Good job, Joel. Your last lap was your record lap, so you're looking very good. Just bring this lap home.
Into the flag.
Yeah,
I think
into
it's
the
Joe.
flag. Unfortunately, he was doing a really good job. He was probably going to improve his time.
Oh, it's all come to a stop all too soon. There was some drama in a few different places there.
Only Topi has completed 3 laps.
Yeah, Toby probably not aware of any of the chaos that was happening behind him, and his total time 1:19.949. That's 5 and more seconds slower than the best he's done. So he'll stay in 11th at the moment, and it looks like everybody is going to stay where they are in 2, which for Avacin is outside of the top 32. He's going to be eliminated. Oh, I feel so sorry for Emmy, who absolutely, her first lap there was so much quicker. What was it, 5 seconds quicker than anything she'd flown? Like, more of that, please. I hope she can remember how great that lap was and hold that memory rather than, I didn't get the next one. Yeah, that was excellent. Truly excellent. We have 2 groups to go. We have Chris Lee in 32nd place. That time, 1:23.771. There are 10 pilots left. Some of them are looking to beat him and get up to the eliminations, the top 32s.
One of these is probably Bronco FPV from Sweden. He's just 3 seconds from the cutoff time.
Yeah. A few recoveries going on track as pilots are grabbing their stuff and Matteo is getting his steps in and doing some of the work for them. And a few pilots going a bit further than others. Young Ed is getting his drone. Okay, Group N is the one we're going to turn our attention to.
Quindi siamo qui alla World Drone Cup Italy 2025 e si stanno concludendo le ultime sessioni di qualifica. Mancano ancora 2 hit di qualifica prima della gara vera e propria a doppia eliminazione. 5 piloti si sfideranno nella prossima hit, un francese, uno svedese, un lituano, un italiano e un inglese.
Fenneman from France, 6th. Quickest of all the French pilots, other than Killian, who's 2nd. Bruno, that's Bronco FPV from Sweden, 39th at the moment. ZTK from Lithuania, 47th. Finn's FPV a little bit further behind from Italy, but Steve of the UK pilots, 43rd. If he can find 4.5 seconds, he can go into the top 32, and he's got his fastest speed, 143 kilometers an hour, to get his run underway. And I'm wishing Bronco FPV a lot of joy here. He was part of the people running the World Droneracing Cup in Sweden very recently. Here he is flying in the Italia one. He's jumped up the leaderboard a couple of times. He's made big improvements a couple of times. He's just set his best lap by over a second. A few more of those, Bruno. That's what you need. But Fenneman has set his best lap. ZTK has gone much quicker than their best lap as well. Three pilots. Really strong start here. Steeth, unfortunately, isn't one of them. And as ZTK improves again, really, really good work from them in their final run of quali. Bronco FPV is not doing quite enough after lap number 2.
But he's looking good.
He is looking good. He is maybe not going to get that top 32. And I feel like he maybe wasn't expecting to. And Finn's third lap time is, I think, just simply impossible. So that's going to get a little bit reviewed. Yeah, that time's not an actual completed lap. So he's not on fourth, he's on his
Oh,
third.
Bronco. Oh, unfortunate. Only the last gate. Unfortunate.
Oh, not the last gate again. Come on, Bronco. Yeah, so actually though,
improved.
even so, Bronco FPV from Sweden has improved, but it's only by 0.4 of a second. Had he not lost 5 more seconds on that final
would have
lap,
been inside.
I think he could have been in that top 32.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
What a shame for him. ZTK made an improvement overall. A Lithuanian pilot won't make it to the top 32, but he's gained a few places. Fenneman is actually not 6th anymore. Yes, he's back to 6th. He's back to 6th. And one group left to try and get themselves in. And believe it or not, as we've been saying, the pilot who is 33rd is in this final run of quali, and that is Foxer Alexander Lee from Taiwan. Such a really popular pilot, as is Chris, Bon FPV. Birkin is coming in this one from Bulgaria, who's 8th. Foxer, as I mentioned, from Taiwan, 33rd. And we have Nicola Lego from Switzerland. Emis FPV from Latvia, 21st place. Great work from Elmars. He's going to be in the top 32. Emis FPV is racing in this. And Viafly from France, who is 1.2 seconds out of the top 32 and 36th place at the moment. So, couple of pilots in this looking to get back into the top 32, and it's their last chance to do it, but it's going to be held up for a moment as there is a slow walkout on track for Bronco FPV. Where would we do it? Here, or I go to her? Are we having much of a delay between? Okay, so Group O. Track is clear. I think, nope, we've got a flag being replaced at the far end. So just a short moment.
It's always the flags mixed, fixed at the end. Probably,
at the very end, yes.
those are the flags where the drones actually pass through very, very quickly. So
yeah, it's at the end of the speed trap straightaway, isn't it? It's after you've gone. So the speed trap here is the whole straight diagonally across the entire track through the bottom of the dive tower.
yeah, it's an average speed, so probably the top speed at the end will be very close to 200 kilometers per hour, I would say.
I'd love to know what it is. I really would. But yes, the flag that's being replaced is the poor flag that has to then be passed straight after the straightaway. Although I've not seen many people going into it, but when they do, it's quick, as we've said. While we wait for this, let's. We won't be able to bring that to you right now.
No, maybe later. Yes.
He's not there. But yeah, we've got some damage and some poles having been replaced to show you how quick or a drone, well, how much damage a drone can do at speed. Okay, Group O, the last run of qualifying is about to fly. Birkan is 8th. Emis from Latvia is 21st, but Foxer is 34th and Viafly is 37th, and Nicola Lego a little bit further behind. Last chance. Foxer charges to the start of this. Viafly absolutely tried to attack it, but has wrecked it on their first run down the main straight. What a terrible start for the French pilot.
Foxer is looking good. He's
Yeah.
picking up speed, playing it relatively safe, but let's see the first lap time, 27 seconds. It's on spot.
It is a second slower than his best. He's going to have to do a little better than that, Foxer, or you're not going to make the top 32. Chris Lee, Bon FPV will be on the edge of his seat. There's one pilot in this who could knock him down. Viofly was the other one, but his race is gone. Nicola Lego just saving it, just clipping the inside of a gate and being upside down momentarily, trying to save it again. MS FPV getting wiped out. Burkhan, though, still flying. Almost his quickest lap time on the one he just completed. Foxer is on his third lap in the triplo. Coming out of there now. Burkhan FPV, about a third of the track
Keep it
further
up.
ahead than anybody else is. Burkhan is going for the line, and there's no! Saves it at the last moment. Nearly didn't finish that. He's 8th anyway. What about Foxer, though?
Ooh, almost done, almost there.
Foxer's time, it's 3/10 slower than the best he'd flown, which means Foxer will remain 34th. Commiserations to you, Alex. I know he'll take that with a big smile, as he always does, but he doesn't quite get there. It's Nicola Lego bringing the qualifying to an end. Come on, Nicola. The second lap has been a bit expensive for them. The first lap was almost their best. This will bring qualifying to an end.
Split S, Doppelgate, under, over. Now right-hand turn to another split S. Final swipe towards the right, and Nicola Lego ends the race, actually the qualifying sessions.
Yes, is all completed. Congratulations to all of our pilots who have been putting in such good runs. Are we getting a rerun, possibly, of Sun FPV? I'm seeing a possibility of that.
So Sun FPV has a rerun.
Do they? Let's get that absolutely sure. Christian, are we doing a rerun?
No.
No, there is no rerun.
There is no
it's not.
rerun.
It's a holdover from yesterday when he was the one pilot who had
Yes,
the rerun. at
he
the
was
end
the
of
only
day.
one. So basically, only one
qualifying
rerun.
has completed. Congratulations to all the 73 pilots for being here at the FAI World Drone Cup Italia. Burkhan FPV is the winner of the last run in Group O with a good time, but not his best. And Foxer will just miss out on the top 32. Chris Lee has had to spend quite a lot of rounds wondering if he's going to stay there. Chris, you do. As we show you the table now, the top 32. Bon FPV is the one who makes it and keeps it in. Yuki, Killian, and Small Yuki, the best of all of the pilots, coming first, second, and third. As you can see, the best lap times, individual lap times. Drone D has still got a 19.9 next to them, which is pretty unbelievable based on how we've seen some drones from 1980 even. But there's only 0.06 of a second between Killian's best and Yuki's best too. Small Yuki just behind them in third. And then Pavel took that fourth place spot from Yayu, as we mentioned. Then his compatriot Fenneman got up to sixth. J-Box started today in seventh, is still there. We have Hungary in the top 10 with Burkhan FPV. Sweden's Timmy made so many improvements yesterday, ninth. He'll be delighted with that, I hope. Arvin went up, I think, 2 places into 10th. Topi, always the best of the Latvian pilots, still on the left-hand side. And then we've got Drone D, another French pilot, 12th. The best of the UK's is Dan Baster. Well, these French pilots keep coming. Super Ewan. Dorian over there as well. Long XL between them. That's your top 16. Luisa Rizzo leads up the second side of the top 32. We've got another, 3 pilots from Japan are in here. We've also still got... We've got 4 Latvians in the top 32. It was 5. I can't quite work out which one we've lost. It's going to be JM, hasn't it? Who was 32nd at the start of the final round. 2 Brits are in here. Damon from Hungary rocketed into this. I'm sorry, I said Burkhan from Hungary, didn't I? Bulgaria is where he's from. It's Damon FPV. Roland Ronto, who made it into the top 32 with his final go and leapt into the action. Spain are represented in here too. Czechia with Spagel getting in their final run. And Canada's Bon FPV gets another nationality into the top 32. That's all been very exciting. Let's talk to someone else about hopefully how exciting they've found it as well. Let's talk to no one else than the reigning women's world champion, Luisa Rizzo from Italy is with us here. Luisa, what a beautiful place you have.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. You are 17th, which is a great performance. The leader of all of the women pilots at the moment. How do you feel about how you've flown?
I was expecting to
Christian, her
race
mic's on.
a little slower, actually, because of the.
We'll just get that sorted. I'm not sure Louisa's mic is working. We had trouble with one of these sticks yesterday.
In the meanwhile, I'll tell something in Italian to
Yes,
the
talk to the
public.
audience. We're going to get you.
Yes.
So don't worry.
Vi invitiamo a avvicinarvi alla tensostruttura dall'altra parte del campo, che c'è comunque uno schermo con una spiegazione e il commento in italiano, se volete. Dovete solo girare attorno al campo e prima di questa tensostruttura ci saranno anche dello street food e comunque dei banchi dove potrete vedere alcuni prodotti sia di modellismo che quello che potrebbe essere anche, diciamo, energia rinnovabile e quindi pannelli fotovoltaici.
Sorry for that, Luisa, but we have you back now. Let's say, so everybody, Luisa Rizzo, Leo on fire, 17th at the moment out of all of the qualifying, leading out of all of the women, as you often do. How have you found it so far?
I was expecting to race a little slower, actually, because of the track and the atmosphere is very different from what I'm used to.
Yeah?
So I had to adjust my setup, and actually I was improving
Yeah.
every hit
Yeah.
I was doing. So I'm really happy about my time.
Yeah.
And this morning, my goal was to study the track a little more, just to be ready for the elimination rounds.
Yeah. And I've seen you at many races, commentated on you at many races, had the delight of announcing your best moments, your winning of the World Championship and so on, which still is such a happy memory for many people. And 17th out of all of the pilots who are here, I feel is one of your higher kind of qualifying performances just in your own right.
Yeah, maybe as a qualifying, you are right. Let's say I want to improve the last result I made in Germany. So I'm giving 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. And is there extra pressure on you now that you are the women's world champion and performing so well in any field?
Yeah, but not really so much pressure. I'm just trying to focus on the track, focus on the race, and most of all, have fun.
Exactly, and that's when you're performing at your best. Clearly,
Yeah.
have you met sort of any of the Italian fans who have come to see the racing here, and had any people kind of going, "Wow, you're amazing"?
Yeah, it always happens when
Yeah.
I'm here. So it's really amazing to see new people approaching this sport,
Yeah,
and maybe also people that I've never known, I've never seen anything about drone racing,
yeah,
and they cheer for me anyway.
yeah.
So
yeah,
that's thank you for that.
I was chatting with somebody yesterday, that guy I was having a conversation with, who remembered me from a totally different thing I did 6 years ago, and then he saw you came over and you were like, oh, you're the, yeah, and starts having a long chat with you. Yeah, people are so impressed by what you're doing. And I say, it's not just you're the best of all the women that are here, and clearly the favourite for the women's final that we'll have at the end of the day, but 17th is, right in the pack alongside everybody. So are you feeling pretty confident about the eliminations?
Yeah, I think I can do a good result. I hope so.
Yeah.
Drone racing is always unpredictable.
Oh, yes.
Everything can happen.
Yeah.
But I will try my best anyway.
Of course you will. Of course you will. We are excited to get eliminations underway in just a couple of minutes here, and excited to see what you can do against everybody who's coming. We will be having later on at the end of the eliminations a women's final and a juniors final and the overall final, of course. That's not based on qualifying, that's based on how far the women's and juniors finals are based on how far people get in eliminations. Surely the favourite, surely going to be in those 4 pilots competing in the women's final. I'd love to see you in the overall final as well. Do you feel like it's possible?
I don't know.
Like you say, anything can happen in drone racing.
Yeah, last year I was surprisingly in the final of the World Cup in Spain,
Yeah,
I would never have thought that was possible
yeah,
because the level has increased so much
yep,
and everyone is really, really fast.
yes.
So maybe not,
Okay.
but if something goes right, then maybe it's possible.
Maybe, indeed. And you seem to be flying so well on this track. Luisa, I will let you go and get ready for the eliminations.
Thank you.
Luisa Rizzo, everybody. Is there anything you want to say in Italian to the Italian fans who are here?
Godetevi lo spettacolo e non abbiate paura di avvicinarvi e di saperne un po' di più.
Grazie. Luisa, I'm sorry, it's terrible, but that's the best I can do. Luisa Rizzo, Leo on fire into the eliminations with 31 of our other pilots too, and they are getting lined up. The brackets are getting seeded, and we'll tell you who's about to race in the eliminations very shortly, and you're going to be in there as well. Congratulations, Luisa. The eliminations are coming.
Long XL, F2, Yuki, F4, EP, R7, Bull FPV.
There we go.
Number 2,
That'll help.
R1, F2, Budokan,
Okay.
F4,
What? I should have warned you. She's so quiet.
Yeah.
I should have said, make sure she's not in my ear because I can barely hear her. Anyway, yeah.
R1,
Yay!
F2,
Your Majesty.
F4,
Oh, with that.
R7,
Excellent. Oh, that is tight. Hey, I'm really glad we did that. Well done. You're a natural, Louisa.
You can see the entire
You're a natural.
elimination group. It's online.
Well done. Stupid me pulling my chair backwards, thinking I was trying to make room. I thought you were going to sit.
But first, elimination round number 1. R1, Long XL, F2, Yuki, F4, Kipi, R7, Bull FPV. And elimination round number 2. Be prepared for the light check at the table. R1, Demon FPV, F2, Burkan, F4, Timmy, R7, Dorian FPV. And elimination round 3. Be ready for the upcoming race. R1, Geek, F2, Phenomen, F4, Tope, R7, GoPro Master. But first, elimination round number 1. R1, Long XL, F2, Yuki, F4, Kipi, and R7, Bull FPV. And again, guys, in the elimination round, if there is a mid-air before the start gate,
Stanno per cominciare appunto le fasi eliminatorie di questa gara. Ci saranno appunto 8 batterie di 4 piloti ciascuno, quindi arriviamo ai 32 piloti totali. Questi piloti dovranno gareggiare appunto in batterie di 4 piloti, dove i primi 2 proseguiranno e il terzo e il quarto avranno la possibilità di perdere, diciamo, una vita e poi riprendere la competizione. Se perdono 2 vite e arrivano terzi e quarti per 2 volte in questa competizione, nelle loro, diciamo, batterie, allora saranno eliminati definitivamente.
So welcome to the eliminations for the 2025 FAI World Drone Cup Italia. Stefano, myself, Matt, and 32 pilots remain. We just briefly showed you the bracket. Who doesn't love a double elimination, winners and losers, upper and lower bracket, complicated system to be displayed on screen?
Exactly. All the names are now mixed up compared to what we've seen until now, but there's a logic behind this.
So
Obviously,
the 8 groups on the left-hand side are all in the first stage. We just put them into the 2 columns to make it a little easier for everyone to read. So you can see race 1 through to race 8. They all have E1 next to them, so that's the first round of eliminations. Those are the pilots who remain in the competition. The other 41 have sadly been eliminated after qualifying. These are your top 32. And yes, as you were saying, there is a structure to it. In race 1, for example, Yuki, he's the number 1 seed after being best in qualifying. Bon FPV out of Canada just hung on to that 32nd spot. He naturally goes in against the first. The other spots are filled in a mathematical formulae, which means in theory, if, like as any other sporting bracket, if the best 2 competitors win, first and second, in every race, then at the end, pilots 1, 2, 3, and 4 will be in the final. That's how these things are built.
Exactly.
Does it work out like that? Never. And that's why we love it so much. So everybody has been seeded from their own positions in qualifying. Then you get mixed. So yeah, if you're 32nd, you're going to go up the best. The best pilot gets the easier bracket. And that's why I was saying, if you're 4th or 5th, it doesn't matter a great deal, because 4th is going to be against pilots who are, I'm roughly saying 27th, 28th, that kind of thing, and a few more from the middle. If you're 5th, you're going to go against a pilot who is fractionally better than the slowest one. It's not huge differences, but it gets tighter as we go along. So we have 8 rounds we have 8 races in the first elimination round, I should say. If you are 1st or 2nd, that's the important thing. 1st or 2nd goes to the next round. If you are 3rd or 4th, you will lose a life, and you have 2. I think it's the easiest way for people to visualize it. If you're 3rd or 4th, you have lost a life. You then take part in what's called the lower bracket. We've got a whole second one of these, which are going to be populated with people who come 3rd or 4th. And then, if you come 3rd or 4th a second time, you are out. That's why it's called a double elimination. You have to come 3rd or 4th twice. Everybody who does is out at that stage. Then they get sorted out later on based on who's like 17th or 18th or 19th. Everybody else prays on into the front. Now all of that in Italian.
Allora, infatti, come stavo cominciando a spiegare prima, ci sono appunto queste doppie eliminazioni, in quanto 4 piloti si sfideranno in ognuna di queste hit. I primi 2 proseguiranno automaticamente nella hit successiva. Il terzo e il quarto avranno la possibilità di ricompetere un'altra volta, ma se dovessero arrivare ancora o terzi o quarti nella hit successiva, a quel punto lì sarebbero eliminati definitivamente dalla competizione. È per questo che viene chiamata a doppia eliminazione. Non è sufficiente essere eliminati una volta, cioè arrivare terzi o quarti in una hit, ma se succede 2 volte durante questa fase eliminatoria il pilota sarà eliminato definitivamente. Quindi lo scopo è quello di arrivare sempre tra le prime 2 posizioni per poter proseguire senza pericolo. Questo succederà fino a quando poi non ci saranno i quarti, le semifinali e poi la finale definitiva.
Yeah, that's what I would have said. So there's the 32. So while we just keep a look at these brackets while race 1 is getting put together, what do we got? Yuki from Japan and Long XL from China. Both of them are ending up in the same group. Long XL was 16th. That's how he ends up in here. Keepy was 24th out of qualifying. We're not going to explain every number of this. We're not going to teach you how to make a double elimination bracket. I'm sure you can find the formulae online and in the FAI rule set too. So we got pilots here who are, just as an example, 1st, 16th, 24th, and 32nd out of qualifying. Not every group will be that far apart, but this is because the number 1 pilot gets an easier start, essentially. Out of these, the pilots who are 1st and 2nd, in every race from this point onwards, those are the ones who proceed without losing any lives. And I think Yuki and Long XL are going to run off from this one, much as I love the other guys. Keepy and Bono I've met many, many times. I think this is a challenge. Obviously, you've got the number 1 in the world, not just here in Italy, in your group. Pleased to see Long XL doing so well too. He's had a few rough events recently, and not of his own making. I won't go into it any further than that, but I am delighted to see my very happy friend Long XL performing well and enjoying his racing here. There's Yuki though, just stepping backwards, and Keepy. These guys are all setting themselves up. Oh, Pavel's there as well though.
Obviously now there's a big pressure for Keepy and Bond because they're competing against 2 of the fastest racers of this event. But it's drone racing, anything can happen.
So every pilot needs to have a spotter. Let's get this organized. We don't sort of take a big relaxation break between qualifications and eliminations, even if we might all like to just take a moment. Nope, Stefano's going to carry on. I'm going to carry on. Pilots are going to carry on. All the production are with us too. So let's keep this thing rolling, everybody. Get on that pilot line with your spotters. And if you're not familiar with the idea of a spotter in drone racing, they watch on their own goggles what's happening. They are there to inform the pilot as much as the pilot wants. So if the pilot doesn't want to be talked to during the whole race, then the spotter doesn't tell him anything. But otherwise, the pilot might want to know their lap times, or they might want to know their position. Or, most importantly, the spotter might go, you missed that one, go back for it.
Yeah.
Off we go. It's race time now. There's no hanging around at the starts. We got to get these things underway. And Bon FPV is moving with Keepy very close to him. But into the trip logo, Yuki and Long XL. What a performance this could be if Long XL could outfly Yuki. He's capable of it at a good run for him. And Yuki may be having a bit of a struggle, but we haven't seen Yuki have any issues at all. Out of the doppio, they both go. It is going to be Yuki to the line, about 4 seconds, not quite, 2 seconds ahead of Long XL. Then in third place, it's Keepy, and Bon FPV almost with Keepy still. It's all racing now. We're not going to have anybody's times being adjusted for starts, and we're not going to have any pilots being, letting everyone go before they join in. It's out of the blocks, go for it time. Through the doppio is Long XL. Ooh, Yuki's put quite a lot of room between him, though, and Long XL, who's still in second.
And Keepy had just hit an inflatable gate, so probably now the third place is in Bon. It's within Bon possibility.
Definitely. And Bon FPV is a little way ahead. We've gone very, very high. I think something did. Interesting, seeing something.
Yeah, Keepy is having a hard time
Yeah.
seeing what's happening because it's a very blurred image.
Yuki has finished in a brilliant time.
Second place for Long XL and a little bit slower than Keepy. 118 for Yuki and 123 for second place Long XL.
So actually Yuki's time there is 13 seconds slower than his best in qualifying, but I wouldn't expect him to hit those times the way that this works. Also, you've got the delay between the starting block and the first gate is now included.
It's included, yeah.
But even so, Yuki's run there is only 1 second slower than Long XL's best. There is a big gap between Yuki and other competitors here. But well done for Yuki and Long XL, as they will both proceed to the next stage of the bracket without having lost any lives. But Keepy and Bon FPV will both lose a life and be the first ones to join us in what we call the lower bracket later on, after all 8 of these runs have been flown. Interesting. Much as we kind of expected, a little bit untidier for a couple of the pilots. I didn't think Yuki would be hitting, the 105 that he did in quali, but I feel like he held a little back there.
Yeah, he has a whole shot of 2 seconds and a half. So from 118, was it 113?
Yuki's time, 117.
117. So yeah, he basically flew a couple of seconds slower than his average time, 2 or 3 seconds slower. He was scoring 25 seconds instead of 22. So yeah, obviously he wanted to be safe to be able to arrive first place or second place. Obviously, it was within his possibility to be first. Not easy, but pretty safe.
Okay, so the next round then. We've got Damon FPV, Roland Ronto from Hungary. Birkin FPV is Dimo Sterev from Bulgaria. Tim Fredriksson, the brilliant Timmy from Sweden is here. And Dorian FPV from France. And the way the bracket works, the quickest in these, Birkan was 8th and Timmy is 9th in quali, and the difference between them is less than 0.2 of a second. So we are thinking Birkan or Timmy, or both of them in the top 2. And our brilliant team here running race control, DDR, and Burner FPV is strictly telling the pilots it's 1 beep as well, and we'll make sure you know that for the stream too. It's only 1 beep that anybody is going to hear. Before it was 1 beep to get your attention, the second beep is when you go. Here though, be on it, right? It's race time, it's eliminations, do or die, all of those things. Come and get it, be ready to. And talking of being ready to, we need 4 of them, and we've got 2. And look at that, I just want to show you, standing on the right-hand side of the picture, that's Alex Lee, Foxer. I told you, he's 34th. He's going to be a little bit disappointed in missing out on the 32nd, but I bet you he was smiling the whole time. What is he doing right now? Spotting for other pilots and helping them out. He's not there crying in a corner, and I wouldn't ever expect him to.
Absolutely. Good sportsmanship from him.
So we got Timmy getting in a seat, I think. Birkan ready to go. Ilati is looking so glorious.
Pilots ready? Yes. Here we go. Good luck.
It's an anagram of something, I swear. Ilati. Yali? No. Ilati? No. Here comes race 2. And away we go! Where are you, Timmy? I think Timmy's still on the block. I may be mistaken. Yeah, he is. Okay. And remember, this isn't a you can start when you like timer. The best of the, I mean, look at the lap. Look at the launch times. 2.1 for all 3 other pilots. Barely any hundredths between them. Damon FPV is the 3rd of them to get to the line, though. And it is Burkan ahead of Dorian. Timmy would be fighting with both of them, I'm sure. But this is a very unfortunate first round of eliminations for Timmy. Damon FPV needs to get his hands back into this fight. Burkan coming out of the doppio. Dorian coming out of it now. So there's a little gap between the two of them. And there goes Burkan onto the 3rd lap. And Dorian's only just getting there. And now here comes Damon. He could take 2nd from Dorian if Dorian does anything at all hesitant. Or if Burkan was to go down, they could come in 1st and 2nd and leave Burkan behind. So Burkan's got to get this to the finish. Dorian is trying to catch him, but isn't able to do so. Burkan coming out of the doppio. Dorian only just entering it, and there's Damon in it as well. He's gaining on Dorian. Pressure on the Frenchman. Burkan is finished. Dorian keeps 2nd. Damon almost had him. Almost at the end. But Dorian will take 2nd. And Burkan will go through untouchable out of race 2.
Yeah, Demon cut the line only a couple of seconds later, actually 1.4 seconds later than Dorian, so he was able to do his fastest lap in 26 seconds.
I'm trying to see if I can hear what happened to Timmy in that one, but I'm not quite catching it, so I can't see him from our position either as to why he didn't even get to take part in that one. But yeah, unfortunate for Timmy. After doing so well throughout all the qualies and getting into top 10 and, you know, chatting to the Swedish pilots, like I said earlier, Bronco FPV, Bruno, one of the guys who was so good in making the Swedish event run so well, about a week ago, he was chatting to me before quali began, looking like he didn't think he was going to feature very well in this at all. He nearly made top 32. Timmy does usually finish a little bit higher. Getting into top 10 was great, but don't let this eliminations get away from you by being unable to fly. He's already lost 1 life.
So we're going to have the first Italians competing in this double elimination. We will have Geek, Filippo Sciamanna, that will be competing against Phenomen from France, Topi from Latvia, the top Latvian racer, and the GoPro Master, our top Italian racer, Alexis Bonazzi.
Top Italian racer?
Well, actually, yeah, male racer.
Yes, oh yes.
Sorry.
I see what you're saying.
I want to be
I
fair.
wasn't picking you up specifically for Luisa. You're right.
Yes, he's just
performed
behind,
really well, didn't
yeah.
he? Yeah. So yeah, this one's a little harder to call. And in theory, as we get away from Group A, which features, you know, 1st and 32nd and so on, in theory, we have groups featuring pilots a little closer to each other. And it's only the first round. It gets a lot more complicated after this. But race 3. Geek from Italy, Phenomen from France, Topi from Latvia, GoPro Master also from Italy. The 2 Italians, the slower of the 4 pilots. If it goes to form. And Phenomen, 6th out of qualification, great work from him. And usually right up there on his best runs, usually really high in a competition. But aside from Kilian, I feel all of the French pilots have some inconsistencies. Yayu right up there too, sort of in the shadow of Kilian a little bit. He'll be coming up later on.
5 seconds to the start.
We go underway with everybody hitting it in 2 seconds except for Topi, who left them all by a few tenths. Great start, great reaction time. Topi out in the lead. Fenneman trying to catch him. Topi now split-essing, and Fenneman has caught him. They're right next to each other. Topi out of the doppio. Fenneman right behind him. Going to the line. Topi's there. Fenneman lost a few tenths of a second. He's about half a second behind Topi at the end of lap number 1. Geek and then GoPro Master, 3rd and 4th, and they're not too far apart from each other either. Topi into the dive tower first. Fenneman very tight, hugging Gates, trying to catch with Topi. Where's his video? Where's his drone? I'm holding my breath for Topi. Geek's going all noisy. GoPro Master as well. Is it just Fenneman still alive?
Oh my gosh.
What
Only
happened on
one
lap 2?
drone
Fenneman's
in
got
the air.
this race to himself.
And who will be the second place at this point? Considering the other 3 drones crashed,
Yeah.
probably the one that has flown the most of the second lap, I would say.
I think it's based on the times at the end of the completed lap. So it'll be whoever
Okay.
finished lap 1 first, as opposed to whoever got the furthest on lap 2, I believe.
So probably Topi.
I think so.
Fenneman is taking his time as much as possible.
Yeah. Now, so Fenneman's got this because he's the only one who's finished 2 laps, right? So
Yeah.
it's definitely Fenneman, and there's his finish. Why so slow on that final lap? Just getting it home, it wasn't kind of necessary. Getting out more stick and air time and racing experience, he didn't get that doing a 40-second lap.
Yeah.
Just not wanting to damage the drone, he could have landed it. So I'm a little curious there. So we'll need to get confirmation of who is second. I believe it will be Topi. We don't know who came second.
Upcoming elimination round number 4. R1 Gigenga FTD, F2 Colas, F4 Matu, R7 Buster.
Yeah, that one's getting who will take the second place. We know Fenneman was the winner of it. And it is Topi who is second place in that. I don't know if Geek was 3rd or GoPro Master was 3rd and which one was 4th, but the 2 Italians are the 2 who lose a life from that round. The Geek and GoPro Master will be together again in their lower bracket race. And they'll be against the pilots who come 3rd and 4th in our next race. Oh, I'm mistaken about that. Sorry, I just said Geek and GoPro Master will be together, but that's not how the lower bracket gets seeded. They are going to be split up. Let's concentrate on who's still racing in their first go of eliminations.
We will have Guganga from Japan, Pawelos from Poland, Mathieu from France, and Dambuster from UK.
So now we start to get these really interesting moments where Dambuster hasn't been challenged yet. He was by far the quickest pilot in the qualifying group that he was drawn into, and those were randomly put together. 30 or so places above everybody else in qualifying in that group. But now, okay, now you've got to fight a little bit. Guganga, a few places behind him. Pavel, a few places ahead. I don't know if Dambuster's ever raced Pavel. I don't know if he's racing now.
Yes, he's racing.
Okay, good.
You,
We got
you were
video.
missing the video.
Yeah, we were just missing that, but it was actually a really good start from him. It is Pavel leading the group at the moment. Out of the doppio, he flies. Matthew and Dambuster pretty tightly close together, but Guganga is not messing around. Guganga's the second place pilot, just ahead of Dambuster, just ahead of Matthew. Pavel, as expected, leading the way at the moment. Into the dive tower, Guganga had to make just an adjustment in there. So Dambuster's gaining a little bit on Guganga, not leaving Matthew too far behind yet. Pavel out in front, the doppio is completed by them, and now they're coming around to start lap number 3. Guganga's passed him. Guganga's taken the lead from Pavel. Dan Buster's into the Tripio. I think he's slipping places. No, he's all right. Matthew is a long way behind him.
Yes. Pavlos is probably first again.
Yeah, he's through the Doppio as Gagenga is only just opening it.
Matthew-
Dan Buster's getting a chance of getting up in a second. He's got to run for it now, and it's not going to work out for him on that run, but it was pretty close at the end. It is, wow, such a good race. Pavel comes first, then Gagenga in second, and Dan Buster was third.
Yes, exactly. Dan Buster arrived just a little bit later, like 1 second. Yeah, approximately one second later, Goganga, and Matthew wasn't able to complete more than 2 laps.
So yeah, Gagenga was close to Pavel, and then Dan Buster was close to Gagenga, and yeah, then it ended up actually quite evenly spread between the 3 of them. But yes, good racing. So we've got Pavel, the winner of that, Gagenga second, which means Matthew from France and Dan Buster from the UK will both lose a life. And they'll be in the lower bracket fighting to compete. Good race. That was a really good one. Now in our fifth race of round 1, we've got our 30th place pilot, Nicho FPV from Germany, and we have our 3rd place pilot, Small Yuki from Japan. Then Super Ewan was 14th out of qualifying and is going to be in this for France, alongside Latvia's Elmar Misevic, that's MS FPV, who was 22nd. But those places, that tells you one story. What about the times? Well, Small Yuki with a 107.9, 116 for Small Ewan, so nearly 10 seconds slower than Yuki Yamamoto. But Elmar's only 3.4 seconds slower on his best than Super Ewan. And Nicho FPV actually 3.4 seconds slower than MS FPV. So although the places are, 8 places here, 8 places there, and so on, Small Yuki is definitely quicker by a large amount than all the other pilots on this track. But the other ones, 3 seconds is a lot in drone racing, 3.4 in this. But
yeah, especially
it's,
on a
a little
22-second
mistake,
lap.
a little twitch here,
Oh yeah,
you can find yourself, in a little bit of danger.
just a matter of one mistake and you lose those 2 or 3 seconds. So
Right, a couple of pilots just running. I know one of them is Matteo the boss. There's our lineup with Nicho, Small Yuki, Super Ewan, and Emis. Not in that order in the seats, I should say. Here it comes. Emis and Small Yuki get out of those blocks very close to each other. Super Ewan a couple of tenths behind them, and we don't have the data for Nicho yet. Let's hope there's flying and not nothing. Small Yuki already put a few seconds between himself and Emis and Super Ewan. They're both into the Doppio, very close to each other. And Small Yuki goes for the first lap now in a 25.9. Good work, Small Yuki.
Super Ewan and MS are very close to each other. They're actually doing the photocopy of each other. Somebody hit a gate. I don't know if it's Nico at this point because we are not seeing anything.
Yeah, Nico isn't in it.
Nico is not even flying, so somebody else has hit a gate, but they're still all 3 airworthy. An incredible competition between MS and Super Ewan. They are basically photocopying their times. 25 seconds, both laps for each one of them.
Yeah.
Ooh, Super Ewan, a mistake for him. So Emis will be able to clinch that second spot, I would say.
Yeah. Not under danger now. They were close, they were battling quite tightly, but Emis can feel a little more relaxed. The second place is definitely his, and Small Yuki is not far from wrapping up first. He's on the ground, it's his. Small Yuki with a big win. Emis, great work. Finished 2.5 seconds behind Small Yuki. Really nice. And Super Ewan is back into the air, but he's going to lose a life here, as is, sadly, Nicho, who didn't even get to take part in that. What happened for him?
didn't have video, we have been told. So Nico had a bad time with his video.
Elimination round 6 coming up. R1, Yayu.
We're not going to stop here, and we're ready for the 6th elimination round.
Elimination round 7, be ready for the lipo check.
We will have Yayu from France, Sav, Saverio Scopetta from Spain, Drone D FPV from Netherlands, and Bear Racer from France.
Are we going into the lower bracket prelims straight after the first round, or do we do the next round of the winners bracket?
Round number 6 coming up. R1, Yayu, F2, SAV, F4, Drone D,
Yeah.
R7, Bear Racer. And if somebody is missing a quad with
Yayu, Sav, Drone DFPV, and Bear Racer.
laying next to me here in the pilot area.
So Yayu, standout performer, 5th, was 4th until that very last race where he didn't finish and Pavel nicked it from him, so he's 5th instead. In a 1:11.3. Drone DFPV from the Netherlands, 4.4 slower than that. Bear Racer, a little less than 4 seconds slower, and then Sav, pretty close to Bear Racer. So Yayu, I would expect to out and out win this one. My good friend Swan Vermissen, who I met when he was 12, and in a draft for the Drone Champions League at the Cannes Games Festival. We did a live draft there with pilots coming out on stage and meeting the team managers and answering their questions and then demonstrating their flying. And Yayu was 12 at the time, and I was so delighted when he got picked because he and his family made such a good impression on me. Here he is now. He's reigning world champion in the Drone Champions League with his team Cyclone Drone Racing. And before he was the world champion in the DCL with them, he also helped X-Blades be the world champion as well. He's one of only 2 pilots, Yayu. Only 2 pilots have ever been world champions of the Drone Champions League twice with 2 different teams. The other one is Monsieur Kylian Rousseau. Here we go then. Sav Sav had a great launch and is just on the deck. Oh no, Sav, get that back on the ground because Bear Racer may not be in this either.
No, he is.
He is. Oh, he is. It's just that we're having a few video issues at the start of races, which means we're just having to question it. Anyway, what a good start by Drone D. 1.7 launch. That's why he's ahead of Yayu, but not for long. Keep that flying, Drone D, and he does, but he lost a lot of time. Yayu's on his second lap, then Bear Racer, and then it is Drone D, and Drone D is all out of shape. Lost his route in the tunnel. Sav might even catch him, though Sav is a long way behind you to his start. Yayu and Bear Racer might have this wrapped up for France in 1 and 2.
Yeah,
Bear Racer comes out of the doppio. Yayu already well ahead on lap 3.
we can hear a drone having a really bent propeller. Probably it's Drone D.
But Bear Racer has landed too soon. They were all up into the sky and out of shape. They've only flown 2 laps. Drone D is going to get second place, I think. And if Sav can get past Bear Racer, and it's looking less likely now he's down again. If Sav could have got a better time than Bear Racer, he would have come 3rd in this instead of 4th, and that would help him in the lower bracket he's going to be in. But that's irrelevant now. There's Drone D getting second place, 8 seconds behind Yayu. Sav is on their 3rd lap now. So his time is not good enough to get him 3rd place. He has to finish this lap. What I mean by that is Bear Racer finished 2 laps in 56 seconds. Sav finished them in 1:35. But if Sav finishes the 3rd lap, he will be 3rd. Why does that matter? Because I think he'll get a slightly better group in the lower bracket. So come on, Sav.
Looks like Sav is trying to finish this
come
lap.
on!
Oh, come on. You still have a little bit of time.
Yeah, he could get that back and still finish if he can get it back. And it looks like it's been called over. Oh, unlucky.
So probably Sav was 4th at this point.
Well, he was because his time for 2 laps isn't as good as.
Bear Racer 3rd place.
R1, Killian, F2, Re-FPV, F4, Spegel, R7, King Joshi. But first,
got Yayu as the winner of that and Drone D as second. Now we've got a little action on track. Okay, now the pilots are leaving the track. There was just a little discussion going on, but I don't think there's anything worrying like a protest or something like that. I think we are so far so good, which means we have two groups left to go. Group 7.
With Leonessa Leon Fire.
Yeah, there's quite a tight group, I feel, this one. Obviously, they're all kind of equal in a way, but like I said, I mean, the bracket is made to make, in theory, the best performers of every round become, you know, the 7th place pilot out of quali should be 7th in the eliminations. By the way the pilots meet each other. If it always goes to form and the best 2 pilots in a group are the ones who come first and second. Here we've got Leo on Fire, who was qualified in 17th place.
Yep. Actually 18th.
No, it was 17th. Definitely
17th.
was 17th. She was 17th. Then we have XGG from Latvia, who had a few mixed runs in qualifying, but got here in 26th. Arvin is the second fastest of this group, 10th. And J-Box from the States, 7th, but he's not been happy with his flying. This one's a bit trickier to call. Can Leo on Fire get into the top 2? She can, but they're not going to give it to her. She's just slightly behind XGG at the moment. They're both into the Doppios together. Arvin FPV is out in the lead and going across lap 1 completed now. Then it's XGG. Here comes Luisa's first lap. So she's got a few seconds to do, 3 or so to catch up with XGG, who's in second behind Arvin. And J-Box hasn't launched. His woes continue.
Louisa didn't have a really clean lap to her first lap. Let's see if she can recover part of her mistake towards XGG.
Arvin crossing the line with second lap, and XGG within a second of him. Luisa's about 5 seconds behind the leading pair at the moment. Out of the dive tower goes Arvin. XGG is there with him still. Looks like Arvin, XGG, Leo on Fire doing her best to try and get next to the pair of them. They're into the Doppio. Luisa's got a gate to do and she's in there now. Arvin has come out of it and is going for the line, and XGG is right behind him still. First is Arvin, then it's XGG, and Leo on Fire chases it down and pulls back a second or so at the end, but she is third, and it is J-Box who comes in 4th, having not got into the air. So sorry to see that for Joaquin from the States. He's battled in quali. He was disappointed with all of his flying. He still got, at one point, 5th and ended up 9th, went back up to 7th. That's where he finished quali. But to not fly on your first of a double elimination round, that's gonna trouble anybody.
Yeah, both J-Box and Nico couldn't take off from the starting pits. I'm sorry for them.
You want to see every pilot do their best in quali, and then you want to see every pilot do their best in eliminations. That's what we're here for. That's not me throwing shade at them. That's me feeling sorry for any pilot, let alone some good friends of mine. And also, yeah, because J-Box, the only pilot out of the States who are here, brilliant pilot in the Drone Champions League, and in other races too, absolutely. And you know, he can do real life races, he can do sim races. He's really, really good. That's why he finished qualification in 7th, and he didn't complete like every run he was in. He only finished. Out of the 8 rounds of qualification, he finished 16 laps out of 24. He finished 2/3 of his laps.
Yeah.
So, you know, his runs were incomplete. He still got 7th. That's got to show you how good he is. Well, he drops to the lower bracket with Leo on Fire. We have one group left. They are the group for race 8. Their drones are ready. Here come the pilots. It's Kylian Rousseau from France. Ri FEV from Latvia, who was 23rd. Spagel FPV, David Spacek got into the last stages of the top 32 by coming 31st in his final run. Better late than never. David Spacek is in here. And then King Joshi, the second quickest of all of the UK pilots, 15th in qualification, puts him right between Killian and Ri in here. Christian, we just got an announcement that times have been adjusted for J-Box, but we never saw him even take off, and we have no way of seeing what that means because he's not in the brackets, and the times aren't in the brackets, and we don't have a clue what. Where are you, Joshi? I hope you're flying. We've got a launch time for him, have we? They're all in the air.
Yes.
Yep, we've got them all. Killian should just run off with this, as you would expect. Gonna maybe be a very tight battle between Joshi and Ri and Spagel for second. Killian's on his first lap completed with a 25.9. Then it's Joshi in second. Ri is nowhere near them at the moment, 3 seconds behind. And it's a few more before Spagel gets to the party, and he's having more troubles on the start of lap number 2.
Killian looking very good in his performance. He's slowing down a little bit compared to his qualifying.
Yeah, his second lap was better.
He's picking up some speed.
There's a bigger gap now between Joshi in second and Killian in first. And the other pilots, Spagel's not on the third lap yet, and Ri should be, but is struggling to keep this thing alive. So we're looking pretty certain it's Killian and King Joshi going into the next round. Killian finishes in a great time of 1:13.2.
Probably the fastest performance of these double elimination brackets, I would say.
And there is King Joshi securing his place in the next round, keeping his 2 lives and his dreams alive for the UK as he goes through in second. Ri and Spagel will be very disappointed not to get further than that.
So at this point, we finished the first round of double eliminations.
Yep, and we're going to go, I believe, continuing in what we call the upper bracket, which is, if we could draw this thing out. As you can see, race 9, 10, 11, 12 are going to be coming next. They are the pilots who have not come 3rd or 4th yet. So these are all the pilots who have not come 3rd or 4th yet. That's what's happening next. The upper bracket, if it was drawn out on paper. All the pilots who've come 1st and 2nd, they have now been paired up. If you come 1st or 2nd, you keep your lives and you progress to the next race in the same pairing. That doesn't happen in the lower bracket, but it does in the upper bracket. So our first race here, race number 9, is going to feature Long XL and Yuki. Long XL was 2nd in his race behind Yuki. And then we've also got Burkan and Dorian. Burkan was the winner and Dorian was 2nd. Okay, thank you for that. I guess this is what we should be using the announce system for, then to tell us that's irrelevant, don't worry about it. Otherwise we're here going, because there's been so many times when someone's flown and we can't see their video, he might have done a race. Right. So these pilots, the ones feeling a little safer right now. Long XL, 16th out of quali. Burkan, 8th. Yuki, 1st. Dorian, 17th. So it starts to get tighter. As it should do. We are going to be eliminating pilots and getting down to the final 4 over the rest of today. If it was based on bums in seats, so to speak, we'd have a total wipeout here, wouldn't we?
We have 30 seconds for the next
the DDR
race.
team to the pilots. realize. I mean, when you're talking about Long XL, Burkan, Yuki, and Dorian, they know how this works. Get it happening, guys. There is someone hiding in this line, actually. There's Droner FPV, our starter and caller. I'm wondering where everyone is.
Yeah, probably it's going to start a little bit later, just a couple of minutes later.
Round 9. Come on, guys. Hurry up a bit.
Of course, pilots need also to change their channels, I would say, on their drones. So nowadays it's a pretty quick fix because it's all done automatically, even from your radio controller. But obviously, you have to be sure not to mess up your channel and be able to see your drone flying right away. So probably it's going to take a few more minutes, actually a few more moments, not minutes.
I mean, the guys know that, right? You know that you aren't necessarily on the same channel, so you're not necessarily in the first seat flying the drone on the first block. You might have been first seat in every round of qualifying because they didn't change then. You might have been first seat in the first round of eliminations because that's just how you placed. Doesn't mean you're in the first seat in every round.
Absolutely.
People
not.
do have to move. These pilots are all more than experienced enough to know what to look for, right? What channel am I in, and get myself in that. This isn't new to anybody in this top 32. I mean, looking indeed at the 16 pilots who we've got next, who are all the ones who've come first and second. Like, there's a couple of names in here that might be new to a lot of people who do know international racing, but this is not new race direction and format for anybody. So Dorian is hovering around his block. Long XL, their helper is got a drone down. There's Chris. Oh yes, there's Chris, enjoying himself. And remember, Chris was in the first race of the eliminations. He was the pilot who just hung on to that 30-second spot. I'm sure he was very nervous about losing it as we were going through those last few groups. On a scale out of 10, Chris, using your fingers and thumbs, how nervous were you about being 32nd?
0?
0?
Are you really?
You were like, I'm 32nd and no one's going to beat me. 10.
10.
Yeah, okay. Well, he's in the lower bracket, of course. He's not done. You know, he's here helping another pilot get ready for this round, but he's also got a do or die round in about 3 races' time. I think he's spotting for Yuki. Helping for Yuki. Now we're just doing the finger dance. I love the little finger wiggle. Got to give it a better name, though. There it is. Well, what a lineup this is, and we're only into the second round of the eliminations. We've got Long XL, Burkan FPV, Yuki, and Dorian FPV. This is a world-class lineup. So we're going to do this race, and then the 3 races following are all pilots who were first or second in the first round. So nobody gets eliminated at this stage. Everybody who comes 3rd or 4th in this and the next 3 races, those 3rd and 4th place pilots, they have lost a life, but they are not out yet. Let's get some thumbs on pilots. Let's get some people in the air. And obviously, you know, pressure builds. Nobody wants to have a bad run. Nobody wants to miss out with a technical issue like we saw a few of in round 1. But you have to be ready. The race does not wait for you.
Absolutely.
Everyone's got video and everyone's in the air. And out of the straight, quickest. I think it's Dorian who had the best of the starts, as you can see. Then Yuki, Burkan and Long XL. But that was just getting it to the first gates. What about getting it round the first lap? Well, Yuki is in the Doppio, way ahead of Burkan and way ahead of Dorian, I think. And it is first lap claimed by Yuki, then Dorian. And Long XL and Burkan are really close to each other, but they're in 3rd and 4th. They need to be closer to Dorian to get that second secure spot from him. Long XL and Burkan into the tower together. I think Burkan just out of it slightly faster and onto the floor and in a real problem. Long XL continues on in third but hits the next gate. Yuki is blisteringly fast out in front. Dorian doing his best to keep with him. He's 4 seconds behind Yuki after 2 laps. Yuki is away, and there's another drone trying to come back for a pilot, but hitting something hard. This is looking good to call as a win for Yuki. There it is. And I think Dorian will be somewhat limping to the line, but getting there now. That's Yuki and Dorian getting the wins.
So unfortunately, Burkan is our first eliminated, I would say.
No.
No?
No. These are all pilots who haven't lost a life.
Oh, okay. So
Long XL and Burkan will now drop down into the lower bracket.
lower brackets,
And
yeah.
we'll be meeting some of the pilots who are already down.
Already down, yeah. Sorry for the confusion.
No.
R7 Paulus. Elimination round 11. Be ready for the live will check. R1, Yayu, F2, Small, Yuki, F4, Drone D, R7, Ennis, FPV. But first, elimination round number 10. R1, Gigenga, FPV, F2, Fenomen, F4,
Yeah, I was
Tope,
thinking the last one
R7,
earlier,
Paulus. Pilots, if you need a helper,
Occasionally
or
the
your quad,
bottom right of the 6 panels is nice to see for something
so
else.
many pilots here in the area. If you need help, there's always somebody willing to help.
Do you prefer this being 4 or
Yeah, it's fine.
keep it as it is?
Just ask somebody and always somebody will help you.
So the way, to give you a feel for bracket organising, if you're into your administration, Yuki and Dorian winning that one means they go straight to the next round of the pilots who are in the upper bracket. They will race the pilots who come first and second in this race. It's not quite so straightforward in the lower bracket, but in the upper bracket it is fairly easy. We know that Yuki and Dorian first and second in that run, they're going into the next round, and the first and second place pilots of these 4 are going to race against them. Who will it be out of Gigenga FPV from Japan, Fenomen from France, Topi from Latvia, and Pavelos from Poland, the reigning multi-GP champion?
The climate is getting cooler and we're having some gusts of wind
Yeah.
on the track. Some flags are moving a little bit more, maybe towards the pilot area and not
Yeah,
at
it's
the
the
end of
opposite of what we've seen. There's wind at this end and not the other end, whereas more often yesterday, whenever it was a bit windy, it was always the other way round.
Yeah.
So off of the launch and going into the straightaway, a little bit of wind. Coming out the other end, no wind from what I can tell from the flags down there.
Yeah, probably those trees at the end of the track are protecting some of the wind at the end of the track.
Pilots ready? Your call.
Right, let's get this race number 10 underway. Gigenga FPV, Fenomen, Tope, and Pavelos. The best start is Tope's again. 2 tenths ahead of Pavelos, who was 2 above Fenomen, and 1 more above Gigenga. And Gigenga hits hard. So Topi out in front, just a little overshoot there and having to correct and find their way. Pavelos may have got past them, definitely had an opportunity to, but we are landing though and aborting this race as we have a fire from Gigenga's drone at the furthest point of the course. There's a lot of smoke coming from all the way over there.
Yeah, that's
An
burning very
extinguisher
well.
in the hands of Matteo. Love to get a track camera on Matteo now as he gets into action.
Wow.
I think it's Matteo.
Yeah, he's Matteo Gandini.
There he is, and you can see the smoke, and it's not coming from anything near that gate. In fact, it's a long, long way
It's
behind.
a lot
that
of
drone.
smoke this time.
It
Wow.
really is, actually. There we go. Well done, Christian, the cameraman, and everything extraordinaire. Why isn't Christian the live producer and cameraman, replay operator, sound engineer, and lighting guy not putting out the fire, is what I ask myself. Why isn't, I just feel like he's,
He doesn't want to risk. We don't want to risk him because if he
That's
gets
true.
on fire, we're
Yeah, true.
pretty
true.
much screwed
Yeah,
up.
We're in trouble.
It's going to take a few more moments,
It's
I
like
think.
Matteo's trying to stare it out.
Yeah, a
Like
lot.
you, I'm just going to stare at you about how disappointed I am. Stop that now. You're just letting yourself down.
A lot of energy busting out that lipo.
So I wonder what it was that Gagenga hit. Because it was a bang, and I would have assumed it was the tower, because that's the hardest thing on this course. But
Not sure we
they are a
reached
long
that.
way from the tower. And I didn't catch it, I'm
Yeah,
sorry to say, as I was looking at the,
I'm pretty sure we didn't reach the tower
the
yet.
timings. Well, you can see the smoke coming off of
Oh,
it.
yes,
Ah,
it's the
excellent.
tower.
Our everything
No?
extraordinaire is on the gate. It's that gate.
Yes.
That hit.
It doesn't seem a really harsh hit, but
No.
This heat will have a rerun, but first, we're gonna have a little break.
So we're just going to take a little moment getting the track cleared, and then we're going to have a rerun of this. I'm not sure if Gagenga would be in that rerun.
So guys, enjoy, have some food, make some repairs.
we can now smell the chemicals from the battery.
And we are the furthest point from that part of the track. We are literally the opposite corner. There's somebody running extremely fast.
Yeah.
One of the pilots or one of the crew. Running very, very fast to, I think, get Gagenga's drone, I would have guessed. Here they are. That was amazing. Did you see that? He walked,
Yeah.
a guy in blue and white walked, and as he went behind the gate, he turned into Mad X. Please do it again the other way. Ah, there's two of them. They've spoiled the trick. Yeah, I think Gagenga's going to be out and not get in the rerun because it's their crash. Gosh,
Wow.
it is still smelling
It's
all
still
this way.
Still smoking.
Okay, well, we will reset and get that race in the air as soon as we can.
Yeah.
I'm running to the bathroom.
So finally, they're clearing the track out. They've been able to extinguish the flammable drone. Actually, the drone going into flames. Matteo Gandini, it's doing also his firefighting activity today. Un paio di commenti in italiano per il nostro pubblico qui presente. Si è interrotta momentaneamente la competizione in quanto uno dei droni ha impattato in maniera molto forte contro uno dei gate, mandando a fuoco inevitabilmente alcuni dei componenti del suo drone. In questo caso, dal fumo bianco che abbiamo potuto vedere, sicuramente una batteria al litio che ha preso fuoco. Abbiamo visto una colonna di fumo alzarsi in maniera molto veloce. Queste batterie sono un concentrato di potenza, quindi se dovessero danneggiarsi o avere comunque dei cortocircuiti interni per qualsiasi ragione, anche e soprattutto per impatti forti, il rischio di incendio è purtroppo abbastanza elevato. Sono dei componenti super potenti. Quindi in questo momento il direttore di circuito, Matteo Gandini, nonché uno dei due personaggi più importanti in tutta questa organizzazione degli Speedy Pizza, Matteo Gandini e Matteo Barella. In questo momento Matteo Gandini sta mettendo la batteria nel secchio di sabbia, come solitamente viene fatto in questi casi, in quanto la batteria tende a dover bruciare tutta la sua energia fino alla fine, buttandola dentro il secchio di sabbia, quantomeno rimane confinato il pericolo e il rischio. Quindi ancora qualche minuto, qualche secondo, giustamente per dare il tempo a Matteo di rientrare alla base insieme all'estintore, mettere tutto in sicurezza e avremo la possibilità di rivolare questa hit che, come abbiamo detto, si è dovuta interrompere in maniera brusca. Confermo che le cose si stanno mettendo bene. Il circuito viene considerato sicuro in questo momento. Ho di fronte a me anche Matteo Barella. che coordinandosi con le rice trasmittenti stanno gestendo tutti gli aspetti di questa competizione. E invitiamo il pubblico anche ad andare a vedere nella tensostruttura dietro il circuito, dove ci saranno cose interessanti da vedere di modellismo. Quindi, come stavo dicendo, nella tensostruttura dall'altra parte del campo sportivo potrete eventualmente vedere sia una telecronaca in lingua italiana che le immagini in diretta di quello che sta succedendo. Ci sarà anche un campo di drone soccer, una specialità dove dei droni sferici, dei droni con una gabbia sferica intorno, vengono condotti attorno appunto a dei cerchi per cercare di eseguire appunto dei gol, da lì appunto il nome drone soccer. Ci sono dei food truck dove potrete eventualmente trovare delle succolente salamelle, hot dog, hamburger e anche bevande, birra e bevande di vario genere. Quindi ancora qualche istante prima di ripristinare la gara. Si è alzato un po' di vento in questa zona di piloti. So back in English again, we've been able to secure the track. Matteo Gandini was able to extinguish the fire, and the drones are all safely back in the pit area. We still have a few moments, a couple of minutes probably, before the heat can be rerun. The heat was between Fenomen, Topi, Pauelos, and Goganga. And from what we've understood, Goganga's drone went on fire, and now we have to understand if Goganga will be able to take part of this competition or if his drone being on fire is automatically eliminated by for the next rerun. I would like to underline the help of Matteo Barella, that's helping us out in every aspect in this organization. Matteo Barella, Matteo Gandini, the two guys behind all of this, with the help of Dutch Drone Racing, their super professional technical assistance, video, audio, and everything you're able to see here. It's thanks to them. So just a few moments more. Thanks for your patience. We're trying to get back racing as soon as possible. We can feel the temperature. It's going probably under 20 degrees approximately. I can check this out probably. We're about 22 degrees now. A little gust of winds around the track help us clear the chemicals that burst into flame from the LiPo battery. So we've been able to run the first 8 double elimination rounds, actually heats. From there, only one next heat was being able to, we were being able to fly, where we had Yuki against Long XL, against Birkin, against Dorian. And Yuki and Dorian came in first and second place. Long XL and Birkin came in third and fourth place. That was our 9th heat. And the next heat, the 10th heat, where we experienced this fire of the LiPo, is going to be again, it was going to be a rerun again by Fenomen, Topi, Pauelos, and Goganga. Probably Goganga won't be taking part of this. So okay, we've been informed that we are going to have a break now for approximately 20 minutes. So we will be back in racing and in at 12:30. So we are ready to restart our double elimination rounds. We will be having a rerun from the second, let's say, quarterfinal, if we can call it like that, from between Phenomen, Topi, and Pawelos. Goganga is not going to take part of this heat because his drone went on fire, as we've seen previously. The next heat will start in a few seconds. Ten seconds.
Yeah, so now the pilots have to get themselves ready to come and get it again. Goganga, the one who caused the run to stop after being on fire, after a big hit on one of the inflatables, not even the big, heavy dive tower. So 3 pilots, top 2 are the ones who stay with their 2 lives. These are all quite well matched, these pilots, I would say. I think Topi maybe not quite as sort of internationally talked about, just slightly less than Pavel, who won the MultiGP championship, and Phenomen, who's on the big French team. But Topi is a brilliant pilot too. He's just slightly behind Pavel, who's just slightly behind Phenomen at the moment.
Topi is in the third spot, but he's like 2 seconds behind them.
Phenomen away on their third lap, and it's very close between Pavel and Topi now for second and third, but Topi gets absolutely wiped out coming to the end of his second lap. He's going to recover it, so Pavel's got to keep flying on and not think second is safe. Meanwhile, Phenomen is through the dive tower, and Pavel's gaining on Phenomen. It's getting a lot closer between them. Pavel was in front of Phenomen for a while on the last lap, but now it's all anybody's to take here, I think, as it looks like Topi is going to stay third. So it's going to be Pavel who gets the win in this group, and Phenomen comes in now 2.5 seconds behind Pavel, and Topi didn't finish the second lap, which is such a shame, as he was very much in contention with both of them. So we've got
Our winners
Pavel
are Pavel
and
and Phenomen.
Phenomen.
And the first life lost for Topi and Goganga.
Coming up, elimination round number 11. R1. Yayu, F2, Small Yuki, F4, Drone R7, NSFPD. Elimination round 12, be ready for the live vote check. R1, Iliad, F2, XGG, F4, Arvin, R7, King Joshi. But first, coming up, elimination round number 11. R1, Yayu, F2, Small Yuki, F4, Drone R7, NSFPD.
Okay, so we continue with our second round of eliminations of all the pilots who have got their 2 lives. We go for what we're calling race 11 with Yayu from France, Small Yuki from Japan, then Drone FPV from the Netherlands, and Emis FPV from Latvia. So we have Small Yuki, who's been locked in on 3rd place in qualifying for many, many of the rounds. Yayu had 4th all the way up until the last round of quali when he crashed, and that gave him 5th instead. And then we have Drone FPV from the Netherlands, who is not as well known as maybe Keepy, maybe 1 or 2 other Netherlands pilots, internationally, I mean. 12th in quali, so yeah, Drone D is making a statement, which I'm delighted about. And Emis FPV, we've seen him at a few international races, just a young, brilliant pilot out of Latvia. But he's got some catching up to do here, as his time in this run, in the best run, got him 22nd. But I will point out that between Yayu, who is the 2nd quickest in this pilot in this race, between him and Drone D, who's the 3rd, there's about 4 seconds, just over. And between Drone D and Emis, it's about 3 and a bit seconds. So you'd expect on form Small Yuki and Yayu to be 1 and 2, but
It's Droneracing.
it's Droneracing. Hit something hard, get completely wiped out, it's over for you, like we saw for Goganga, although they will lose 1 life and have another go. But yeah, you know, unlikely to get anything like a missed turn at this level, but it does happen. But bouncing off of a gate, that can lose you a bit more than you would realize. So, it's a good start for everybody except Small Yuki, who is rolling around next to the blocks. They just collapsed off of the starting blocks, I think. They've got enough speed, though, to maybe put a bit of a shock
Yayu
in
hit
this.
a gate.
And
Really
Yayu
bad.
is all over the place. 1 and 2 are the first and seconds to have a bit of a problem here. So Drone D FPV is going to be the first one to start lap number 2. And MS FPV has had some real issues on the first lap, according to the timings.
It looks like Emis took a very long time to start his first lap.
I don't think that...
Unless he's on his second lap now.
MS is flying very well, so the timings will get adjusted afterwards. We'll just enjoy what we see from him as he's now moving away. Yeah, he's not clocking laps. He's on lap number 3, I'm sure, but the timer hasn't registered it.
So we have first place for Emis and second place for Drone D, I would say.
I think so, yeah. And then I think... Actually, no, I think Small Yuki has caught Drone D. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, no. No,
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet. It's Emis is first, we're sure. Drone D is second, going around the lonely gate right now. Maybe just past Emis. Oh, I think Drone D has stolen it from Emis on the final gate. And I think Emis will be second, but his times haven't come in for any of the laps. But I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure Drone D gets the win. Emis came second.
We're talking about 300ths of a second. Or, sorry, 0.3 of a second, probably. Drone D first, Emis second.
And then who was third and fourth out of Small Yuki and Yayu is for the judging and adjudicators to settle. It does matter because third and fourth go into different groups in the lower bracket, unlike the upper bracket where everybody stays in happy pairs. So Yayu losing a life already, and Small Yuki. That's the third and fifth pilots in qualifying.
Yayu came fourth because he didn't finish the laps, while Small Yuki.
Oh.
Small Yuki was able to recover that really bad start.
Well, Drone D FPV from the Netherlands, MS FPV from Latvia, they'll be making their way to the next race in the upper bracket, but they'll have a little bit of a break because we got some lower bracket elimination races to do before we get to that. And we got one more, in this round
Of the winner bracket.
Yeah, the upper winner, whichever you like.
Yeah.
I prefer upper and lower because I don't like winner and, well, therefore loser. Which is what some people call the pilots who are in the eliminations. Upper and lower, however, only really makes sense if you see it graphically, and then it makes a lot of sense. Essentially, it's kind of race and eliminations, is what I think. Except the whole thing is called eliminations. Though I've worked on a few different events. We've had this discussion many, many times, trying to make it appropriate. It's been called the Rebound in another one of the events I worked. But as cool as that kind of name was, it makes it sound like if you win that race, you go back into what we're thinking of as the upper bracket. You've rebounded to where you were, but you don't. You just stay in.
Yeah.
Because once you're in the bracket with everybody who's lost a life, you don't ever go back into the other
Until
one.
the end.
Yeah, so... Anyway, that's the exciting world behind the scenes of drone racing in the administrative spreadsheet world of drone racing, which I haven't yet commentated on. That's a lie, I probably have. I've commentated on a lot of random things. Anywho, let's talk about the last 4 pilots of the 16 that we started this round with who haven't lost a life yet. Monsieur Rousseau is here and was second quickest and all but fastest, but pipped to it by Yuki. XGG from Latvia was 26th in qualies, Armin FPV was 10th, and King Joshi was 15th. So these have all made it through their first round. And how much of an upset will we get here? Well, I mean, if Killian has a problem, then everybody else might get a better place, but it's very unlikely knowing the standards of Killian. So let's assume he comes in first. Who comes second? Well, there was 2.2 seconds between Arvin and King Joshi, so let's see. XGG had a little bit more of a problematic qualifying, finished a little bit further down than them, and also had many more issues. But all 4 going through the dive tower. Killian, of course, leading everybody to the next parts. XGG getting there now. Arvin and King Joshi very close to each other in the doppio. Joshi just behind Arvin. He had the worst of the starts, King Joshi, but he's managed to gain a place. He's ahead of XGG, but he's a little way behind the much more experienced Arvin FPV. Arvin racing nicely too. Got to stay ahead of King Joshi, and I think he's opened up a fair gap now as Joshi enters the doppio and Arvin exits it. Arvin across the line for his second lap completed. Here comes Joshi. He is 2.1 seconds behind Arvin if he wants to get that second place. So he needs to turn it up a bit. Meanwhile, Killian is over 3 seconds ahead. XGG still got something to say here though. King Joshi might lose the third place to him. Yeah, I think King Joshi's behind XGG now, but they're battling for third and fourth. Killian's the winner and it is Arvin second. And Joshi is in trouble and XGG is in third. Oh, Joshua Stevens, King Joshi from the UK, lands with something all over his quad that he did not want there. And a fourth place to it as well. Third was his for a lot of that. Second was getting away from him with Arvin showing how even at such a young age he's at so many races and it really pays off for him.
Killian scored 3 laps in 23 seconds. Arvin 3 laps in 24 seconds each. So great consistency from both of them, but Killian was actually 1 second faster than Arvin.
So completing the next round then of the pilots with flawless so far. It's Killian leading into that one and Arvin FPV will go in with him, which means we're going to get Drone D, MS, Killian and Arvin all facing each other, I think, in the next round. But we've got other races to do first. We now turn our attention to the 16 pilots who lost by coming third or fourth, who lost a life in their first round. So they came third or fourth, which means they are in this side. So this is, as you see, the coding DE, the double elimination. So this is when if you get eliminated, again, that is your second time, you are done. So from this race on, we are going to lose 2 pilots in every single race. All the way to the finish, I think.
Round 14, be prepared for the lipo check. R1, Leo on fire. F2, Nicho FPV. F4, Stegel FPV. R7, Bear Racer.
So the pilots in this are actually split from the other pilot they raced against just now. Whereas if you come first or second, you will find the other pilot in your next race. If you come third or fourth, you will be in a different group if you came third than if you came fourth. So these groups get a little more mixed up, which is very interesting. In race 13, the first one of the do or die races, Geek from Italy will be up against Damon FPV from Hungary, Keepy from the Netherlands, and Mathieu from France. So these pilots, fascinatingly, Keepy was 24th in qualifying, Damon was 25th and only 7 tenths behind him. Geek was 27th and about 4 tenths behind Damon, and Mathieu from France was 29th and he was actually a whole second behind Geek. So there's not a lot covering these 4 pilots. It's 1.4 seconds. No, I beg your pardon, 2.1 seconds. I'm looking at the wrong time. 2.1 seconds covered all 4 of these pilots on their best runs, which were not all at the same time, of course. This one is going to be quite a close race. And if you're first or second, you stay in this double elimination bracket. If you are third or fourth, you are the first to be eliminated here in Italy. The pressure now is very real.
3 out of 4 of these pilots have a 26.2, 26.6, 26.2 as their fastest lap. The only faster time recorded is from Keepy, 25.4. So he has maybe a little bit of margin, even being the faster qualifier. But as we said, it's drone racing. Nothing is written.
Statistically, yeah, Keepy in the best shape for this run. But what I'll also point out, which is quite interesting, number fans, we have this main straightaway down diagonally straight out of the blocks and then through the first gate, and all the way the time is measured until you reach the last gate on the straight, having gone through the bottom of the tower. That's where we do our speed trap. And Keepy, although he's the quickest overall of all of these pilots, he's the slowest in that straight line by at least 3 kilometers an hour or thereabouts, which shows you its consistency, right? They may be quicker than him down that straight line, but that's a small part of the entire track. It's obviously the fastest part. You would think being a straight line, it's the easiest part. I'm not saying it's the easiest, but it's not as easy as people think because of all the other gates that might trip you up if you don't get your entry right. And when you're all in there together, which you might well be, and very likely to be, because you can't wait until each other goes like you did in qualifying, then it gets a bit cozy, particularly around a big wooden tower. Good luck, pilots. And the launch, a little careful for everybody, just out there. Quite slow for Keepy compared to the others, but all of them taking over 2 seconds to reach the whole shot. Mathieu from France wants to come and own this, and he's got a bit of a lead. Damon and Geek chasing him. Keepy's only through the tower now, so Keepy got some catching up to do. Mathieu comes out of the doppio, but he's very hesitant on the final part of it. And Damon FPV is down, not the Hungarian Roland Ronto. No, he's back and he's going to fight again. But he's got a lot of catching up to do. Everybody else getting away. Mathieu in the lead. Geek, the next pilot. And then behind them, it's looking like Keepy might be getting eliminated if he stays where he is. But this race is not over yet. Into the doppio is Geek in second place. Keepy is in there as well. Damon is not getting it back on the lines he needs to find. And in fact, it's very, very close between Mathieu and Geek now. And Keepy, they're all within a few tenths of each other. And Geek is getting a big crash. And Keepy is going to get a bit lucky, I think. He was close to him. Can Damon FPV move up? He might well be third. Can he get up to second? There's a lot to do. Keepy can't take his foot off the gas here. Mathieu is home. And Keepy had a brilliant finish. Wow, that was a sudden finish from Keepy as well, which is going to keep him alive as Damon FPV comes around the final turns now. Here's the last gate. Damon takes third after Geek didn't finish, but third and fourth means that Geek and Damon FPV from Italy and Hungary are sadly the first two pilots to leave us here in the eliminations. But what battles they did to get into the eliminations in the first place. Great work from both of them. But Geek and Damon are out. Yeah, it's going to be like that from now on until we go back to the upper bracket, and then there is, I think, 2 races where there won't be an elimination. But there's Keepy walking out on track to recover his quad, and he needs it, and he's going to fly it again. We already did. Thank you. All right, so that was eliminations race 13, where we lose Damon and Geek. It was almost Keepy, but Geek, big crash.
Yeah,
You're done.
unfortunately, yeah. Geek was very, very close to Mathieu.
Now in the next race, we have Leo on fire, the women's world champion and the much-loved Italian pilot Luisa Rizzo. She is down in this double elimination. She's in her elimination fight now. Nicho from Germany is here, along with Spagel FPV and Bear Racer too. Yeah, real mixed bracket, this one. Italy, Germany, Czechia, and France. Quickest of these pilots is Luisa Rizzo, based on best performances. But there's not a lot in it in terms of placing. That said, her time is 1.5 seconds quicker than Bear Racer, who's second. Can anybody catch Bear Racer? Well, Nicho was only 3.5 seconds behind him. Spagel FPV was about 4.5 seconds behind him on their best. So Leo on fire and Bear Racer might be feeling, just got to get a solid run in here and it should work out for me. But as we've seen and as we know very well, can't take anything for granted. A little delay before Leo on Fire, Nicho, FPV, Spaggle FPV, and Bear Racer fight for their World Drone Cup Italian lives.
Okay, 10 seconds before the next heat.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Come and get it. And they will. The best of the starts, it's Luisa's. Just ahead is Spaggle, then Nicho, and Bear Racer's video's gone, and so is Spaggle FPV's for us. This might have got a lot easier for Leo on Fire and Nicho FPV, as at the moment they are the only two flying. Leo on Fire a turn ahead, she's coming to the line, and now Nicho, so it's only about half a second between first and second. And now Spaggle, David Spacek from Czechia, is back and flying, but so far behind and hits the triplo so hard. Good night. He might get that back, but that was a very, very big straight-on bounce and sent him to the ground, and I don't think that drone will be coming away just yet. Leo on Fire with a bit more of a lead over Nicho than she had. She's on to her third lap, and Nicho just gets there now. So it's 2 and a little more seconds, 2.2 between Leo on Fire and Nicho, who are the only two still flying. Neither of them need to take any risks. First and second progress together. But statement-making time, perhaps. Although the best lap from these two pilots is a few seconds quicker for each of them than what they're managing here in the racing. And there it is, Luisa Rizzo continues. Leo on Fire wins out race 14. And Nicho will go forwards as well. And yes, Spaggle FPV from Czechia
And Bear Racer.
and Bear Racer from France are the next to leave. Bear Racer was putting in really good performances earlier as well, throughout qualifying. So they'll be very disappointed about that.
Next race begins in 2 minutes.
So now we will have Bon FPV, our 32nd place qualifier, against GoPro Master Italy, Timmy Sweden, and Dan Buster UK. Dan Buster didn't have a good run actually. His first. He was one of the two that was missing the video, if I remember right.
Yeah, Bon FPV, that 32nd place pilot, who's still having fun. I think he feels the pressure is off, to be honest. I think he did what he wanted. He made the eliminations, and because he's there in 30 seconds, he knows everything is against him. So, gonna play. GoPro Masters 19th though, and Dan Buster's 13th, and Timmy in 9th. These are three pilots. Well, no, Timmy and Dan Buster theoretically should have stayed in the top 16, and therefore should not be here. Whereas if you are 17th or lower, you are supposed to be losing to the top 16 pilots. But
mathematically speaking, yeah.
GoPro Master should be in the double eliminations, having been 19th. Timmy and Dan Buster, after Dan Buster's brilliant performances and Timmy making moves up and up and up through that leaderboard, I think Timmy will be delighted to be 9th. I think Dan Buster will fancy his chances at any race he's in, having spoken to him back in the UK. I know he's been inspired by some of the international competitors, some of the really big names, that he wants to be them. Certainly doesn't want to be eliminated after 2 races out of 2 in the elimination bracket, having done so well and considerably better than all the other UK pilots in qualifying. So if you go by form, Dan Buster ought to be second. His best time of 1:15.8 is a fair bit faster than GoPro Master's 1:18.8, 3 seconds. So there ought to be, based on that, a Dan Buster in the next elimination races. But we'll see.
We'll see in the next few seconds.
Dan Buster's top speed is much faster than GoPro Master's. His fastest lap is almost a second faster than GoPro Master's. 3 seconds between his best time overall and GoPro Master, as I said. Timmy, just about 2 seconds quicker than Dan Buster overall. Got to put it all out there now. Do or die time for our third race of the double eliminations. Away we go. It's a really good start for GoPro Master and Dan Buster. A few tenths between them and Timmy and Bon FPV. But where is Dan Buster now? Not like this, cries the whole British community. I don't think he's flying. I think the video we're seeing is what he's seeing.
Wow.
Heading for the line, it is going to be Timmy getting there first, I think he does. Yes, GoPro Master is there now. Bon FPV, no, was ahead of GoPro Master. It was just really close between second and third. And Timmy is having a little bit of a tidier time of it out in the front. Yes. Don't let anything slip, though.
Yeah, it's a really tough competition between Bon FPV and GoPro Master. We've seen Bon FPV's drone in the GoPro Master feed many times now, and probably he's seen that also.
Christian, you might want to go to GoPro Master full screen instead of chase.
Ooh, Bon FPV.
A really good run here. Timmy looking very safe, I feel.
I would say second place for GoPro Master now.
GoPro Master looks like, yeah, we think he might have got past Bon FPV as they're into the triplet. And yeah, I think Bon FPV is the one now doing the chasing. And there's quite a lot of time between them.
Ooh, another hit from Bon.
Now the chase is over, go back to all of them. Yeah, this race is coming to a stop too soon for a few of the pilots. Timmy gets it all completed in a time that's actually about 6 or 7 seconds slower than he can do on this track. But it's a win for Timmy. It's staying alive for Timmy. That's what he needs.
And second place for GoPro Master. Instead, we have the elimination of Bon FPV and Dan Buster. Really unlucky performance by Dan Buster. I mean, losing his first flight and...
Yeah, Dan Buster leaving this. As we said, the best of the British pilots who are here. The only other British pilot in the top 32 is King Joshi, and he's still in the upper side of things.
He is.
But there, Dan Buster, just race after race, was doing so well. And that one, barely saw anything of him.
Yeah, he basically didn't race his first elimination round, and in this round he just crashed. So, fortunately, not a good performance from him. So this is going to be the fourth and probably last lower bracket heat.
That's right, yeah. So race 16 will have Sav from Spain, FPV from Latvia, Super Ewan from France, and J-Box, the only pilot here, proudly representing the USA. 7th in qualifying, Joaquin was. He shouldn't be anywhere close to a double elimination knockout race, but he is having trouble with his kit, not flying anywhere near as well as we can do. And he did that also throughout a lot of the qualification races. But when he did fly, he put in for a while the best lap, and you know, went up all the way up to sort of 5th place out of absolutely nowhere if you weren't familiar with his racing. And there's Pavel at the blocks, I'm guessing helping J-Box, I think. And Bon FPV just retrieves his quad from the last race that he was in. There he leaves the track. I'm liking those blue and white jerseys, I've got to say. That's got a bit of coolness about it. Matthew getting some steps in, of course, just to remind us he's still working, still here, always working. There's Sav on the right. And that's Dan Buster, I think. Is that Dan Buster? I think so. Out, sadly for them. Do the little finger dance for Ree.
Unplugging the battery? No, he's plugging it back in. Okay.
Okay, power cycling it. doop, boop. You know the noises.
Yeah.
Yep, props are spinning. Yep, we got some movement. Stay on the block, which of course it will.
Perfect. Ready
Right,
to
so
go.
Ree is ready, along with Super Ewan and Sav, and Pavelos was helping J-Box as his runner there. So, I truly hope we see the best of all these guys. Sav has put in a great finish in quali, so we'd love to see them put in a good fight here. Ree was doing very well for Latvia, hoping to keep their dreams alive. Super Ewan, one maybe of the overlooked French pilots, doing well, and J-Box will hate having a fight for his life, although maybe he'll enjoy rising to the challenge. I know he can.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race
You're not first, you have to be second.
Oh, a drone fell from the starting blocks.
Oh, it's Rees.
It's Rees.
Rees has fallen off the block. Ah, that's a very loud sounding
Sav
smash.
against the wooden
Oh,
gate.
Sav and Super Ewan is in all kinds of trouble. J-Box in second. Ree FPV is out in the lead and nobody else is anywhere to be found. Get this first lap flown and let Sav or Super Ewan get more out of their quad, and they may well do. But even if they do, they've got a lot of catching up to do. Ree FPV is on lap number 2, and so is J-Box.
Will that count as a false start from Ree? What do you think?
We'll come back to that after the adjudicators make a decision. They didn't hit the... Well, we'll talk about that later on. Let's concentrate on Ree and J-Box, who are still racing nicely here. Super Ewan looks like it's over for their French pilots. And Sav still getting in communication with the drone, but it's not in the air. And even if it was, J-Box would have to have a big crash for Sav to catch them. Instead, Ree FPV clear out in front. J-Box just a few seconds behind them, and that's okay. Although Ree wobbles, and J-Box catches them in the mid-air of the tower. And there, Ree is down. I'm sure that was a mid-air. He was hesitating over the top of the dive tower. J-Box comes and collides with him. J-Box now the only one flying.
Ree is
He's
back out.
completing the doppio. Ree continues again. Good. Nobody wants to get wiped out by a mid-air. And J-Box gets the win in a classically untidy race 16. Ree FPV is bringing his drone into the doppio, way behind and a lot slower, as you can see, but still flying. Super Ewan's is going to do everything it can to come back into the air. We had a bit of a movement there. Regardless, Ree FPV makes this race over as they finished it in second behind J-Box. J-Box continues. Ree will continue as well. And although Super Ewan nearly got back into the ground, back off of the ground, I'm sorry, back off of the ground, no. That's a lot of noise.
So this is the crash of Sav against the wooden... Oh, mid-air.
Oh, mid-air!
And then bang
into
against
it.
the... Oh, wow.
Oh. Yeah, sad to see Sav go.
Mid-air between probably Sav and Super Ewan.
Not sure. So you were asking about the full start. That'll get obviously checked. And we do have an adjustment. Guys, I saw the announcement that there's been an adjustment, but we don't know what that means because we have no data. We don't see an outcome of a race. The bracket doesn't get updated, so we don't know.
Coming up, R1, Droneracing, F2, FPV,
Right.
F4, GoPro Master,
But there was an announcement that Ree's times were updated.
J-Box. Elimination round 18. Prepare yourself for the LiPo check. R1, Leo on fire. F2, small Yuki. F4, Kiki. R7, King Joshi. For the first elimination round 17. R1, Long XL. F2, Gigenga FPV. F4, GoPro Master. And R7, J-Box.
Find that.
So basically now we're going to have a run between the pilots that have lost only one of their lives. In this case, the next seat will be against Long XL, Goganga, and GoPro Master and J-Box. Long XL, Goganga lost their first life, let's call it like that, on their second run, while GoPro Master and J-Box lost their life on the first run, but they won their second run. So, or actually, they came in at the first two places in the second run. So basically, all these pilots have lost one of their lives. So it's going to be an elimination round.
Yeah, every pilot in this stage has lost a life, like the races we've just seen, but this is the next stage of this eliminations bracket. But yes, so the ones who've just survived those 4 do or die races with everybody having lost a life, they now have to fly again. This will be their 3rd race, but they're flying against pilots who came first or second in their first race, and then slower down in their second. So this will be the 3rd race for them as well, but
So
in
basically,
theory, they should be the better pilots, right?
Yeah. Basically, we're still working on the lower bracket.
Yes.
The higher bracket is now a little bit on a stop. We will see.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we do
them
all of these and
compete.
2 more as well, and then we'll go back and find some more pilots to continue and some more pilots to come down and race those who are still fighting to stay alive. But we will also continually have races now featuring well-known, big-name international pilots because there are fewer and fewer competitors. So like Long XL, very well-known Chinese pilot, much loved in the drone racing community. Brilliant with the China Dragons in the Drone Champions League. Also great in their own right at international races. And so helpful and so kind and always happy. And I've got a big fan of Long XL, as is our darling on camera over there on the right. She's a big fan of Long XL too. Always seeing them together at races. And Long XL will help anybody and always have some fun. And when we did the World Drone Racing Championship in Hangzhou in China last October, where Yuki became the world champion and Luisa Rizzo became the women's world champion, Long XL sent a really nice message to everybody who was traveling, to all the competitors, to all the teams, to myself as well, who was going to commentate, and was like, right, if you need anything. Well, first he sent some advice, like, right, you probably want to get Alipay because we all use that to payment for things. Nobody uses cards and cash. It's all done on Alipay. You want to get this, you want to get this, you want to get this. Sort this stuff before you go because remember you can't access like Google things in China unless you're doing it in a certain way. And also, if you need anything at all, message me and I will help you.
Wow.
Like, and just was this brilliant ambassador for Chinese racing. I don't think the Chinese community realize what a great ambassador Long XL is for Chinese pilots. Which is a shame, because he is much loved. Goganga in this from Japan after their crash, which led to a big fire, so they're probably not flying their favored drone, I guess. We'll see. And then we have GoPro Master from Italy, who is the second quickest of all of the Italian pilots, just behind Luisa Rizzo, who's the fastest of all these Italian pilots. And then we have J-Box from the States, who came through the last round pretty unscathed, but has got to go again. Matthew's got a drone. Chris is back. Sav is around. And J-Box and Long XL have raced each other a few times, I think, in the DCL and maybe individual races. There's Mad X too, helping out. He'll be being helper for Goganga. Mad X in the all black. Glad he got some good runs in quali because he had 2 complete non-starts. I think maybe even 3 complete non-starts yesterday on day 1.
Next race begins in 30 seconds.
Okay, we've got 30 seconds before 2 more pilots are fighting to stay in and 2 more pilots are fighting and not managing to. I'm hearing animated, I'm hearing Long XL is what I'm hearing. animated sort of yells towards Chris on the blocks for them. I think it was.
Yeah, pilots seem to be ready now.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Gagenga's video. I hope Gagenga is seeing Gagenga's video. I don't think so because their goggles are up. No,
They're-
wait.
Yeah, they're fixing something on Goganga's goggles. Looks like some kind of antenna swap. Yeah. Or it might be J-Box, sorry. Yeah.
Having a little bit of a, something needing a bit of work just as you are literally about to fly. Well, we got video. And we got racers. We got weird times though. They're going to need to look at. So the screen fills with the orange dive towers. Everybody is in that in close succession, but I think it's J-Box in fourth at the moment. He's coming out of the Doppio just ahead of GoPro Master, so he's done a good bit of work there. But the first one to the line, it is GoPro Master, then Gagenga. Long XL and J-Box, second and third, I think. I think there's a little bit of a timing glitch. I think it's Gagenga out in the lead. I think it's Long XL second. J-Box ahead of GoPro Master third and fourth. But I think I'm feeling like J-Box is moving through the field. He's well up into, I think he's ahead of Long XL now. Yeah, I think it's Gagenga, J-Box, Long XL, trying to place GoPro Master amongst all of them. I think GoPro Master is behind. And I think J-Box might be pushing up into the lead and might be about to win this thing. Oh, that is really difficult to call as he hasn't got his final lap time. Yeah, that one's going to need some verification. It might have been J-Box who won it. It was looking like Gagenga throughout. I don't think some of the laps and the start times are quite right.
Probably the second lap of J-Box is the sum of the second and third time.
Could be.
40 second,
Could be. But I'm not
47.
sure any of Long XL's times are right because it said it was 4 seconds to reach the first gate and they were all pretty much in it together. And everybody else was at 2. Yeah, we're going to need a very thorough verification of that one from our judges and adjudicators and so on. We really don't know who's in from that. Race time's being adjusted. Let's have a look and see. Yeah, we'll let you know when we know who is proceeding from that one.
Elimination round 19. Prepare yourself for the live road check. R1, Lurcon FPV. F2, Re. F4,
Carry it for a moment.
7K. And elimination round 20. Prepare yourself for the upcoming race. R1, Yayu. F2, Nicho. F4, Matu.
So from the graphics, we see that J-Box has probably clinched the first spot of the last heat. 1 minute, 12 seconds, 992 thousandths. And second place for Goganga, third place for Long XL, and fourth place for GoPro Master. Actually, the difference between second and third place is only less than a tenth of a second. So it was very close between them. So basically, the lap time of the second lap we've seen of J-Box was actually the sum of his second and third lap, which was 47 seconds, so probably 23 seconds and a half each if we just divide them in an equal manner. And in comes Goganga. So at this point, it seems that Long XL and GoPro Master have been to leave the competition. Yeah.
Next race begins in 1 minute.
So basically, J-Box and Goganga are going on in this competition, and Long XL and GoPro Master have been eliminated.
Next race begins in 10 seconds.
10 seconds before the next heat with Leon Fire, Small Yuki, Kipi, and King Joshi. Vai, Luisa. A clean start from all of the pilots. Seen a very fast start on the blocks from Small Yuki. Down the dive between Leo on Fire and King Joshi. Probably Kipi is a little bit late. King Joshi, we don't see his feed. I don't know if he's crashed or if we're missing the video feed. Small Yuki is leading this heat pretty safely. And second place for Leon Fire and third place for Kipi. They're all on their second lap with a good lead of Small Yuki. Leon Fire, very well done on the dive gate.
Yeah, looking like another British pilot going to leave in a way that they're going to be really unhappy about. Leo on Fire is taking a little bit of an extra loop there. Can't afford to give it away, and I think she might have been passed by Kipi. Everybody on their final lap. It's looking pretty tight. Kipi through the tower. Now Leo on Fire is heading to that. She's a few seconds behind. She's got to really send it now. Come on, Luisa. The Italian crowd will be willing her out in front. Small Yuki is first to finish. Luisa's got to throw everything now as Kipi is across the line. He is going to stay second. And the women's world champion and the women's champion of this race last year is going to be eliminated here in third of that round. But we will be having a women's final and a juniors final, as well as the overall final at the end of today's racing. And I think Luisa is a surefire favourite, not just to be in that final, but possibly to win it too. I know she'd have liked to do a better performance in the overall bracket, and she'll be sad to be leaving in race number 18. But she is, unfortunately, a few seconds behind Kipi, who stays alive. Small Yuki, as expected, dominating in that run. Kipi, remember earlier, was not going to be in this, but a crash from one of the other racers meant he ended up second, not third. Now he's got another second.
Okay, so we're ready for our race number 19. There we'll see Birkin FPV from Bulgaria, Ri FPV from Latvia, Topi from Latvia, and Timmy from Sweden.
So Joshi out, King Joshi from the UK. Leo on Fire, the best of the Italian pilots. Best of all of them, all 15 of them. She is eliminated now too. Small Yuki carries on, as does Kipi.
Unfortunately, both our best pilots have been eliminated now. Both
The Italians.
Italians. Yeah, GoPro Master and Leon Fire.
We've got
Good job
Birkan
for them.
FPV, Ri FPV, Topi and Timmy. We've got 8th, 9th and 11th seeds in this race number 19. And Ri, who was 23rd. There's only less than 2/10 between Birkan and Timmy. And only 4/10 between Timmy and Topi. And then it's more like 5 seconds until Ri can catch up with Topi. So we're expecting a pretty tight battle for those top 2 places. Confirmed result. Did you get a result?
Next race begins in 10 seconds.
Okay, here it comes for Birkan, FPV, Ri FPV, Topi and Timmy.
Ooh, Timmy hit hard on the
Oh
first
no,
lap.
Timmy, no! Topi flying, Burkhan and Ree, and Timmy trying to get back into this. Topi out in front, Burkhan second, Ree I think in third, and Timmy wants to get back here. He's not over yet. Come on, Timmy, we'll say everybody in Sweden.
Ooh, we can hear Timmy's drone having a really bad prop.
He's a long way behind. And Topi, who was, the third of these pilots in the qualification in terms of their comparative times, he's leading Burkhan and Ree. Although, he's out of the doppio, he's still just ahead. Just a little bit ahead of Burkhan. Ree is not quite as quick as the front two. Ree's the one who's got to catch Burkhan now on this final lap, or they're going to be eliminated. Timmy is too far behind and not moving anywhere near quickly enough. So sadly, Tim Fredriksson from Sweden is going to be eliminated. Will Ree from Latvia? Well, that probably confirms it, as they are tangled in the tower. And I can hear a screech of a drone trying to get out, and he's trying to crash flip it and everything. But it is just too late to even do anything should he get out of there. I hope Topi's finished. Yes, his lap time's in. Burkhan's is in. It's about almost exactly a second between first and second. And it's Topi who's the quicker of them. Topi continues. Burkhan second means he continues as well. Ree is still flying out of the doppio now. The lonely gate and then the turn to the finish round the flag. Oh, he's got to go a lot slower to get there. Oh no, it's another one where they die with 1 or 2 gates to go. In fact, Timmy, if you can get this third lap flown, you'd come third. Wow. Ree FPV does not have to walk very far to pick up their drone, but they will sadly be looking at how close it is to the finish gate the whole time. So Ree is gone from Latvia. And Timmy, of course, eliminated there too.
Yeah. Ree, FPV, and Timmy have been eliminated by this seat. So Burkhan, FPV, and Topi will go on, and we will have this last lower bracket heat between Yo-Yo, Nico FPV, Mathu, and XGG.
We've had that confirmation, if anybody missed it earlier on, that it was J-Box who won out in the race earlier, and then Gagenga is the one who came second, which means Long XL and GoPro Master have both sadly left the competition, being eliminated, so I'm sad to see Long XL go.
Yeah, he was less than a tenth of a second late.
Yeah.
After Goganga. He was very, very close to clinching the second spot.
And if you're wondering how this all gets worked out, who ends up being, I don't know, let's pick a number, 19th or 20th at this event, for example, it's pretty obvious who's the winner, and then second, third, and fourth will be in that race with them. But how do we work out of these two pilots who got further? Go talk to the judges. We could explain it, but there is a system, and we've already told you plenty of numbers and the exciting world of behind-the-scenes drone racing spreadsheeting. I don't want to get into that bit, but it will all get sorted out. And what, of course, we're fighting for here is the title, of course, of being the child with the most balloons. That's a very important battle, and I think this child is clearly out and winning here. That is a record-breaking 5 interesting selection of the 3 orange and the 2 white balloons that he's got there. And yes, I'm talking about you, my young friend, with all of your balloons. Don't worry, you look amazing. Please don't fly away. 5 balloons. Anybody beating 5 balloons? And where did the orange ones come from is a mystery.
There's
the
another white
ours.
balloon.
Oh, there's somebody in the background there in second place with just 1 balloon. But here comes somebody ready to steal it from them. And that balloon now getting a little bit wild, getting a little bit into the air, moving around, going a bit too high perhaps. And we'll come back to the balloon action, I hope. You put it in front of me, I'm doing my job. Yayu, Nicho FPV, Matthew, and XGG. Oh, it's getting over too soon again. Is it just 2 French pilots? They're very close. Yayu just ahead of Matthew. And I think this race is coming down. I think it's an abort. We're going to the landing area. I don't see a fire, but I'm hearing a voice who knows a fire when he sees one.
Yeah,
And I
they're-
see a fire extinguisher moving at high speed,
Yeah,
and I see
they're
quite
running.
a lot of people going on track. Where are they headed? Where is it? Oh, it's right in the furthest point at
Of
the
the
flag
track.
turn after the straights. That's just making Matthew get loads more steps in, actually, to try and beat his, what was it, 36 kilometers yesterday?
Yeah,
did he?
36 kilometers yesterday. Probably he's going to beat that today. Who
But
knows?
one of our other marshals is on a scooter, on an electric scooter, just catching him up now.
Don't work hard, work
No.
smarter.
Now that's it. Well, we don't have a clue who's on fire, and
Probably Nico, I would say.
I don't know. We didn't see
because-
very much from Nico
yeah,
at all.
at
I don't
all.
think. I'm not even sure he got that far. Where the drone is down. I think it might be XGG. I don't know. Maybe they wanted more of the balloon championships. Somebody just went ah and ran out on the track, which is very dramatic. Ah!
Yeah, the fire, it's nowhere to be named yet. It's
Get that firefighter from yesterday to come in there and punch it. Take that, fire. Wow, that's interesting too.
yeah, the wind is blowing in the other
Oh, there's
direction.
that beautiful midair from, I think that's yesterday's wonderful midair on the left of frame. I hope you got to see that. Drone still just did not come down for ages. Well, that was exciting. Lots of people have gone behind this gate to put out a fire, and were never seen again. Just a moment's silence for the mystery of the corner of our track. Will they return?
Hopefully, because we have both Mateos there. Be a problem, I think.
I don't mean that the fires are danger or anything, because clearly that's out. I just mean, where did they go? Are
Actually,
they off in the woods?
all the fires we've seen basically have been all white smokes, like from LiPo batteries.
Yeah.
Not really.
It is XGG.
It is
Matthew's
XGG.
quads. There's the turn at the beginning into that straight. Two drones ahead of them. Ooh, it's so. I told you it gets cozy in that wooden
Yeah.
turn. Oh, it's a really good
Midair.
shot of a midair. And usually, as I said yesterday, the drone at the back is the one that comes down. Doesn't mean it necessarily goes on fire. That is still very unusual. But the drone at the back, usually its propellers are damaged, and therefore it is not flying well, because it's the props that are most likely to take the impact. That sort of, after yesterday's excellent central midair shot we got, we've been blessed with a second one. Today it almost feels like, well, if we're going to have a midair, I'm going to make sure it's really, really on the camera.
Yeah, really good job.
Producer extraordinaire Christian now needs to find me an image, the last frame before each of these midairs, so we can compare. How good he's laughing. I know he's already on it. I reckon he was already had the same idea. What was
And
it
here we go.
Nicho. Okay, now I think Nicho might have been the other unwilling participant in
Yeah,
this.
he's the one pushed by the midair.
Yeah, so he's in the front and he's going to
Boom.
get company any moment. Now on the turn. Wow, just gone.
Wow, gone.
Wow. Good night. That's a little surprise from a midair that it just severed him like that. Maybe it took the battery. Maybe it just.
Maybe the propellers of XGG cut the battery of Nico. Who
Like,
knows?
with the wire or something. Maybe it was Nico
Yeah.
who actually was on fire,
Yeah, who knows?
not XGG's. Either way, even if it is Nicho's on fire, that midair just instantly, like, didn't just send him down, but just left his video completely. So now there is in fact, as I can see from our position, a judging discussion going on as to, clearly there will be a restart of that heat, a rerun, but who gets to be in it? Obviously Yayu and Matthew, who were nowhere near that. It's
Nico.
Nicho's drone who was
Yeah,
on
Nicho.
fire. Okay, that's coming to us now. But a midair, I mean, it's just part of racing. Nobody ever complains and says, oh, I was here, it's not fair. Like, it happens. And nobody ever does it intentionally.
Because it's not good for anybody.
No, and if you're the one causing the midair, then you are the one at the back crashing into the drone in front of you, and the majority of the time, if a drone comes down, it's yours. So to intentionally crash into another drone would involve you trying to be in front of them and slowing down. Like, it's just not doable like that.
No.
So mid-airs are just part of racing. Nobody ever, I mean, nobody wants to be part of one, but nobody ever either is, you know, complaining and complaining and complaining that it's not fair and they want to carry on racing. There are rules to deal with this sort of thing. At this moment, as people are now safely walking back, obviously, they've found their way out of the woods, whatever the mystery is behind that gate in the corner. Maybe there's pizza, I don't know. The rare pizza tree of Italy. Anyway, I feel like that might be all 4 pilots back in for a rerun. It was so early in the race. And everybody had video. It wasn't like anybody couldn't see and then crashed or anything.
Somebody is looking also
Yeah.
at the clouds. It looks like something might be coming. Hopefully not.
Yes, our starter, Boner FPV, is looking to the sky.
Actually, the sun has gone. I don't want.
Doesn't feel like we're anywhere near rainy conditions, though, does it? I think we have to worry about that at all. We are on track. Matteo and Matteo having a little walking race at the furthest point. Perhaps we could show the world the 2 incredible people who made any of this event happen. They're just going behind the Doppio gates now.
I'll have a look at the sky.
There's a little pan around our track.
Yeah, the sky behind us doesn't look very nice.
Ah.
Hopefully it's
Well, we
not.
were expecting anything up to thunderstorms late afternoon, and then we had that absolute downpour after one race in our very first race today in the qualifying. Group A, then rain, and eventually Group B and everybody else. And since then, the weather table has been out of work. Our very complicated wooden weather machine is dry. Therefore, it's dry.
Yeah, that's right. The water has evaporated.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's all very still here on track. As you can see, none of the flags moving around. I don't think it's a still image. No, it's not. Nothing's happening. That's because it's a photo.
No,
It's not.
I've
It's not.
seen.
You can see
I
people
see
moving.
people moving. Yeah.
I do know what I'm doing. Race 20 was the one that was aborted. Second round of double eliminations, all these pilots fighting to stay in. Yayu being one of them. Surprise to anybody who knows Yayu. Nicho from Germany as well. And Mathieu and XGG were the other 2 pilots in that one.
XGG is out, even in Nico. Oh, so both Nico and XGG are going to be out. So we are going to have only a rerun between the first 2 pilots,
Yeah.
or actually the only 2 pilots that were still airworthy
Yeah.
during that interruption.
So it's the 2 French pilots, Yayu and Mathieu, who were still flying. They are the ones who are going to get a rerun in this rerun of race 20. Nicho and XGG came together in a mid-air. Neither of them were able to continue. The race would have been continued without them. That's what happens, obviously. The only reason that race was aborted is because of the fire, which has to be dealt with immediately. Otherwise, it would have just been Yayu and Mathieu, and therefore, they are the ones who are going to get the rerun. If it was an upper bracket race, then it wouldn't matter, because if you're first or second, actually both progress to the same next race. But down here, where we are fighting to stay alive with the 1 life left competitors, it does matter. You end up in different races. So we need a first and a second place, which means we also get to enjoy Yayu from France and Mathieu from France battling again. And Mathieu, I think, was in the lead pretty much for the whole very short run of that race we had, whereas Yayu should be comfortably ahead of him. I mean, in terms of looking at their best runs on this track, Yayu is 11 seconds quicker than Mathieu. It's a massive gap in performance between them. Yayu's best lap is 3.2 seconds faster. And also Yayu has the quickest time on track today. We think Yuki got it yesterday on our speed trap up to 175 kilometers an hour. Currently, the best run of today is Yayu at 166.35, if you want to be very accurate. So in all of this, Yayu should go first and Matthew should go second, but that's not how it was running just now, before the race had to be stopped. So Nietzsche from Germany has been eliminated now. Went down to the lower bracket in his first race, came second, just hung in there, but now he's out. And XGG is also out, the Latvian pilot, who progressed through the first round and only just then came down. Now he's going to be out too. So that is Yayu in the yellow and black.
They said that only 2 pilots can but the others come. There's no rules.
So this is getting a little bit of an extra review thanks to the lovely V, who is our on-site reporter. Brilliant drone racer, great pilot out of Lithuania, and now track reporter and news breaker. And because the other pilots, Nietzsche and XGG, I believe it's them, are arguing that actually they should be in this rerun. So now we're looking at the back of Boner FPV. There he is, he heard me, getting into his starting position, pretending to work. Coming forwards, and he's not listening to me, is he, Boner FPV? Not a clue, no, not a clue whatsoever that I'm talking about the back of him.
No, so
He sits down right in front of the camera.
He just standed just because he had to go take something.
Just needed to go and get something in order to then sit back down again. So we've seen all sides, really, except the right, sit thoroughly on the left-hand side of Boner FPV, who leans back a little bit, stands up, tries to go back into the air. It's a slow move forward. He's not quite too sure about his approach to the chair, just moves past it, goes around. Has no idea that he's getting his own little commentary, but I'm definitely going to tell him later on as he stares off into the distance towards us and still doesn't realize that I'm talking about him. Finding his moment there, just preparing himself for his big moment on stage when he announces who's doing what in race 20 and all the other races afterwards. You're just seeing a professional there, just taking his moment. It's like watching, a famous actor. So Ian McKellen, someone like that, just their moments before they perform.
Concentration.
That's it. Getting into character. Because normally, Boner FPV talks like this, but when he's on stage, he does his voice thing, and you're going to get the full enjoyment of that any moment. He's just getting back in there now, just searching for character. Inspiration. Taking a look around. Maybe he could make another one of his propellers embedded in a head hats, which are really popular. I have one of those. You've seen those, haven't you? It's a hat with a propeller stuck into it and a bit of red. You know what the red is to signify. What I am also seeing, though, I spy in midair.
Ooh. Wow, look at that. We can see the cut on the battery, probably.
Look at that.
Yeah.
The strap is gone, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Is that just a loose end, or is that actually come out? Wow, that's why
Actually,
Nietzsche saw nothing.
Yeah, that's a bad crash against the battery. It looks like some big indent on the lower back left side of the battery.
I was right. He actually severed it. I think. Wow.
You can see, like the silver parts of the single cells of the battery. So basically, that hit was able to puncture through the shrink wrap and the protections of the LiPo batteries.
There's Arvin. Hiya, Arvin. Always happy, always smiling. That's my guy. He's waiting to get back to the upper bracket racing, where he is one of the 8 still remaining there.
We've been reported now
Over to V.
that there is one pilot in particular that is trying to be part of the next heat.
Yeah. And it's XGG, I think. And, you know, they, well, I was saying, nobody complains about mid-airs, but obviously nobody wants to be knocked out of a competition either. It's not a case of fairness or anything like that. I would have thought they'd both be back in if, I can't see one of them being back in, because that would favour somebody in a mid-air. And there certainly was no foul play. Yeah, I kind of want to go over and be part of the discussions. Well, not be part of the discussions, but hear the discussions, truthfully. Well, what else is going on? Well, in the balloon championships, we have a late entrant just coming in on the right-hand side. He's just brought one balloon and isn't bouncing it or flying it around anyway. So I guess he's saving that balloon for later racing. And in fact, he was very quick moving from right to left. That guy wasn't messing around at all. He's done. In the life story of Boner FPV, he is just not quite ready to perform for us just yet, just still getting himself prepared. In the orange balloon mystery, we still don't know where they're from. The white ones are ours. Where are the orange ones from? And Matthew was just having a lie down in the middle of the landing zone, I think. He's up again. Oh, and the balloon, moving away, moving away. Oh, and it's down, but it's up again. That's a good save. And oh no, is it going over the fence? No, not yet. What a great run and move there that was by that young competitor. Excellent catching. And this is our walkabout of our track. Not our track, sorry, the entire event site before anybody came and gave me other things to talk about. We have our bar, we have our food section, we have this nice stroll along our track here as well. So our audience who've joined us too, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for coming to see our racing here in this beautiful location. This is where they get to sit. This is their view before we opened yesterday. This is also where we had the opening ceremony with our Parade of Nations, which was looked great, didn't it? With all of the pilots and all the flags and everything. Love that we do that here in Italy. You don't see that in many races. I'm really glad we have that one. Yeah, organisers, you can learn a lot from what the Italian crew have done here, both in the things they've put on and also some of the extra things, you know, not just the racing, but also let's have a parade, let's show these athletes off, let's have a band, let's have some entertainment, let's put some stalls up, let's do some things. It also does happen sometimes, but not everywhere. Ooh, this is new. These are our drone racing competitors in the wild as they move slowly under command of their leader, Matteo, who surveys his kingdom, looking towering as he does in the giant Italian grass.
This Matteo yesterday, I'm pretty sure it's recorded because he has long sleeves now.
So this is him in his earlier choice before he sheds his outer skin to deal with the changing conditions. He surveys, king of all he sees, looking for the other Matteo, but no battle for dominance here as this Matteo continues to rule.
We're back live, probably.
This is new Matteo.
Yes. He took off his sleeves.
Yeah.
So we see only 2 drones in the starting blocks. So this
We know they're going to be.
Yeah.
Yoshi and Matthew are waiting to fly. They knew they were going to be in this.
So probably they have reached a verdict.
Well, I don't know, because the other people who are standing around, it feels like if a verdict was reached, people wouldn't be waiting to
start.
people would leave those blocks, right?
Yeah.
Whoever they are, they would just be, right, get away from blocks. And Arvin is a brilliant German pilot, so I'm imagining he's spotting and helping for Nicho. And until Nicho is out, I guess Arvin will carry on standing near his block. Now, in fact, we've got some reviewing going on in our production tent, where all the everything is being captured and streamed and so on. We've got some reviewing going on in there now with our head judge Sotir. Also, Yayu is in there as well, and I can't quite make out who else is having a look other than DDR members, but there's another pilot or 2 in there too. So I guess everybody is looking at everything to try and work out who continues. I am surprised it's not a simpler decision. It's pretty clear cut what happened, unless anybody is saying I had a video issue which caused me to then have the mid-air, and therefore, although I was taken out in the mid-air, I feel like it was a video issue that wasn't. And if it's not my fault, it's track's fault, it's local equipment's fault, you tend to get a rerun. But I didn't think any of that was really in doubt.
Yeah.
We saw
This
the
doesn't seem the
onboards from the
case.
2 drones involved, and I don't think there's much reason to protest. I'll tell you what, Topi is in the tent as well now. So he's obviously trying to help out XGG, I would guess, who's another Latvian like himself. It was going so well. Well, thank you for joining us here in this beautiful location, and now I'm going to pretend to speak some Italian and pretend to be Stefano. Here we go, here's my impression of Stefano.
Quindi stiamo avendo una piccola diatriba per quello che può essere la decisione dell'ultima hit. E, praticamente nell'ultima hit c'è stato un mid-air, che è praticamente uno scontro in aria tra 2 droni che ha causato un piccolo incendio. Comunque una delle batterie del drone che è stato colpito, quello davanti, ha preso fuoco. È stato messo tutto in sicurezza, però appunto dei 4 droni che partecipavano a quella hit, 2 si sono autoeliminati. Durante queste fasi, nel momento in cui dovesse succedere appunto un incendio o comunque qualche problema tecnico che necessita dell'interruzione della hit, tutti i droni devono atterrare immediatamente, a prescindere se stiano volando oppure se sono parte dell'incidente. Nel momento in cui atterrano si prosegue poi a decidere quelli che saranno i droni a ripetere la hit che è stata interrotta bruscamente. Ovviamente i 2 droni che volavano in quel momento la ripeteranno di diritto, mentre si sta discutendo in questo momento in direzione gara se i 2 droni che si sono incidentati, se così si può dire, in aria, quelli che si sono colpiti in aria nel mid-air, possono o meno rivolare o comunque ripetere questa hit anche loro. Quindi in questo momento abbiamo dei momenti di stallo in cui i giudici stanno discutendo in maniera molto precisa, immagino, con i piloti che hanno avuto questo incidente in aria. Alcuni piloti, una prima decisione ci aveva fatto pensare che i piloti che si sono autoeliminati non potevano o comunque non avrebbero potuto proseguire la loro competizione facendo appunto un rivolo come per i primi 2 piloti che invece non hanno avuto l'incidente. Al momento però sembra che ci sia qualche diciamo dettaglio regolamentare che dà la possibilità a questi 2 piloti incidentati di sostenere che debbano appunto proseguire il loro percorso in questa competizione e quindi rivolare nuovamente. Quindi nel momento in cui arriveremo a un verdetto, quindi a una decisione da parte della giuria, che ovviamente sarà il loro giudizio insindacabile, capiremo se partiranno tutti e 4 i droni come all'inizio della hit o sono tanto quei 2 droni che continuavano a volare nel momento in cui si è dovuta interrompere per l'incendio. Quindi un attimo di pazienza, capisco che dal di fuori è difficile capire quello che sta succedendo, anche noi stessi commentatori stiamo ricevendo questi aggiornamenti un po' alla volta e ci teniamo a tenervi al corrente di quello che saranno appunto gli sviluppi di questa vicenda. Sicuramente è una cosa che si dovrà decidere entro pochi minuti perché la gara deve poter proseguire, the show must go on e non possiamo stare troppo tempo in questo momento diciamo in stallo, perché ovviamente posticiperemmo tutte le azioni e tutte le future hit di gara.
I thought I sounded quite a lot like you then.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, so here's some news about what's happening. So the pilots are clarifying when they were told to land, which I don't know how that would really affect Nietzsche or XGG, considering they both landed involuntarily after a midair. Now, XGG, because it was Nietzsche's drone that was on fire, XGG could have recovered theirs. As we've seen, you know, sometimes that can take quite a long time. You're never really out till you're out. We haven't seen many long-time recoveries today, but we did yesterday, and it does happen. So I guess XGG is saying, if you hadn't told everybody to land immediately, I was heading back into the air, and therefore I should be in the rerun. Because not a lot of race had happened by that point. It's not like they were 2 laps behind. And even if they were, as we've seen in drone racing, so many other things that could happen, that if you could have got back into the race, even if at that moment you're a long way behind. I've seen a pilot steal a race from someone else who just didn't finish many times.
Yeah.
So that, I guess, is why this is taking so... Well, I guess that's what's going on. Why this is taking so long, I don't know. I guess now we've got to figure out when the call was made.
I think they're reviewing the images because I'm seeing a few pilots in the DDR booth.
Yeah.
And now they're just deciding frame after frame to see exactly where the race director has given orders to land now or to come back for the fire, and if XG in that moment was actually seeing something on the video feed. Probably.
And this isn't even where the judging and reviewing normally happens, okay? Right now in our production area is where all the discussions are going on, because that's where we've got access to everything having been recorded in every single run and so on. The FAI judging area is actually next to that. If a pilot did have a protest, you would go to the FAI judging area, and then you can watch the video of yours, and you can go through the protest procedure if you wish, which not many, in fact nobody here has really done, or had reason to. For the fact that this is now all going on in the production tent and brought everything to a complete standstill, shows you how much is actually being considered. Yayu is in there. Thomas Petersons, Topi, who was helping out XGG in this review, is leaving, but I can't tell if it's a happy Topi or not. I'm really not sure. But people are out of the booth, so I think a decision is being made in the FAI area now. And we'll wait to see. I'm pretty sure I've just seen XGG over there. On the spot reporter V.
I want more followers on Instagram.
So if we want to have more information from V, we have a request from V.
Yes, turns out we're being bribed. Well, well, well.
Please
V's
follow.
TV career is getting underway, obviously, as she can't be racing in the eliminations. She's going about it as any good freelancing wannabe presenter is doing. She's like, please follow me on social media. It's Yayu, it's Matthew, and it's just them. That's the review, that's the decision, that's it. Nietzsche and XGG are eliminated. Sorry to see you go, guys. And nobody wants to be eliminated in the end of a long process like this. XGG and Nietzsche are out, and Yayu and Matthew, the 2 French pilots, are going to come back to those seats and come here for this race in race 20 of, I think, the 29 or 31 we have to do. Yayu and Matthew will do the battle to see who goes where after this. They're both having lost a life. They are going to be going to the next round, but into which race is how we need to decide, or what we need to decide.
Piccolo aggiornamento, vi confermiamo che gareggeranno solo 2 piloti nella prossima hit, quindi i 2 piloti coinvolti nell'incidente, nel piccolo incendio, sono stati eliminati. Questa è stata la decisione da parte della giuria.
All right, there's Yayu, smiling and laughing. and relaxed, and now Boner FPV returns to character. He's had plenty of time to prepare himself for his next great speech and performance. Matthew, leading earlier.
So it's going to be a French heat.
There it is. That's what we've been waiting all this time for that great speech there by Boner FPV. There it is. Yeah, he's a master, absolute master. Look at that. Let's get some racing. Oh, please, Matthew. Oh, yes, we've got his video. Right, Yayu with the better starts by a whole second. So, Matthew, the one to do the chase. And that's sounding bad for Matthew after all this time, so get the race happening. And he's still flying, but Yayu is way away. Yayu into the doppio. Matthew is not even there yet. There it is, he's into that now. So Yayu is the one on the lead. Round the flag turn after the end of the long straightaway. And then into the tripio on board with Yayu, as he weaves and slaloms his way around that and goes to the dive tower, and it's beautifully done. No hesitations anywhere at all. That's an excellent bit of corkscrewing through those gates. Now he's split S-ing here and going into the doppio. Under both, through the top half of both. It's so good. There's the lonely gate. Give it a hug. Give it a run now. 1, 2. And across the line, he goes start his third lap. He's at least half a lap ahead of Matthew. He's into the triplo on the third time. That's very nice flying indeed. He's managed to do a lap in the past 2 seconds quicker than the one he just did. Doesn't matter how fast he does this, he just wants to win it, and he looks absolutely certain to, as he's coming out of the doppio, while Matthew is in the triplo way earlier in the track, and Yayu goes to the line. Not messing about, finishing that, nevertheless 7.5 seconds slower than he can.
Ooh,
and you saw how good it was.
Another hit from Matthew, but he's still airworthy.
And, you know, yes, he's going to the next round, and yes, it's certain he's going to be second behind Yayu, but we don't know how many drones of the small allocation every pilot is allowed to bring. We don't know what Matthew's got left. So you definitely don't want to crash this one, because perhaps that's it. Perhaps that's the one you've got to race every round from what's left. Finally, we are out of that run through our double elimination side. The second stage of that, the 20 races. We know that we have some pilots still to proceed. And it's sticking around for the next 2 races in this lower or double elimination area that we're in. These are still now, we're going to go with race 21 in the middle of your screen at the top, and then race 22. 8 pilots here who have all lost a life so far. When we have finished with these, 4 of them will have been eliminated, and we'll go back to the other side of this competition, the upper bracket, where these pilots, as you can see on screen, there are 8 of them still remaining. And after those 2 races have been done, 4 will be in almost a semi-final, and the other 4 will be still fighting on. It'll all work out. Don't worry. Trust the numbers and His Majesty Mathieu, who is parading his kingdom again. Spies a lonely Hungarian walking towards him, points at him, and dismisses him instantly. That was really manly, that bit. Right, race number 21. Who is still alive? Well, Burkan, who was great in his first race, dropped down here. Has come second in the last race, so not being as dominant, he is going to take part for Bulgaria, who have a World Drone Cup next weekend, by the way. I don't know if they're streaming it, but the next race of the FAI World Cup circuit is in Varna in Bulgaria next weekend. Alongside Burkan, of all people, small Yuki Yamamoto, third in the qualifications. But that's not him. I've got a feeling pilots who are in race 23 are sitting down when we're about to do race 21, as that is not small Yuki, that's Yuki, isn't it? I don't know what you're seeing on the stream to help you work out who it is, but J-Box is there. And then, well, he's in race 21. Yuki is in race 23. So maybe they're just helping each other. Or Yuki is helping small Yuki. This is who we're expecting. Burkan, as I said, out of Bulgaria. Small Yuki Yamamoto from Japan, who was third in qualifying. Shouldn't be in the lower bracket yet. In fact, should never be in the lower bracket. Should be in the final. That's what you get for being, you know, in third. In theory, you go straight. You'll battle all the way through to the final. But here we go. And then we have Mathieu, who just stayed alive in that run, and has literally just flown the last race, which is why I think there might be a short delay. As I was saying, he can't crash that quad if it's, you know, maybe it's the last quad he's got. Well, perhaps he's having a quick look at it now before he needs to use it again to fight against Burkan and Small Yuki and J-Box, who are all massively outclassing Mathieu. Burkan, Small Yuki, J-Box, they are 8th, 3rd and 7th in qualifying respectively. They are also pilots I've seen on so many international stages. Unlike Mathieu, not seeing him at anywhere as many of them. Not saying we won't in the future though, as he's clearly got some skills. So Burkan, Small Yuki, Mathieu and J-Box. It doesn't matter if you flew in the preceding race, right? You don't get extra prep time, you don't get extra allowance to be ready for the next one. You are allowed to bring a certain number of drones to a race, that's always specified in the rules. If you've crashed all of them, you know, other pilots will typically lend you equipment and try and help you out. It's happened again and again and again. I absolutely love it. I will praise the guys for doing that so many times. But they don't wait for you. You have to be ready. And if you don't have enough kit to fly, then that is because you've crashed it earlier, isn't it?
Yeah. So it looks like Mathieu is the one we're waiting for. Like you said before, it's obviously he needs a few more minutes. Let's see if Boner will be able to wait or not.
Yeah, this might have to start without them because it's been very, very clear to all of these pilots, with the exception of Mathieu, that they're in this group. Mathieu's race just now, if he'd come first, he would have been in a different group. Because he came second, he's in this one. But the other 3 pilots were already in this race and have no excuses not to be ready, particularly as we had a massive delay and a rerun of race 20. So there's really no excuses not to have been ready to get into this race when 20 had finished.
I see Matthew's video feed in the pits.
Yeah,
probably they're now bringing.
So the other 3 are in position.
Yeah, the other 3 are in position. So they're probably running towards the starting pits with Matthew's drone. Yeah, are they bringing the drone? Yeah, it looks like.
Not bringing it with a lot of haste, though.
Yeah.
I do not like seeing everybody waiting on somebody and sometimes taking this long and walking into position and so on, but maybe there's better reasons. Okay, so we've got Big Yuki sat between Small Yuki and J-Box. So he's spotting. So he's holding his goggles. Oh no, he's holding the little screen. I think it's Mathieu on the right-hand side. They're still fiddling with goggles and getting ready. Burkan is poised on the left. And we are away at long last. Oh, J-Box, please come and join us. Yes, the video does. Good.
Ooh. That was a close, almost mid-air between Burkan and I'm not sure if at this point was J-Box. Yeah, they're very close to each other.
Yeah. Now, Burkan and Small Yuki are very close together, crossing the line pretty much side by side, and J-Box with them too. Mathieu is off the pace here, as slightly expected from that last run that we saw and getting ready to be in this.
Ooh,
Small Yuki is in trouble in the tower. Oh no! J-Box is getting this together with Burkan. J-Box in the lead, then it's Burkan, and then it's Matthew, and Smuljuki has let this one completely get away from him. Matthew set his best lap. Burkan set a really good one earlier.
Smuljuki has damaged propeller. We can hear it from here, so he's having a really hard time controlling the drone.
Yeah, Smuljuki is unfortunately looking like it's going to be out. That was a really good angle, a very bold angle into the Triplio. But J-Box has already finished and won this race, and Burkan is second. Mathieu only got 2 laps flown, it seems, so Smuljuki might steal third from him, but that's not what he wanted. Although, it will mean he does get a higher finishing place at the final rankings, and that's actually really important. Earlier on, we were talking about if you're third or fourth will change which race you're in. When you are eliminated, though, this performance matters. So actually, Mathieu will be fourth in this race, and Smuljuki will be third, and therefore I am sure Smuljuki will get a slightly higher ranking than if he'd come fourth. Regardless, Smuljuki should not be wherever that ranking position is. He should be in the top 4 according to his qualifying, but it's come undone for him, sadly. Smuljuki is out. So we've lost Smuljuki, and we lost Matthew, another French pilot, and one of our Japanese pilots out. Who won it?
J-Box won the last one, and Birkin got second place.
You know what? J-Box has, since coming into the lower bracket in his first race, he has won every round he's been in. This is a man who knows how to fight. And fly. So yes, it's coming up in race 22. Yayu, the other French pilot who we saw in the rerun, is here with Gegenga FPV, who hasn't had a very easy day, having had a fire in one of the earlier races. Keepy, who has come second in the last 2 runs and would have been third and out completely at the start of that, but somebody else crashed. And since then has been second and second again, still alive. And Topi, who had a crash earlier as well, is taking their seat. I think the best pilot in Latvia. Yayu, the quickest of all of these. Topi, second fastest. And then Gegenga and Keepy, there's less than a second between both of them at their best, but there's a big gap between Gegenga and Keepy and Yayu and Topi. So, in theory, Yayu and Topi will move through, but you can never be that sure.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
And on they go. We're just missing one video feed, but every drone is airworthy, so perfect. A really good start from Yayu.
Topi was 0.3 quicker, 1.5 on the start is the best I think we've seen. Can Gegenga keep with them? Can Keepy mix things up too? Topi does a brilliant swing into that gate and is about a second, maybe a little more ahead of Yayu. Yeah, it is 1.1. And Topi, no, where has it gone? Yayu moves to the tower, Gegenga around there. Keepy and Gegenga, I think, are pretty close together. Gegenga has moved through this entire field, I think. Gegenga, yeah, to the line ahead of Yayu. Keepy's not anywhere near it yet. He's only just entering the doppio now. And Topi was in the lead, but Topi is done here, it seems. This is going against the form, just like we said it can happen. It looks like Topi's going to be out. Gegenga is flying a bit wildly. They might not have the win totally secured here as they're into the doppio, and Yayu is only maybe a second behind them, but flying a bit more smoothly. It's this final turn that's going to make it work. It is Gegenga and Yayu who proceed as Keepy comes out of the doppio And oh no, was out of control on that split S final part there. And Topi, I see, walking towards me, looking confused about where his quad is, but is out. Sorry to see him go. But Topi is gone.
So basically, we have Gogang at first place, Yayu second place, Kipi third place, and Topi fourth.
Yeah, we lose our Dutch pilot, Kipi. They're out of this stage too. So where there were 73 at the beginning of this entire event, 75 registered, 73 started, we went to the 32 to do our eliminations. We have, I think, 12 remaining.
And we're back up to the higher side of the bracket.
We're going to be, yes. Each time a race finishes.
R7 Dorian FPV. It's starting to rain a little bit, but we're still going to continue racing.
Right.
So we will return, like you said, Stefano, to the pilots who so far all have 2 lives. Everybody who's come first or second in every elimination race that they have flown. There are 8 of these. The next race, getting prepared at the blocks, is Fenneman from France, Pavelos from Poland, Yuki Hashimoto from Japan, and Dorian also from France. Fenneman 6th, his compatriot Dorian 17th, just hanging into this upper bracket, as it were. Pavelos 4th, Yuki, yeah, he's the number 1. What kind of an upset can we get here? Well, in theory, Yuki has just been unstoppable and untouchable. And also, let's remember, of the 24 possible laps you could have flown in qualifying, he completed 22 of them. I think it was 1 run that wasn't completed. I'm not sure if he did a couple of 2-lap runs. I think he did 1 where he only got 1 lap, and that's where he dropped the other 2 laps. Otherwise, he completed every run, and he was pretty much top of the leaderboard for every single round of qualifying except 1 when Killian just nudged above him, I think,
Yeah.
and then Yuki replied. And then at the end, Yuki just did this unbelievable time.
He was able to improve his performance
Yeah.
even during the last qualification heat by some hundredths of a second. Obviously,
Yeah.
there's a physical limit of what it's humanly possible.
Down the straightaway, Pavelos, his best speed has been 161 kilometers an hour. Fenneman, the same. So they're both very quick down that straight. And in terms of overall time, however, is a 1.7 second gap between Pavelos' best and Fenneman's best. And we've got a few of our young pilots who are out on track, having a run around, intentionally, I should add. Everyone's looking for something. Maybe we should show the track, because there's a hunt going on. I think Topi, earlier on, like I said, after that last run, he walked right over to where we're commentating from and looked like he was staring at the track and trying to figure out where it is. Now we've got a location spotted. Boop, boop. And now the hunt is on as the pack move into position.
Yeah, we have also Matteo Barella on the scooter.
Matteo tells his pack in formation to go and hunt down the nearby prey as we head way off course, far, far off course towards the outer boundaries of the racing. And now they look carefully into the distance beyond the kingdom and find it somewhere where they weren't looking because one other person knew what they were doing. A challenger, perhaps, for one of the Matteo's kingdom, who is running old-fashionedly through the track as the other Matteo moves on a scooter past me right now. Don't know what it was, but it has been recovered. It's part of Topi's quad. Topi, what were you looking for, guys? What were you looking for? The whole thing?
Video cable went out in the
Your video cable went, Topi, and you couldn't find the whole thing.
yeah,
But you got it all back. Yep. Sorry to see you out, Topi, but a good run from you. And the rain has begun to fall. Where did that come from? Not the David Attenborough who joins in every now and then, but the sky.
Yeah, it's covering up a little bit now.
Thanks, producer, Christian, extraordinaire. It's from the sky.
Yeah, it looks like very almost a drizzle. Very
what?
drizzle?
Drizzle.
Drizzle. Sorry,
Drizzle.
drizzle.
Do you have many words in Italian for rain?
Yeah.
You know, I think actually, sorry, I think we had that discussion on stream last year.
Yeah, I
where it
remember
was-
that. I
When it was
remember that.
chucking it down.
Yeah.
And we were like, we'll call it this. What do you call it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So we were, I'm sure we did this last year, but yeah, so English expressions for rain. Aside from things like drizzle or a downpour or chucking it down,
Chucking it
like
down.
throwing it. Chucking
Yeah.
it is like when you throw something, sort of slang for throwing. Raining cats and dogs is a very
Yeah.
old-fashioned English expression. You heard of that?
Heard
one?
that? Yeah, heard that.
Do you have an Italian equivalent? Not necessarily
Not,
cats and
yeah,
dogs.
not
would you
cats
have
and
a-
dogs, but it's particular. We have like technical words like nubifragio, but it's not really.
No. Not the same
cats-
in
yeah,
intention,
it's
yeah.
not. It's
Well, while it is cat and dogging, or whatever we're going to call it, Fenomen, Pavelos, Yuki, and Dorian are, except for Dorian, goggles on, and ready to bring it. Now, this is the upper bracket. These are pilots who haven't yet lost a life by coming third or fourth. So nobody gets eliminated in this race or the next one. As we saw from Small Yuki just now, you don't want to be in that bottom bracket because you can be on your way. 1, 2, 3. Hopefully 4. I think it's 4. Yeah, 4 in the midair, maybe at the triplo. A big clattering together and somebody having to go very high to save it afterwards, but they're all still flying. Yuki is into the doppio, so is Fenomen and Pavelos, and now Dorian. So I think it's Yuki out in front, to nobody's surprise. Then it's Fenomen, then it's Pavel, and Dorian is behind as we thought he would be because this group are somewhat outclassing him. Something, though, is barely still flying, and noises like that aren't going to make any drone racer happy.
yeah, probably it's Dorian. He's having
Yuki
a hard
comes to the
time.
line now. Yuki's onto this third lap with a big gap between him and Fenomen. Then Pavel is in third. Pavel looks like he might be one to drop a life here. Dorian as well, potentially, as he goes through, and now he's on his third lap, but only just. Yuki through the tower, much cleaner than Fenomen was. Fenomen, though, trying to keep with Yuki. Now into the doppio, there's about a second between them. Yuki is just devouring this course again and again and again, and is going to the finish and getting there now, and Fenomen closed so well at the end. Fenomen ends up half a second behind Yuki. His last part of that track was excellent. Excellent race for Fenomen to get there. Dorian is still flying.
That was very close between Yuki and Fenomen, and
Yeah.
even Powell is no more than 1 second slower
Pavel
than
is,
Fenomen.
Pavel
Yeah.
is
It's probably
not finishing that one though. So Pavel will drop a life, and so will Dorian. Yuki with another win. Fenomen stays alive. Yeah, we're going to keep flying even though there is a little bit of rain around. As you can see actually on the camera. Camera's going in bags on track. The weather table is starting to find its purpose in life again. Riding out onto the track, we've got Fenomen doing some recovery with, that's Fox there, isn't it? It's Alex with him too. And Matteo has reclaimed his sleeves and his yellow jacket. DDR moving around, looking after the kit. And what a beautiful, beautiful sight that is of the inside of a pink bag.
Van die heb ik er straks mee teruggenomen.
So we know that Yuki continues undefeated, having won every one of his 3 races so far today. Fenomen is still cleanly in the upper challenge. For race number 24, as you're looking at them, that's Kylian Rousseau from France, second fastest pilot on this track. Drone DFPV from the Netherlands, still with us in the upper races. Arvin FPV, the happy Arvin from Germany, is going to be taking part in this. And young, brilliant Emis FPV from Latvia, who I think may be the only Latvian pilot remaining. Don't hold me to that, but having had 4 of them in the top 32, and we had 5 of them in there for a while. I think with Topi having been eliminated in the last race, I'm pretty sure it's up to Emis now. And the wind actually has got a lot stronger. Although the rain isn't doing a great deal, the wind is affecting our triple gates, the triplo, quite strongly, as now some of our production team are noticing. Yeah, that middle gate in particular. Why the middle one? I think it's lost one of its guide tethers on this side, so it is. But we're going to race. It's there. It's legal.
Yeah, pilots must take into consideration also this increased amount of wind.
Yeah, that's part of drone racing. It's, you know, when it's outdoors, what are you going to expect? Kylian, Drone DFPV, Arvin and Emis, France, the Netherlands, Germany and Latvia. And screeching fills the air, led by Kylian. And then Arvin did a great job through the dive tower as well. Drone FPV and Emis FPV through there unscathed. Something's not sounding very happy on that track, and it's only lap number 1. Kylian is across the line behind, maybe?
Yeah, Arvin lost his battery. And he's very close to the pilot's area. Fortunately, it's unplugged.
Yeah, Arvin was pushing Kylian. I'm not sure Kylian was first to the line. But he is the leader of these 3 for now. Who's going to get second? That's the important one to fight for. At the moment, it's Drone DFPV is some way behind Emis, and that's not going to help him as he's hit something and is spiraled out of condition and out of the race, possibly for good. Kylian and Emis then. It looks like it's up to you. Emis just taking a little bit of a hit on the triplo. Kylian is into the doppio. Coming out of there now, the Lonely Gate gets a bit of company, and Kylian gets it done. And apparently hit an 18.5 on the way round.
Wow. That's extremely fast. Oh, probably the third lap is slower than natural, so probably it's a halfway between them.
I don't know. It could be. Or it could be that he absolutely stormed that second lap. Everything just worked, and so the third lap had to be a bit safer. Now we're going to get it verified, but I'm hearing the 18 is not correct. But I believed him. There's not many pilots, but considering how quicker the second lap looked to the third, I thought it was possible that he just had to pull back for the third because he knew there was only 2 of them left anyway. And if he'd got that kind of a time on his second lap, then yikes, better get this quad to the end. Kylian, though, finishes it in a 1:10.427, which is great racing time. Nobody's come anywhere near their qualifying times that they had done, which is understandable. But 1:10.4 is brilliant. It's 10 seconds ahead of Emis FPV, who continues as well. Well done to you, Emis. I hope he's getting a lot of support and love from the Latvian community because he's such a great pilot and he's very young. Kylian wins that one, then Emis. Drone DFPV didn't manage to complete all the laps, but has come in third. And then Arvin, sadly, out of that much earlier than expected. But not out, because they go down to the lower fight and keep going. And we're going to see them very shortly.
Elimination round 26, be ready for the live check. F1, Bulkan FPV, F2, Yegeka FPV, F4, Rudy R7 Dorian.
So as our pilot line fills up for the next race, here's who's in it. And like I tell you, the racing now is just world class as we are down to very few pilots.
Actually, in the last 2 heats, nobody was actually excluded by the race because they only lost their first life.
So it's 12 pilots left, I think.
Exactly, I think so.
Concentrate on who's here. Yayu from France. His good friend and very close racing buddy Pavelos from Poland. Arvin FPV from Germany. J-Box from the States. 3 of these pilots have raced a few times in the Drone Champions League. Raced against each other in many other competitions as well. Multi-GP, for example, and other international races. But they won't be racing just yet, as a gate has fallen over in these increasingly strong, windy conditions. Not fallen over so much as buckled. But the pilots aren't there yet, and up the gate comes again, with DDR getting Butch. And put your backs into it, lads. Ooh, it's looking like it needs a little bit more inflation. Not quite there, is it?
There's still one wire tethering it, but probably...
Now it looks a little fuller. J-Box is already in position. Come on, boys, he says. Goggles are down. J-Box getting himself comfortable. It's not been the easiest of races for him today and yesterday, as he said himself. But he's still in it. So, for this race, number 25 and 26 afterwards, and then 27, so the next 3, we are going to be reducing these 8 pilots in the lower bracket to 2, I think. Anyway, let's take it one step at a time. Pilots, get ready. J-Box, he is. Gates are back up, so let's get our pilots doing their thing.
Arvin FPV, it's race on F4. Arvin FPV, where are you? Arvin?
Now we are looking for our pilots to do this race. J-Box is there, along with a couple of wetter members of DDR who've just been out fixing some things in a track that's still being rained on, as you can see just in front of the canopy at the top. Here comes Pavelos into the pilot area. Hopi spotting for someone, having just been eliminated, but of course he's helping his friends. Yayu on the right-hand side, Arvin taking his seat on the left-hand side. Quite a lot of drone races have set seats. You know, if you're on the second block and you're racing from that position, you sit in the second chair. This one, a bit more of a, make yourselves comfortable. All right, there's our 4 pilots. The blocks are full. We're back to eliminations. Don't throw it away now.
Next race begins in 10 seconds.
Pilots on your course.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
And this is a top quality group of 4 pilots right here. We go, we go, we go, we go. With Yayu and Pavelos just ahead of Arvin and J-Box out of the blocks. Ooh. Arvin took a big hit at the bottom of one of the first inflatables he met. He met it square on, so no damage probably, and not on the ground, and nothing to get it back from there, but some catching up to do. Pavelos is heading towards the end of his lap. Yayu is way ahead of him, 2 seconds ahead of him. Arvin and J-Box on the second lap too. J-Box in third though, Arvin in 4th. J-Box being a little bit clear, sorry, Yayu being a bit cleaner than Pavel, but not for long, as Pavel is past him and J-Box might be out of the World Cup Italia.
Yeah.
Can he get this back as the rain is falling a little bit heavier too, but the race continues. It wasn't that, that's the fault. Yayu might be done. Pavelos is into the triplo. So is J-Box fighting to stay with him. So is Arvin FPV just behind the pair of them. Remember, it's only 1 and 2. You've got to be there. Into the duplo goes Pavel and J-Box and Arvin, who's gaining a little bit on J-Box. You can't throw it away. It's Pavel who wins. And oh no, J-Box, did he go through? Did J-Box go through? He hit, I think, the finish gate. Did he go through it or bounce off of it? The time came in because he came into contact with the gate, but Did J-Box, I'm sure he hit it. Did he bounce through it or off of it? Because
Or we had
that might be the difference of being second or third, in or out.
because I've seen also Arvin falling in the same moment J-Box fell. I don't know if it was like a midair.
I thought J-Box was just wide on that final turn, and because it was quite a sharp turn from the two sort of square arches, big right-hand turn to go through the timing gate. Hitting the line in some leagues isn't enough. The Drone Champions League, for example, if you hit the finish gate, doesn't matter because you have to be in it, and it is actually a kind of cage that you get netted into. So you can tell are you in it or not. But if you bounce off of the side of it, the front of it, for example, you've still got to go in. So you've still got to keep flying and go in, and that has cost some pilots occasionally. Hopefully we can see a review of that. Well, hopefully we can see a replay of the last moments of that race. Obviously, it's going to get reviewed by the official judges, but what we are pretty sure about is Yayu, sadly, will be out at this stage. Always sorry to see him leave. Such a nice guy. So many of these pilots, of course. Yayu falls after not being able to complete that race. So we think Pavel will proceed. I think that's pretty safe.
Yeah.
And it should be J-Box. But he may have lost it at the end, but you're also not sure that Arvin completed it either. Well, this is the result. That is confirmation then. Pavel continues. And J-Box still in this. I think he hit it. Maybe he bounced through it. It looked like from the angle he was coming in that if he was, because he bounced on the far side of it. I thought he's probably bounced through.
Yeah.
But it wasn't certain on my angles. Arvin, though, will leave us here. The German pilot is eliminated after he gave a good chase to J-Box at the end of that and came within 1.6 of him. But not quite enough. Yayu, though, is looking very disappointed from what I saw just now. Is out too. Pavel will continue with another win. And J-Box had 3 wins to this point in the lower do-or-die races. Second behind Pavalos. That's nothing to be ashamed of for such a great pilot. So that's looking confirmed for what is race 25. Let's take a look
replay.
here.
This is J-Box?
I think so. So he's hit.
Yeah.
No, he's through there.
Yeah, he's through.
Oh, that was the finish from J-Box. At full speed, that looked quite a lot more out of shape.
Confusing, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, there you go,
that's
J-Box.
perfect.
I'm glad you nailed it. I really thought he'd hit it, and maybe, just because after that, I'm pretty sure just after those frames, he's still turning a bit in the air, and it looked like he was the wrong side of the gate, and therefore I was thinking, how did you end up over there? Did you bounce off of the gate?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, it's all good for so far for J-Box then, second in that run.
He was in
hung
perfect
on to it.
control.
Arvin was coming for him. Where do we go now? We go to race 26.
We're going to have Birkin, Goganga, Drone D, and Dorian. Even in this case, each one of these pilots have lost one of their lives.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an elimination of other 2 pilots at the end of this heat.
I was working out that I think of these 8 pilots, the 4 we've just seen and these 4, we'll end up with just 2 of them. I think that's right. Let's concentrate on who we have. Birkin, Goganga, Drone D, and Dorian. Perhaps not as recognizable, these 4 pilots, as the 4 we've just seen. But we'll fight, and we'll fight some more. Goganga's best launch there, straight down the straightaway. Good time to do it. It's like Dorian's time in the competition is going to be over. They've got a lot further than their qualifying position would predict. Drone D might be out in front and Goganga FPV might be in trouble. They're into the Doppio now. Birkan is into lap number 2 and Drone D FPV is ahead of him. So Genga's got a lot of catching up to do. Way behind Birkan, and Dorian is trying to get something out of this, but the race is way ahead of him. It's a big stall though for Drone D FPV. They had to line that tower up and correct it quite heavily. So Burkan's got a chance of nipping first from him. Gagenga is into the Doppio as well. They've closed some of this gap up, but we've only got one lap left, and it is Burkan now in the lead, then Drone D. Gagenga on that lap as well is just over a second behind Drone D, who lost a lot of time on the last lap and can't afford to do it again. Three of them into the tower all at the same time. Dorian is out on track as well. He might well get tangled up in something. He is near all these other pilots, but they are way ahead of him in laps. And to the line, it's Gagenga, and then Burkan by less than 4/10. And Drone D FPV threw himself at it, and Dorian continues to fly. Looks like he is going to finish it, which is a great way to end your run here. Did really well to get to this stage of the competition, higher than his qualifying position would suggest. And the final run is there, and Dorian finishes it with an elimination, but a good, strong showing in that last race. Drone D FPV was in it and out of it, and sadly remains out of it at the end. Dorian falls, Drone D falls, and Gagenga was leading, and Burkan was leading, and Gagenga was leading when it matters. They both go to the same rounds. No, they go to separate rounds, my bad. Gagenga, yeah, keeping that fighting. Wow.
That was very close racing again. And this level of racing, like every millisecond counts. Every single trajectory.
So we have very, very few races left. Let me tell you what is to come.
F2 Paulus, F4 Gagenga, and R7 J-Box. So elimination round.
Yeah, I'm double checking.
R1 Burkan,
So we're going to do race 27.
4 Gagenga, FPV.
Race 27 is the last race but one in the lower bracket. We had 8. We still have 4. 2 of them are going to fall now. We've just seen these 8 pilots racing in the last 2 races. This is their last chance here in this stage. Burkan FPV, Pavelos. Remember, it was Pavelos who won the race 2 races ago.
Yep.
Burkan came in second then. And then we're going to have Gagenga and J-Box, who were first and second in their respective battles.
Actually, Pavelos came in first and J-Box second in the second to last race.
Yeah.
And Burkan, and actually, Gagenga and Burkan is first and second and last race.
Is that not what I said? Anyway, you're right.
Yeah.
Burkan was second. Behind Gagenga, well, let's take it this way. Burkan was second in the race they just flew. Pavelos was first in his. Gagenga was first in theirs. J-Box was second in theirs. Those are the 4 pilots who are coming. So when this race 27 is finished, 2 pilots will remain in the lower bracket. Then we will return to the upper side of things with the pilots who have still got 2 lives. So we're going to see
Fenneman, Yuki, Killian, and Emis.
Yeah, they are going to race in 28. 2 of those pilots, the first and second in race 28, will go straight to our grand final.
Yeah.
The other 2 pilots, who have lost a life, will fight
Against the
the
winners of the next
2
one.
winners, first and second place pilots of this group.
Yeah.
And then
Now it's coming all
2
together.
will go to the grand final. So there'll be 2 pilots in the grand final who haven't lost a race at all, who haven't come lower than second, is what I mean by losing. Haven't lost a life.
Yeah.
And there'll be 2 pilots in the grand final who have. Christian, for Matt, it's Chase the Ace, right? It's 2 wins in the final. I'm sure it is, but I'm just double checking. So here we go. So the pilots in this race are basically 2 races from the grand final. It doesn't matter if you've spent all of the eliminations in the lower bracket having lost, come 3rd or even 4th in your first race. It doesn't matter. You can be in the grand final. In theory, you would be outclassed, but not necessarily, as we've seen pilots are in this lower bracket who you wouldn't expect to be there, at least early on. You can be in the grand final. You can be the champion of this whole thing, having fought your way through the lower bracket. Someone like J-Box, for example, who's coming up in this race now, could put in a really strong showing. He shouldn't have been into the lower bracket when he was, but he's had some equipment problems. But, you know, is he capable of winning this? Yes. Is he capable of winning the whole event? Yeah, may well be. I wouldn't say it would come easily for him, because the form Yuki is on is just looking
Incredible.
inhuman.
Yeah.
Oh, I can see a really sad-looking Yayu, and a sad-looking Yayu is something I've almost never seen, and it's breaking my heart. Ah, I'm hearing from Yayu, your drone got wet, and that caused some problems. Ah, no, a lot of pilots fly with their drones coated in case it goes into water, but you probably wouldn't do that for coming to Italy for a race nowhere near any.
In July. But it
Right.
happens.
We know that from last year too.
And it was June and it rained.
Yeah, we had more rain, didn't we?
Yeah.
But not. We did during the event as well. I think not just in the
during the
ceremonies where you and I were getting soaked out
Yeah.
doing our presentation bits. What are we seeing on the blocks? It's going to be Burkan FPV from Bulgaria, Pavelos from Poland, Gigenga FPV from Japan, and J-Box from the States. I'm seeing Chris helping out here. I'm seeing Topi helping out as well. Who's behind Topi? I can't. Ah, Pavel is there, doing his own work. I'm smiling as he's just heard me mention his name. And then Team Gigenga. Yeah, I see you. Oh, Maddox apparently can see me. Whoa. He's got skills, that man. Also, he's got equipment everywhere.
He looks through the pixels of the sensor.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, of course, yeah. So when are we going to get lineups? Standing around in the rain at the moment. Just a little bit of it, I think. I'm going to ask my weather reporter, who's not V, she's the breaking news reporter. Yayu, our weather reporter, is it raining? Is it raining? What? No. No? No rain. No, it's not raining on Yayu. Thank you, Yayu. Merci. V, how's your Instagram figure? I'm not mocking it. She was asking us to tell people that she needs more Instagram followers. She makes really good content behind the scenes of races, actually. You should follow V. Follow all of us.
Agree?
Right, okay. The King Matteo turned up and everybody ran away. Did you see that?
Yep.
In he came and they all went, oh, it's the King, and ran. Wow, they scattered. Off he goes to terrorize some other people. And let's have a race with Burkan, Pavelas, Gigenga, and J-Box. J-Box again. Poor J-Box sat there in position. I see
always
you,
the
J-Box.
first.
Goggles down, just on his own, focusing, doing his thing. And then I tell everybody. Oh, look, there's other people. Look at those. They've come and joined him. Burkan on the left. Then it's J-Box. We see
Pavelos.
Pavelos and Gigenga.
Next race begins in 10 seconds.
Good luck, pilots.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Got to come and get it. And they all go. Oh, that's a quick start from Pavel, you know. And very, very similar starts from Gigenga and Burkan, and then J-Box with them all. Out of the tower, Pavolos and Burkan. Gigenga and J-Box trying to keep with them. Into the Doppio, J-Box leaving Gigenga a little further behind. And Pavel just sees a quad zip past him like he wasn't even moving. I think it was Burkan's. Just absolutely blasted across him and went. Pavelos with a little bit of rain on his lens too. I think Gigenga.
crash.
Gigenga down, but I'm not confident there won't be another incident in this race. It feels right for one. Burkan is on to the next lap. Pavelos is ahead of him. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment. J-Box with some catching up to do. He's making it happen. He's heading towards the triplo. He's gaining on Burkan.
Something happened in the triple gate.
J-Box, Pavelos are looking very, very close, and I think Burkan is behind one or both of them. It's a run to the line. It's going to be Pavel and J-Box. And Burkan is looking for the finish gate. I'm not sure he went through. He went very, very high. I don't know if Burkan went and through and then up, or up and not through. That's the starting blocks. There's absolutely nothing happening there. There's a tower. Nobody's doing anything there. Nope, that's boring. Look, that's the one. So that's going to get reviewed as expected. Probably want to come to a shot like this. Going to be a lot of emotions from pilots as they are in or out now. But not until. And pilots are everywhere now. On track, getting stuff. So, who got what then? This one's tense. That was an excellent race. Genga, sadly, pretty much, I don't think there's any doubt that they're out.
Yeah. Trying to understand now if
I'm looking at race control,
G-box.
I'm looking at production, I can't quite see the judging area, but I can see our head judge is in production reviewing some of the video. I'm confused about Burkan. I'd like to see a replay of Burkan's final moments because I'm not sure. He went really high, but I don't know if it was before or after the finish gate. Nice work.
Here's
Producer
Burkan.
extraordinaire. There's the final split S before the doppio. Oh, he was a bit high out of that. So he was in third for a fair chunk of this final push. 1, 2. Okay, through. And he flipped round, and you could see the finish gate again, which is why I was worried. So he's gone through it, and then just did this incredibly quick 180 as he went upwards.
Yeah.
And it looked like he was looking at the front of the gate, but he was looking at the back. So
the other
Burkan's
side, yeah.
time should be correct. Was it good enough as everything else is being looked at as well?
Great. So it looks like we have J-Box first place, Pavelos second, and Birkin just like half a second after Pavelos, 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, he was behind them both on that third lap, but he closed it towards the end. He absolutely threw at it, really, really went for it. Nearly got Pavel, nearly, but it looks like Burkan, who's come second in a few of these elimination races, didn't quite get the second this time. And that's going to take him out. But I think he'll finish in probably in the top 10 as we've got so few pilots left.
Absolutely. Only 8 pilots are left, so I would say definitely every pilot here, it's within the top 8.
J-Box. Very, very close to being in the grand final, and so is Pavelos. We're having a little of a discussion. Our head judge is still in reviewing video from that last race, and we also have our starter and King Mathieu talking about something, but they're either side of a net. Looks like a prison visit.
Temperature's getting cooler again.
It really has, isn't it?
Wind is barely blowing. It's pretty good.
So of the pilots in the lower bracket, we look like, after we get confirmation of this, but we are thinking it's something like only J-Box and Pavelos remain, unless something is about to change. In the winning brackets, the upper brackets, the pilots who've still got 2 lives.
We have Fenneman, Yuki, Killian, and Emis.
Wow.
So basically now we're going to see them in the next heat, and the ones that win, actually the ones that lose will be competed against J-Box and Pavelos again, and the winners will compete against the winning, actually, who never even lost a life until now.
Which means also, in theory, their lipos, their drones, and so on are slightly less worn because of the racing. Starting blocks looking lovely but empty.
I don't know
We
how
know
many
who's going to
lipos
be in
they
the
bring.
next race. Well, I think you're absolutely right. It'll
So-
be Fenneman, Yuki, Killian, and MSFPV. So Fenneman from France, Yuki from Japan, Killian from France, MSFPV from Latvia. Pretty sure that's the pilots who need to line up for the next race, unless there's any kind of a rerun of the one we just saw.
Is this thunder?
Yeah, I've heard a little bit of thunder. I think that's what that is. Unless there's, it doesn't seem to be an aircraft. We've had a couple of aircraft nearby, but I don't think that's one of them. Six pilots still alive in the FAI World Drone Cup Italia 2025. Fenneman, Yuki, Kilian Russo, MSFPV haven't come less than second, lower than second yet. J-Box and Pavelos are still in this. So we've got two French pilots, Yuki from Japan, Emis from Latvia, J-Box from the States, Pavelos from Poland. And Yuki, Kilian, J-Box, Pavelos, they've raced each other plenty of times. Emis has been amongst them on more than one occasion. Fenneman raced all of them. I'm trying to think of finals where Fenneman has been. I don't think I've seen Fenneman in a final except maybe an E-drone race that I did in 2023 with the FAI. I think he made it to the end of that one, into the final. But I don't think I've seen him in an IRL race, in an IRL's final. Not saying he hasn't been in any. I mean, I haven't seen him in one against these kind of pilots. So yeah, just a little bit of a review going on in that last race, just to make sure that Pavelos actually did take the right line through certain parts of the track, and therefore his race is legit, and it is. So yep, that looks like it's confirmed.
Official.
J-Box and Pavelos are one race away from the grand final. Two of the pilots we're going to be watching next are one race away from the grand final, and this is it. And the pilots who come third and fourth in this race have to race again against J-Box and Pavelos. This is a stacked final, however the four of them end up.
Kitty, can you come to the pilot area, please?
Someone's being called to the pilot area.
Emmy, probably.
Ah, Emmy, okay.
I would say. He's actually one of the next
So we had,
pilots.
is he... There's no danger about Emmy's racing. Actually working out another part of later on. We won't worry about that right now, but no, there's no danger. No, Emmy isn't getting reviewed or anything like that.
No, it's okay.
So we're waiting to fly. Race 28.
Yeah.
Then 29 and 30. Or as it's otherwise known, 28, 29, and the grand final. And there are prizes for the top three in the finals, of which there will also be a women's final and a juniors final. I've got his date of birth. Do you want it? Well, he probably knows that. I just meant I've got it in my laptop if you can't find him. So yes, there are prizes for the top three in each of our grand finals. There's some equipment for everybody, a drone as well, a new drone, not a racing drone like these, but another kind of drone.
Bind and fly drone.
I think so, yeah, for our winners in each category. And of course the prestige of being the champion.
A trophy.
Yeah, I think. And behind the scenes, spreadsheet fans, you also acquire FAI points.
Yeah.
Being an FAI accredited race, every pilot who is here will be scoring some points towards their FAI total for 2025, even if they're not in the eliminations. All the way down, all 73 pilots who came here will get something. Everybody will get something towards their tally, essentially. You can imagine it's like 73 downwards. But those who end up in the very top positions also score additional points. And essentially, the points you get for winning are kind of always the same. Plus, a number of points based on how many competitors there are. So if you were to win a race with 40 competitors, you would score, say, 65 points. I'm not saying that's exactly right, but let's say it's 65 points. If you score a race with 80 competitors, you might have got 105 points instead. You still won the race, but you beat more people to do so. So therefore, you get a bigger score.
Bigger score.
Those points are publicly available on the FAI's site for everybody to find, but they take some digging because there's a lot of FAI events outside of drone racing on there as well. But then at the end of the year, when the World Drone Racing Championships happens, as it did in Hangzhou last October in China, and as it did in Namwon in Korea in 2023, the very best pilots of these world rankings get automatically invited, and then everybody else is picked through national teams choosing who they want to represent them and so on like that. So by doing really well in the FAI races, you automatically can go to the World Championships.
Go to the World Championships.
Which is good for your nations as well, because there is also a nations trophy at that. The country whose competitors collectively scored the most at the World Finals, that becomes like the country winner as well as the individual winners.
Basically, these races are like super populated qualifiers for the grand final.
Yeah.
So
And an event has to be of a minimum size. You can't just say to your 3 friends, I'll tell you what, let's run an FAI World Cup, and oh, look, I won.
of course.
Because
even if you're in less points, but it has to be a real race.
Yeah, I think it has to have a minimum of 40 competitors to count as a World Cup. And that scores you points. And like I was saying earlier, and there's one in Bulgaria next weekend, there's one in Serbia in 2 weeks' time. I think it was last weekend, there was one in Sweden. One weekend before that, there was an excellent one in Hungary. These races are organised by local organisers, just like this one is. This isn't the FAI putting these races on. This is down to hard work by people who want to support the drone racing community, not just in their part of the world, but internationally. This isn't just an Italian race. This is an international race.
Absolutely.
And so all credit must go to the King Matteos, both of them now, of Speedy Pizza Drones, and also the hard-working team of DDR, Dutch Drone Racing, who are doing all the race control and production, and have had such a smooth run of it until the last few races today, when they've had quite a lot of reviewing to do. Sotir and the FAI judges who are here as well, looking after everything, and of course everybody else. There's lots of volunteers too. Stefano is doing wonderful work as well. And there's a camera pan.
Round 28 coming up. R1, Killian. F2, Phenomen. F4, Yuki. R7, MSFPV.
This is just coming across the pilot area now, where the whole setup place is for all of our pilots to charge stuff and fix stuff and so on. Big marquee, as you can see. Everybody just grabs a space in there and essentially works together alongside other people. And you know, take a pilot who's, I mentioned earlier, there's a German pilot here who's on his 3rd ever race. You look one direction, you'll see a world champion. You look another direction, you'll see another world champion. You look somewhere else, you'll bump into the MotoGP champion, or a 2-time DCL world champion, or somebody you've just seen many, many times racing. Like there's no kind of preciousness here. Nobody's like, I'm a champion, where is my spot? You know, everybody just gets on with it. Talking of getting on with it, shall we? Race 28. What does that mean?
That means all the pilots that until now have never lost one single life.
That's it. First or second in everything they've flown. Killian, Phenomen, Yuki, and MSFPV. Killian, 2nd fastest on this. Phenomen, 6th. Yuki, 1st. MSFPV, 22nd. Look how well they've done fighting to still be in this right now, because in theory it's only the top 6 pilots who are at this stage. But MS is still amongst them. His time is now, there's a decent gap between him and Phenomen, and then Phenomen to Killian, and then Killian to Yuki. There's a bit of a gap there too. So it's feeling like Yuki and Killian are going to do what they've done this entire weekend and go 1 and 2 into the grand final.
Yeah, the pure
That
speed
won't
of
be a
MS.
surprise.
The pure speed of MS is pretty good. It's 23 seconds per lap. The fact is that his best qualifying time is very high compared to 3 times his best lap. So he's probably maybe not the most consistent.
You're right. If he could do his fastest lap 3 times exactly, he'd be 10 seconds quicker overall than he is. And in fact, that would put him not far behind Killian Rousseau.
So he's
R1, Moga FPV, F2, V, F4, and Aska on R7. But first, elimination round.
So we will take
F2, Phenomen, F4, Yuki, and R7, Ennis FPV.
we will take ourselves closer to our grand finals. These 4 pilots, first and second in every single run today, and great performances in qualifying. 2 of them have to fall. 2 of them straight to the grand final at the end of today. 2 of them will have 1 more chance to be there. I'm looking at Killian on the left, then Yuki, Emis, Fenneman. Are you spotting for Fenneman there? Good to see Chris spotting for Yuki. This is going to be quick. This isn't even the final, but it very well could be. Slowest of the 4 pilots on the launch, Fenneman, but doesn't sound like very much when you say it's 4/10. Yuki is away. Killian, Emis, Fenneman might be between them for the 2nd place. It's still Yuki, still Killian, still Fenneman, still Emis. Emis trying to gain on Fenneman. Fenneman needs to do quite a lot to catch his countryman Killian though. And Killian is not seeing a lot of Yuki. Yuki out in front, Killian still in second. Fenneman, can he catch him? Can he mix this up with Killian? He's into the doppio on his 2nd lap. He's not too far behind Killian, but Killian is very, very rarely making a mistake. And Fenneman now with over 1.5 seconds to find. Emis, FPV. We said his timings might be, this might be the stage, which is a bit too far, but he could still find himself in the grand final. He looks like he's going to have to fight 1 more time to be there. Emis is flying really well. Those are very good technical turns that he's doing, but coming to the final gates now, Yuki and then Killian. And 6/10 between them, and then it's Fenneman in 3rd, and Emis was very close to nailing him at the end for 3rd place. Fenneman and Ennis, for the first time today, drop down to the elimination battle into the grand final via the direct route. Congratulations. Killian Russo, 2nd in that run, and Yuki Hashimoto, who has won basically every time he's in the air.
so our number 1 and number 2 qualifiers from the 8 qualifying rounds are actually our first 2 finalists.
Yep. Amazing. Amazingly good, amazing consistent flying. I wonder how Killian feels. He's had 1 go where he's been fractionally better than Yuki, and then Yuki beat him back again by a chunk of time. Wonder what it's like racing and just thinking, I'm beaten by him again. You've always got to be in it to win it, of course. Therefore, we have Yuki and Killian in the grand final, but MSFPV and Fenneman have only just had their first loss of a life, and therefore have 1 more chance to get there, just like the other pilots do.
So we will have J-Box, Paravelos, and Fenneman and Emis in this loser bracket. Let's say the last.
The last stand.
Last stand. Yeah, that's lower bracket.
Yes. Do or die time. This is it now. Fenneman, Pavelos, MSFPV, who just came in 4th in that last race, and J-Box. 2 of them will be in the grand final with Yuki and Killian, and the other 2 will basically be 5th and 6th of the World Cup Italian. What an amazing achievement that is. But when you're this close to a grand final, you can be there. Christian, did I hear that right? Is Timmy is left and therefore not in the juniors? That's what he said.
F4 MSFPV, R7 J-Box. Right after that, the women's final, then the junior final, and then the big
These lists of pilots for the women's and the juniors just given us, are they the order that they got there? Like 1, 2, 3, 4? I don't think so. No, V was ahead of Mo.
Who will be the champion of this weekend? Who is the fastest pilot? Who can bring home the win? All will be known in a couple of hours.
I did always realize that too. The order would be nice if we can get it. So, race 29 is the last stand. You're in a grand final or you're not. All of the racing comes down to this. For Fenneman, Guillaume Balu from France, Pavel Leshak, Pavelos from Poland, Elmar Misesevic, that's MSFPV from Latvia, and Joaquin Ibanez, the J-Box of the USA. Fenneman, Pavelos, MSFPV, and J-Box. Their last chance to be in the grand final. And when we get to the grand final, we will be doing a format that's known in drone racing as Chase the Ace. You have to win it twice. And juniors? Fenneman, Timmy. No. The order for the juniors, please, Christian. I'm not. I think you might have given us the right order. So we're just working out also behind the scenes, spreadsheet fans, there will be a women's final. There will be a juniors final. We had, I think something like 30 eligible juniors out of the 73 pilots. Juniors in FAI races, anybody who's 18 or under, including being 18 or under.
Including 18-year-old. Well,
this is actually why Yuki Hashimoto is the reigning FAI overall world champion, as he won the main event in Hangzhou last October. But he's also the juniors world champion, as he was best in that. And he was just about eligible, and I think he still is. At some point, Yuki's going to turn 19 and let somebody else win it. Now, let's get these pilots into a race, because this is taking surprisingly long, but obviously nobody wants to mess it up due to equipment or anything in the last go. Havelos in their seat. J-Box, been in his for ages. Emis, and on the right-hand side, Fenneman again. I like Fenneman's jersey. Other jerseys are available. Right, guys, good luck. The grand final is almost yours. And it begins. The last stand. Best of the starts, it's Pavel, Emis, Fenneman, and then J-Box getting into the fight. Pavel into the tower, Fenneman, then Emis and J-Box in there side by side. It's very tight between those two. Fenneman just maybe slightly ahead, and Pavel's going to lose the lead he had, and his goggles are off, and he's done. Now somebody else has a chance. That was not going to be theirs. Fenneman, J-Box, Emis. It's pretty hard to call between J-Box and Emis. Fenneman looking better chances of getting the win here. J-Box and then Emis second and third. Fenneman's had a few problems though. We've seen it in quali and we've seen it in the runs. He's got to keep this one together if he's going to have a good run. It has to be now. Emis making some mistakes and spiraling, rolling the drone and keeping it alive, but he's lost so much time. Fenneman getting away on the third lap. J-Box was 6/10 behind him at the start of it. Not far behind him right now, maybe just about a gate behind Fenneman. Emis with a lot to do. But one crash for the leading two pilots, and a surprise could be coming. And J-Box is having some issues on the video from our end, and it's Fenneman and it's J-Box! 1 and 2 in the grand final, and Emis FPV and the charging battles he's given us. His brilliant young future Latvian champion, I'm sure, showboats a little bit on a roll through the finish gate to wrap up his time here in Italy. Emis FPV, the grand final, is just one step too far.
Okay, guys, we're gonna make us ready for the women's final.
So it is Fenneman and J-Box who are through to the grand final.
Together with Yuki and Killian.
Yes. So commiserations to Emis FPV, who falls and is eliminated in a brilliant race there at the last moments.
Good 5th place for Emis and probably 6th place for Pavelos at this point.
Yeah, Pavel, who made it up to 5th in qualifying, and may well have, no, 4th in qualifying after stealing that from Yayu in the last run. You know, was expecting to be in a final of this, has beaten a few of these pilots in the MultiGP Championship finals that there were at the end of last year. But Pavelos, I think, is going to end up 6th, as you say, and is not in the grand final after crashing very early. I didn't quite catch it as to why. But we know our grand finals. It's Yuki, Killian, Fenneman, and J-Box. What a stacked final that is. Japan, 2 Frenchmen, and the American pilot J-Box. Very exciting. Before we do that grand final, which will be Chase the Ace, you've got to win it twice. And we keep racing that grand final until someone has. It may well only take 2 races, the way Yuki is flying. Before that, our women's final and our juniors final. Looking at the eliminations, and for the pilots below 32nd, the qualification positions. We rank everybody through where they have ended up in this tournament. Obviously, if you've been battling in the eliminations, you've been jostling around your positions, and for everybody below 32nd, those were settled after qualification. So we take the 4 highest position women pilots for our women final, and the 4 highest junior pilots. They are the junior finalists as well, and there are prizes and titles to be awarded to both of those. The first group will be our women's final, where we are going to see Luisa Rizzo, the reigning women's world champion and the women's champion of the Italia World Cup 2024. She was also the best of all of the Italian pilots here. She is going to be surely the favorite in the women's final on this track. The second highest placed woman was V from Lithuania, so we have to release her from her on-the-spot reporter contract as she's got a final to contend. Moga FPV from South Korea, the only other pilots from South Korea. She, 3rd place to qualify into this. And our 4th fastest female pilot was Asuka from Japan. She is going to be taking part as well. So one of these women will be the 2025 FAI World Drone Cup Italia Women's Champion. And Leo on Fire and Moga and V have met and raced each other many times on international circuits, not just in women's finals, in groups and so on as well. Moga has raced alongside Leo on Fire a few times. V has really made a name for herself, I think, in the last year. Seeing her performances have been great. I've got a feeling all 3 of these raced in the Riyadh World Cup final. Leo on Fire, Moga, and V. I believe so. Asuka Ueno from Japan. I haven't seen it so many races. And I think for her, this is a, send it kind of opportunity. Her finishing times are substantially below the other pilots. So Asuka just got an opportunity here to come and end her time in Italy with a good run. But, as we've said, although on paper, she's not anywhere near as quick on top speed or time as the other 3 pilots who are much more experienced than she is. That doesn't mean they're all still in it at the end, does it?
Absolutely. Anything can happen.
Podiums available, not medals, trophies, titles.
I'll be explaining this to the Italian public here present.
Please do.
Abbiamo visto fino adesso la competizione generale dove siamo riusciti a eleggere o comunque determinare quelli che saranno i 4 piloti che si sfideranno nella finale generale. Si tiene un attimo in sospensione quella finale e si prosegue adesso con la finale femminile, quindi le 4 donne più veloci della competizione. E, avremo come concorrente più veloce la nostra Leo on Fire, Luisa Rizzo, che appunto guiderà le altre 3 concorrenti, che sono Moga FPV dalla Corea, dal Sud Corea, V dalla Lituania e Aska dal Giappone. Quindi avremo la nostra italiana campionessa del mondo in carica appunto di FPV Drone Racing contro la coreana Moga FPV, la lituana V e la giapponese Aska. Quindi facciamo il tifo a tutte e 4 le nostre concorrenti e a breve si sfideranno in questa competizione di drone racing qui alla World Drone Cup Italia 2025.
So we get this race a little closer to happening. I kind of want to go down and talk to the pilots, but I don't want to interfere with their preparations for this, but I may well grab one for an interview at the end of it. V is in the middle, ready to go. Very relaxed, I'm glad to see that. On the right, that's Luisa, Leo on fire. So we need Moga FPV and Aska.
You can see Luisa's mom helping her out with the final preparations before the race.
There's a documentary filmmaker here making a documentary for German television about Luisa, which is great for any drone racer to be getting kind of that much exposure individually, but I think for all of us,
Definitely.
sport having that focus is great news as well. And she's such a great ambassador for it, so I'm delighted for her. She's been racing for so many years. You knew her in some of her earlier races before I did, Stefano, and she's been fighting so many times. The Women's World Championship was something she was after year after year after year and was runner-up so many times, but got it last time in Hangzhou. And the World Games next month is the next big event for international drone racing. If you are interested in watching more incredible racing like this, then as well as the community races that are happening and a couple of FAI World Cups in the next couple of weeks. In August, the 14th, 15th and 16th of August is when drone racing takes part at the World Games in Changzhou in China. I am honored to be going out there and representing our sport and doing all of the commentary for the World Games. I'm very honored to announce that as well. Thank you to the FAI for wanting me to be there and represent us. All of that is going to be available on live.theworldgames.com on their own streaming platform, along with all of the action from over 2 weeks and 42 different sports in the World Games. 14th, 15th and 16th of August, join me live from Changzhou as we have 32 incredible pilots, including many of the ones you've seen here today. Right, our pilots.
Yeah, the starting blocks are populated. We should be having the race very soon. Yep, we have the video feed of all 4 women pilots. Matteo Gandini is checking the last details. And we're good to go. Few moments of concentration.
If you are ready, give me a thumbs up, please. Okay, if you're ready. Everybody ready?
Here it comes, our women's final. Good luck, everybody.
Pilots, arm your quads. Wait for the beep.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
And it begins.
Ooh, Leon Fire.
Louisa
Just hit-
goes under
yeah.
the tunnel. Aska is behind her. The other two are in front of her, I think. It was a good start for Leo on Fire, but then she just lost a little bit of time. Moga FPV from South Korea. Could this be the one that she wins? It's been a while coming. She's there just amongst Leo on Fire and V, and it could be Moga's day. Moga now pushing towards the tower the second time as Aska is orbiting it and finding her way through. Now Moga exits the Doppio on this gate here, and Leo on Fire has gone past everybody and is the first one to the line. Then it is Moga now behind V, who's moved up into second. Moga chasing V down the main straight, who's chasing Leo on Fire, and Aska a little bit too far behind. Leo on Fire orbits, makes it through the dive tower. It's V up in a second. Moga is not far behind her good friend V. Leo on Fire leading everybody. Still there. Coming around the final turns on the lap now. Out of the Doppio, V, and then Moga. Moga now doing the split S and trying to gain on V, but it's still V who's ahead of her and maybe pushing a little more. Leo on Fire, final lap. Luisa's race to win. V in second. Moga and then Aska third and fourth. Moga was in close touch with the lead on lap number 1. Can she get second from V? She's getting very close to doing so, but out in front, one split S here. And now Luisa goes for the final turns, 1 and 2, and it's hers! Luisa Rizzo is the women's champion again, 2 years running at the FAI World Drone Cup Italia. And Moga does steal second from V right at the end. And Aska is still flying. Let's see Aska all the way to the finish. Look at V smiling in the middle there. Third place for her. She missed out on second by 7/10 of a second as Moga pushed and got it at the end. But Aska is still flying. Christian, come on, man, show Aska. Aska from Japan, whose times were so much slower in racing, not as internationally experienced as all of these pilots, but put in a great fight, hoping that she will finish strongly here. Can she get another really good lap, as she showed us a few times in qualifying? It's just a little bit off her pace at the moment, but here comes the finish for Aska. As she does! Everybody home, a complete final. Aska in fourth. Then it's V, who was just pipped by Moga. And the winner is Leo on Fire, Italy's Luisa Rizzo!
Brava Luisa. Congratulations.
Moga here, having a look at her South Korean just coming around the outside of V. I think she got her on that turn. That was the win there, the second place take from Moga. You just saw another drone, it was V's, and Moga went round her on the outside of those last couple of arches and then turned, and you'd think being on the inside would be better because the final turn of the last arch to the finish gate is really sharp. But Moga took a beautiful line out of that and got it. Ahead of all of them, though, again, Luisa, another title for her. And as I said, there's a documentary crew filming her here, which I'm very excited about for all of us in drone racing. Well, they've got a happy end to that piece. So exciting. Great final. And there's 2 more to come. The juniors final. And then the overall final will be taking place after that as well.
Quindi si è appena svolta la finale femminile, ha vinto la nostra campionessa Leon Fire Luisa Rizzo con 1 minuto e 37 secondi e 0,55 a prima posizione, 1 minuto e 43 secondi Moga in seconda posizione, 1 minuto e 44 secondi in terza posizione per V e chiude la concorrente Aska in quarta posizione.
So next up, the junior final, and I mean, look at this. You're looking at Yuki Hashimoto, the reigning individual FAI and juniors FAI world champion, and just a god on this track. No one has come close to him. The closest was Killian, and he was barely within 2 seconds of what Yuki can do around this track. Fenneman from France, also into here, 6th out of qualifying, and one of the pilots who is in the grand final too, along with Yuki. Small Yuki from Japan was quicker than Fenneman. He was 3rd after qualifying had finished, but found himself knocked down into the elimination side of things. Although he battled his way through there, he didn't get as high in the bracket as he would have hoped. So Small Yuki has a chance for redemption here, as he'll be in the junior final. And then Timmy from Sweden, young Timmy, or not so young Timmy, but a junior nevertheless, who was 9th in qualifying. We've not seen much of him today. He was knocked out very early on through the elimination bracket, and apparently wasn't even here. Was off exploring or coming back for the ending or whatever it was he was doing. Needed to come back a little bit sooner as he's got a race to fly.
Yes.
He is in this final. I think in terms of who was qualified where, not qualified, who was ranked where leading to this junior final, it's Yuki, Fenneman, and Small Yuki and Timmy in that order. We're pretty sure, aren't we, Stefano?
Yes, yes. We have, obviously, our Yuki Hashimoto is absolutely being the fastest on this track for the whole weekend. Small Yuki a little bit slower, but Fenneman in this double elimination bracket, he's been doing a lot better than Small Yuki. So
Yuki, Fenneman, Small Yuki, and Timmy. And yes, after this will be the grand finals where Yuki will be racing again for the overall title and Fenneman, but they'll be alongside Killian and J-Box. And it's Chase the Ace. You've got to win it twice. And we keep going until someone has, but we feel that may be in 2 races. Unless there's a chink in Yuki's armor and it's not been seen by anybody yet, or Yuki has some problem technically, perhaps in this race, and maybe is on fewer quads than we think, but I don't think so. We worked out he'd completed 22 of the 24 laps you could fly in qualifying. He's barely had a scratch on anything at all. He's got a record practically as unblemished as the drones. He's had the fastest time, fastest speed, 175 kilometers an hour down the main straight yesterday. He's done 171 today. Let's see what he can do. Oh, I should have talked to everybody then. I should have gone and done all the women pilots. How can we show it? Should we do that then? Okay, get that set up. So while we wait for the juniors final to get ready, we will be, I'm going to go and talk to some ladies. I'm going to go and talk to our women's finalists. We're just setting up a position to do that after their amazing race. And then we'll have Yuki, Fenneman, Small Yuki, and Timmy going for it in the junior final. And then there'll be a couple of minutes before our grand final happens. Now. Junior final, then the grand final. And I said it's Chase the Ace, you've got to win it twice. What that means is we will keep running those final 4 pilots, Yuki, Killian, Fenneman, and J-Box. If you win a race, great, that's 1. Then we run it again until somebody has won 2, and it could be Yuki wins the first, Killian wins the next one, Fenneman wins the next one, J-Box wins the next one. They've all got 1. So the most it can be is 5 runs. The least it can be is obviously 2. If Yuki, I have mixed feelings, Stefano. If Yuki can win it 2 out of 2, that kind of just underlines how absolutely dominant Yuki Hashimoto has been here in Italy.
Yeah.
But if somebody can get 1 from him,
it would be nice, absolutely.
But then, Yuki knows, okay. And what we saw yesterday was Yuki dominating qualifying until Killian just leapt above him. And the race after that from Yuki was, not the race, the qualifying run after that was astonishingly fast and set this impossibly good time on this track. So I kind of want to see that Yuki, the one who has just been beaten and has just got that little extra fire, just to see what he would do in that last run. Now, interestingly, actually, we're going to just slightly swerve our plans here. Only two of the final. I've just had an announcement that because 3 of the juniors are in the grand final, no, only 2 of the juniors are in the grand final. 2, not 3.
Okay, guys.
It might be.
What we are gonna do? We're gonna start with
I'm just
the
hearing.
overall final. And that's gonna be Chase the Ace. That being said, every pilot is gonna start right at the beginning. The pilot who wins the first race has got 1 point.
Guys,
Then
you
we
can't
start it all
start
over again.
on the main
And
final
we're gonna
and
keep
then
on
do
flying
the
until
junior final.
1 pilot
It's just
wins
ridiculous.
2
If
times.
we have to wait
That
for
is
Timmy,
Chase the
then
Ace.
that's Timmy's fault and we either
So
DQ him
everything can
because he should
happen.
have stayed here.
In the best case,
Or
you
we
get 9
do
laps,
some proper filling with
and in the
proper
worst
content
and funniest case,
and
you
I
only
go
get
around
2
and
laps.
interview loads of pilots from other experiences. Then we do the
So
junior
we're gonna
final. I
do
can
the
fill this
overall
thing.
final, not the junior final. Overall final.
It might be, unusually, extremely unusually, we might be doing the grand final next before the junior final. I'm not a fan. I always think it's better to finish on the grand final.
Absolutely.
But Timmy is not here. That may or may not be Timmy's fault. Don't know. I do know it is extremely hard to park here, which is a very boring, practical excuse for perhaps not being here. I'm hoping, I'm just throwing some suggestions at production to maybe tackle this a little bit differently.
F4 Yuki.
The reason being as well, 2 of the juniors are in the overall final too. So perhaps if they were to fly the overall final first, if there are any equipment problems, they're going to affect the last race, aren't they?
You can call yourself a winner. If one pilot wins and with the next round another pilot wins, we're gonna
Yeah,
start
it looks like it might be the overall final in order to make sure that if there's something you can't race, it's the juniors as opposed to the overall.
Worst case scenario, we got 9 laps.
I think that's the reasoning. I've not come across that before. Nobody's ever done that, and it's certainly not the first time that more than one junior finalist is in the grand final too.
Junior final is R1 Yuki, F2 Phenomen, F4 Small Yuki, and R7 Timmy. But first,
We're getting a choice made.
F2 Phenomen, F4 Yuki.
Okay, so it's the overall final coming first in a change to our usual plans. So the junior final will wait a little longer. Not past their bedtime or anything. They're all a little bit older than that, aren't they? So the overall final, our grand final then here of the 2025 FAI World Drone Cup Italia with Stefano and myself, Matt, and these amazing pilots, the grand finalists here after 2 days of racing, 8 qualifying rounds, and lots of action here. Congratulations to all of these. Kylian Rousseau, legendary international pilot, proudly always representing France, 2-time world champion with 2 different teams in the Drone Champions League, known at so many events, and second best on this track in qualies. He's in our grand final. Alongside him, Guillaume Bailleux, also from France. Every French pilot is really in the shadow of Kylian, as he is always there at the top of everything. But Phenomen has been progressing, and if there's another French pilot that I could say I'd see most often at the end of all the international races I work on, Phenomen is right up there. And he was 6th in quality. He's got a bit to do to keep up with Kylian, but he's very, very capable. Congratulations, Phenomen, and France having 2 pilots in our grand final. Next up, Yuki Hashimoto, the reigning FAI overall world champion, the reigning FAI juniors world champion, 2 times champion in the Drone Champions League with his team Raiden Racing, also competed in so many wins in things like multi-GP and other racing leagues around the world too. Absolute legend of the sport. So many people looking up to him. Yuki Hashimoto. He's in our grand final and he was the best of everybody. He's the #1 seed. And then completing our lineup, J-Box from the USA, Joaquin Ibanez, brilliant young American pilot, fantastic in the Drone Champions League, brilliant in multi-GP over in the States as well. The only pilot who came all the way from the USA here and is still standing. Had some issues with some runs, some technical problems, but when he could do it in qualifying, he nailed it. Gave us for a while easily the best single lap time we had seen by some way until eventually pilots like Yuki and Killian managed to get back past him. J-Bots pushing himself all the way up the rankings, ended up 7th in qualifying. An amazing performance from him. First thing he said to me today here on the track before we began is he's absolutely so tired, but also he's having so many equipment problems. He did not feel, I am sure at the start of today, he was going to be anything like 7th as he earned in qualifying. I don't think he would have pegged himself as going into a final. He could be our champion as well. They are all amazing. The 4th pilot is J-Box from the USA with Yuki from Japan, Fenneman from France, and Killian also from France. You are about to be treated to a grand final of truly world-class competition. Round of applause for all of our pilots, I think. Round of applause from everybody here for the 4 making the grand final. I feel like we should do a bit of an entrance for them into the pilot line. The only one who's there at the moment is J-Box. And the other pilots getting themselves ready in the pilot area, which you just saw in the background of that shot. Killian, no, Killian's at the blocks with Fenneman. Actually, they're both in this. You can see Killian on the right, Fenneman in that pink and purple jersey. It's cool. And then we've got Yuki in the black and blue. So 3 of the pilots getting themselves prepared, not taking any chances, wanting to do it all themselves. That I don't often see.
Want to be sure that their gear is perfect.
Yeah, but at other World Cups and so on, they are never doing that themselves. They're in the seats. It's Chris Bon FPV who is helping for J-Box, which is why J-Box has been sat calmly in the pilot line for so long. We get a thumbs up from King Matteo. We have 4 drones. This is our overall final round 1. You have to win twice. So the winner of this is in the hot seat to be our overall grand champion, but it's not theirs after just 1 race. So thank you to everybody who's joining us around the world on YouTube and the wonderful audience who've joined us here in Italy. Stefano, you want to tell them this is our first of our overall finals?
Absolutely.
Or do you want me to do it in Italian?
You want to do it?
Yeah,
No.
well, I'll do it, but I'll sound like you again, won't I?
Okay, I'll do it for you.
Thank you.
Quindi ci stiamo avvicinando a un momento molto importante di questo weekend. Si stanno preparando i 4 piloti più veloci della classifica generale. Abbiamo 2 francesi, Killian e Fenneman, e un giapponese Yuki e un americano J-Box. Quindi la concentrazione è al massimo. Chiunque vincerà 2 gare di questa competizione sarà il campione. Quindi
Your chance to be in the hot seat, to take the lead, to get the first win of the 2 you need. Killian, Fenneman, Yuki, and J-Box are away! An impossibly quick start as expected, particularly from Yuki and Killian, and the drones beg for mercy, but they're not going to get any. Killian and Yuki really tightly together. Fenneman, J-Box around there too. J-Box just a little bit behind. I think Fenneman 4th and 3rd. It's Killian who gets the first lap flown in a really solid time just ahead of Yuki, but a little bit hesitant on the end of the exit of the straight. Has cost Killian everything he had. Yuki flying so well as you'd expect him to do. Fenneman racing brilliantly too. He's completing the doppio now. J-Box is under it while Fenneman was going through the top of it. And J-Box pursues Fenneman now to the line where Yuki is already there. It's Yuki in first, then Fenneman. J-Box in third, and Killian, who was in the lead at the start, is in the last place with less than a lap to go. Yuki continues to fly. Ducks under, is into the doppio already. There's the lower two, there's the upper two. Fenneman is in there. J-Box is having a couple of issues, keeping it flying. But it is Yuki with the first win in our grand finals. And in a time of 1:09.539, which is faster than everybody but 3 pilots managed to ever do on this track. It's not his fastest, it's not his best, but only 3 pilots have done anything better than that, and he's one of them. What a win for Yuki, as we anticipated. But for the start of that, and for a lot of the first lap, Killian was in front of him. Yuki with the win, and in really quick time. And then Fenneman coming in second, and Killian third, and J-Box will have to settle for fourth in that one. But he was in a fight all the time. It's just that fight started being with second, and then was with third, and he ends up in fourth. Wow.
We have recorded a 19-second lap for Yuki. Probably it's not exact because we have like a 4-second whole shot time. So probably that is has to be distributed on the first lap.
Yeah, but he has just set the fastest time of the day, fastest speed, I'm sorry, 171.49 kilometers an hour. Down the main straight. It's from the first gate of a lap to the end of the main straight before you go around the outside of the flags. 171.49 kilometers an hour. That's the average speed.
Yeah.
He's gone faster than that, as you said earlier, Stefano, probably at the exit, of course. And we're getting some adjustments on times. But it's not adjusting anything in the positions. So yeah, it is. 1 win for Yuki. And this isn't a points system to help you win this thing. You're not going to do 3 races and then whoever's got the most points of positions wins. It is chase the ace. You have to win it twice. And that's it. Second, third, and fourth, they get figured out based on the positions. But to win it, Yuki's got to do it again. And if anybody can stop him, it looks like Killian is the best chance. Although Killian ended up third in that race after having a big hesitation. I think it was at the exit of the straight or maybe lap 2 or 3. Otherwise, Killian was in front of him from the, out of the block at the very start. So I feel if anyone's going to take that win from Yuki, Killian is the best likelihood of it, even though Fenneman was second in that run. And I think Killian has probably felt for a lot of this like he's confident he can give it his best. He knows he can beat Yuki on some tracks, but maybe realistically he's probably been thinking, I'm not sure I can beat him on this one, even though I did it once because he's beaten me every other time. However, that race may have just given Killian, just at the start there, and then that mistake he made, if he can cross that out as a frustration and use it as like, oh, I'm going to get him this time, we might be going to a third. Which I would really like us to do. I would actually really like for Killian to take this to a third race rather than just losing it straight 2-0 to Yuki and everybody else losing it 2-0 to Yuki. Even if that is the likely outcome, statistically. I think for Killian, he'd like to go away with having got one of the races in the Chase the Ace final. Everybody would, but...
We will find out very, very soon. And
hopefully very, very soon, but it's an empty pilot line, as you can see on screen.
Yeah, now the pilots are obviously checking on their drones. They will be able to recover another drone from their available drones for the next race. So it will take a few minutes now. Si è appena svolta appunto la prima delle finali generali. È stata vinta dal giapponese Yuki, secondo posto per il francese Fenneman, terzo posto francese Killian e quarto posto americano J-Box. Nelle prossime finali generali bisognerà vedere se Yuki riuscirà a portarsi a casa anche la seconda vittoria. In quel caso la finale generale sarà ultimata e lui sarà il vincitore assoluto di questa competizione, di questo weekend. Altrimenti, se qualcun altro riuscirà a vincere, bisognerà proseguire fino a quando almeno uno dei piloti riesce a portarsi a casa 2 vittorie. Quindi per poter vincere la competizione generale è necessario vincere 2 delle finali. Potrebbero succedere dopo 2 gare oppure dopo un massimo di 5 gare.
Not my decision, like, but I'm happy to do whatever like that. I think if Timmy isn't here and we've already done the grand final, then not my shout, but I mean, come on, we should be on site. Next pilot, but I don't think you can just. Everybody's dying here because of it. It is okay. Keep me informed as to what we're doing. So the pilots are moving around, as you can see in the background. Still a lot of pilots here in the area, which I am going to go and walk and talk with in a little while when we are sure we have time to do so, because at the moment this is very much a live situation and we're not sure whether a race is imminent. What I can tell you is happening, though, without the aid of any of my many weather crew and weather team, and also by looking at the excellent wooden weather machine, that's a table, that it is starting to rain. A little bit of rain falling, but who's first to the seats? Of course, it's J-Box. And the pilots who are in this overall final, they know how this works. You've got to turn up. You can't keep the whole thing waiting. You can't just be dawdling around and thinking, well, I'll get there when I get there. I'm trying to get some equipment sorted out. No, you've got to have it now. I know it's pretty much unheard of that any kind of final would go, right, you've missed this run and run without them, but you can't do this. You can't keep everything waiting at a live event. You've got to be ready in it. It's part of what we do. Federman's over in the starting blocks, I can see, because the pink and purple jersey I love so much is very, very visible. King Matteo there with them. Killian. Okay, now it's starting to happen. The French pilots around there as well. Of course, 2 French in this. Killian is wiping his drone. There's Yuki. Come on, guys. The race can't wait for you forever. And it is very uncommon, like I've said, for the pilots to put all this stuff on the blocks themselves. And there's a couple of French guys of the, other French pilots who are not in this final nearby who could be doing this for them while the pilots are in the pilot area. And quite often pilots do all this stuff sat in the seats while somebody else is putting it actually on the blocks for them, so they can test if they can, control the drone, it responds, you spin the props to make sure it's working. You also check if the video is working. You do that in the seat you're going to fly it from, not, like we're seeing here on screen, standing right next to it. Because now we've got to wait for them also to walk back. This is not how races are normally done. I'm not pointing a finger at anybody here. I'm just surprised that that's what these pilots are doing. Because now they've gone, what you're actually seeing is people keeping rain off of lenses. That's what's happening here, because there's no cover over the starting blocks. So it looks like they're using the force, but actually what they're doing is just sheltering it from a few raindrops. There's not many. It's not raining very much at all. There's only a few drops in the air. But nobody wants that in a grand final, unless it's, unavoidable. And as you can see now, at the top, just in front of the black canopy, you just see a few streaks of rain, but nowhere near as much as we had at times. And that one massive downpour we had this morning, Stefano, was thankfully a couple of minutes.
Yeah, it wasn't long enough.
A lot of rain rather than a really drawn-out wet experience for everybody. Okay, it is Yuki's to win. If he can get a second win here, if he wins this run, then the title of champion of the World Drone Cup Italia for 2025 is his. And if anybody else wants to fly, they got to beat him now. Little pitch, just a little lean from one of the drones on the blocks, and they're all away now. And Yuki didn't have the quickest of the starts in the first run, but he's got it in this one. He's ahead of Killian down the main straight. Fenneman trying to keep up in fourth. He's a little fraction behind J-Box. J-Box moves, I think, in a second. May have got past Killian. It's Yuki still out in front into the Doppio. This pair of gates under both, and then through both. The lonely gate sees him have a turn, and it's already 1 lap flown for Yuki at a 21.8 plus the whole shot. Second it is J-Box. Can he challenge Yuki? He's getting close to him in the triplo. Out of the tower, Yuki's maybe a second and slightly more ahead of J-Box. It's a good challenge from J-Box. Come and get him. Killian in third. Fenneman down in fourth after being second in the last race. Over the line, Yuki and J-Box, and there's very little between them, about half a second. Yuki's got to keep this smooth as he's been doing again and again, and J-Box has got to give this everything he can. Yuki going for the win, going for the title, heading past the tower now, dropping into the split S, going into the Doppio. Here comes J-Box into the Doppio, slightly slow on that turn. He's let Yuki get away. He's Yuki's win! What a great run from J-Box to take that in second. Fenneman is third. Killian comes in fourth there. And it is absolutely unstoppable in human performance by Yuki Hashimoto. He has won every single race on this track. He has dominated every single round of qualifying, with one momentary exception when Killian just pushed past him, and that caused Yuki in his next run to take the already incredible time he'd got and slash 5 whole seconds off it in a thing which left all of us open-mouthed, even those of us who've seen him win so many titles. Yuki, utterly dominant, and the champion here in Italy.
What an incredible performance. These pilots are just incredible, and Yuki has demonstrated his superiority.
Let's take a look at some of Yuki's run. We started today by highlighting him and Killian and their best runs from yesterday and showing how much they compared. Let's take a look at Yuki's win here.
It's incredible how he can fly with these kind of video feeds.
This is a little slowed down so that us mere mortals can try and take it all in.
Absolutely,
as well.
absolutely.
Through the dive tower, like it's just not even there, and I've seen him do that on dive gate so many times. Split S over there on the left 180 to move past the tower, go and split S it through the top and out through the bottom. Then we go underneath both of the Doppio and through the top half of the Doppio, and that is just a beautiful spiraling turn, and it's not a straightforward ladder because you can't just keep turning through the gate. You actually have to go through the gate and slightly further around the flag. You'll see it on the next run. This is at the end of the straight where you go around the flags. Quick turn through those two gates like they're not even there. Here's the triplo again. Right and left and right, slaloming. Go for the dive tower. What a great line in and out. It's so smooth and tidy. That is it. Line up the entry and have faith all the way through, and it's unquestionably smooth from him. Now he's into the Doppio. This has got a flag, then there's a flag, and you can see it there. It's slightly longer. There's these fences in between. You can't just ladder it on one big turn. You've got to go out and through and turn and out and through and turn. 2 laps flown. He's very close to the left-hand edge of the straight there. That was about as dangerous as I've seen him. Didn't get him, but, you know, that's the difference between him winning it in 2 and us going to a 3rd right there. Excellent work on a slalom. Watch, this is how to do a dive. Actually, the other ones were even better than that, and that was still very good. You see a lot of pilots gently enter and then go through it and then think, now where? This is actually somewhere a lot of new pilots can learn from. He's pre-turning. He's not finishing a gate and then thinking, what next? You clearly wouldn't do that at this level. What a lot of young pilots do is they fly through a gate and then they turn and look for the next one. But that is a world champion and a world champion's performance here in Italy. And guess what? There's a juniors final. He's in that too.
Yeah. By looking at a slow motion, you can see how many small corrections, but very few of them during 3 laps performance. So I mean, that's where he wins.
Yeah.
Basically, he's very precise and he doesn't correct it so much.
He's
In
hardly making any corrections.
He's hardly
it's all
making any
nailed
corrections.
down, isn't it?
Yeah.
The turns are in. He's not second guessing himself. He's not coming out of a gate and judging for. And in fact, the closest really he came in that whole video we just watched was that third lap entry into the long straight, the timing, the speed trap that we have here. And he got a little bit over to the left-hand side, a bit too close to the flags. And some of the gates are, these sort of square arches, and the other one, there's a big wooden tower in the middle of it. He got quite close to the left-hand side, but you didn't see him judge it to the right.
Yeah.
There was no sort of, I'm getting away from that. He was smooth and clean. He just kept it on a really fast line. Yes, it wasn't down the middle. And yes, it was a little scary to a mortal like me.
Yeah.
But if you corrected that too much to the right, actually, on a straight like that, this is when they get a little more difficult than you realize, because there are so many gates in that, you can clip part of it many times.
Yeah.
You think you've got it all sewn up if you just get into it and point. That is how it should work. But corrections or other drones in there is what makes it much more dangerous. Great work from Yuki. No pressure, no panic responses at all. Very few changes, as you said. Certainly no kind of like second guesses. And nobody's had any more time on this track than anybody else, with the exception perhaps of how many hours you put in on Velocidrome beforehand, which everybody was permitted to do. But I don't think that's how Yuki learns tracks. I think he's just amazing immediately. And he's had this coming for a while. He is now the reigning FAI world champion and the juniors world champion in the separate races and categories like we're going to have here as well. But he hasn't always been. And in fact, if you look on, if you look on YouTube at the Drone Champions League channel, I'm only saying that, we released a video a month or so ago, an interview I did with Yuki Hashimoto when we were at races in Abu Dhabi. And it's very, very interesting to see Yuki Hashimoto, spoiler, saying when his team won their first DCL World Championship, he felt like he shouldn't be there. He felt like the other pilots on that team who had been with Raiden Racing for a little longer were the three who won the world title. And he felt like he was just alongside them. And not in the racing, just he was the fourth. He did a lot more than that to contribute, I am sure, in the year-long season which led to that title. But he felt like, I'm not sure I deserve to be here. I am not as good as them. And that is only back in 2021. When they won that title. They retained it in 2022 as well. But back in 2021, Yuki Hashimoto, fascinating interview with him on YouTube, saying, I'm not sure I deserve to be here. I'm not sure. He said, I didn't think I deserved to be there. That's how he felt. When they celebrated for winning the title, he felt guilty that he hadn't done more to help them win it, and probably somebody else should have been there instead.
Wow, that's
really he's not been a god at this for years.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's just got better and better and better.
He's been
better,
training a lot.
And you earn it and you win it.
Worked hard to get here.
Let's see some more of him.
Yeah.
As Yuki, Fenneman, Small Yuki and Timmy are about to have their time. It is the junior final. We're going to wrap it up with that. Somebody found Timmy and brought him here. No, he was coming of his own accord as well. Yuki from Japan. Small Yuki, is this his opportunity to beat Big Yuki? Could be. Fenneman in between them. He's come second and third in the overall finals that we saw. Can he get a first place? And Timmy, who has had one of the best journeys in this whole event through all of the qualification rounds. We haven't seen much of him today in elimination, so he's nowhere near, I would say, as kind of warmed up as the other pilots are. He's been racing throughout the whole overall bracket. What can he do? What can he give us here? Will Yuki remain totally undefeated? Or am I going to have to erase everything I've just said about him because it turns out somebody can actually beat him here?
That would show that he's only human, like all of us. But we will see. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a really nice final, junior final. In questo momento si stanno preparando I piloti per la finale juniores. Abbiamo ancora due piloti giapponesi, Yuki Hashimoto e Yuki Yamamoto, e un pilota francese che è arrivato appunto secondo e terzo nelle finali generali, Fenneman, Guillaume Boyot, e lo svedese Tim Fredriksson, Timmy.
And Timmy's been at many international races, WDRC, the World Championships included. I don't think I've commentated on him in a final of them. So this is a really great performance, admittedly junior final, but you know, ninth in qualifying, should have got a lot higher in eliminations than he did. So I'm excited to see this, and I feel like the pressure will be off Timmy. He wasn't expecting to be in this to the extent that he'd even left the site momentarily, well, not momentarily, for a while. Okay, well, come and just send it then. That's what this is about, isn't it? There's Yuki, our champion, having another quad ready to fly. Fenneman. I want that jersey. Gimme. And small Yuki there, getting himself ready too, and Timmy alongside them. So all of them doing it all themselves again. Even though, yeah, other members of the Japanese team, that brilliant white and red jersey, that's the Japanese colours from the World Championship last year. They looked amazing in their kit. You're actually seeing an increased number of kind of national kits. It's not something that's been in drone racing for a long time, but the Japanese are all in these white and red. Timmy's rocking the Swedish colours. I didn't realise France were pink and purple, but what a good flag that would be. That's Team Louisa in the background. And King Matteo. Yep. Checking everything is good for the very, very last race. Here in the 2025 FAI World Drone Cup Italia. A junior champion to be found, and second and third, of course. The pilots walk to their pilot line for the last time anybody will do here this year. The 2026 race is surely, absolutely guaranteed to happen. It's been incredible, not just this year, but 2024 as well. This event sold out for pilots in less than 6 hours, and part of that time was because the banking system was confused why there was money coming from 22 different countries in the space of a couple of hours. This was so oversubscribed. People on a waiting list as well. There's pilots who really desperately wanted to be here. A World Championship, an FAI World Drone Racing Championship. It's always been in China, except for 2023 when it was in Korea. Italy, you might get to host the first one outside of Asia, the way this race has been flown. But here's your junior final! Last chance for Yuki to show us how good he is here. And I like small Yuki's chances of making a surprise. If anyone can. And a thud for small Yuki, and my commentator's curse returns. I haven't seen much of it this weekend. Fenneman exits the Doppio just ahead of Timmy. Timmy's flying well considering he's barely flown today. Yuki making good work too into the Tripio. Now here comes Fenneman and Timmy in there as well. So there's a gap between our champion and the rest of them as always. Can Yuki make any more incredible numbers appear? He's into the Doppio, through 1 and 2, and then out of the top of them. Here comes the Lonely Gate, briefly getting some attention. There it is for Fenneman and Timmy as well. Onto the final lap. Yuki zips down the main straight. Fenneman has set his best lap. Timmy has set his best ever lap on this track. But they need to do a bit more to keep up with Yuki Hashimoto. He goes now for the split S here. Fenneman is getting towards it. Timmy is getting towards it. There's big gaps between first and second and third. What a shame small Yuki isn't amongst them. Big Yuki does it again! Fenneman gets second in the junior final, and Timmy gets himself a podium in third. Small Yuki unfortunately crashing out. Such a shame, as he would have been right in the mix there. But it is unstoppably, indomitably, with no faults. And not only that, but with inhuman perfected performances, the outright champion of all of what we do in Italy, with the exception of the women's final.
Yeah.
Yuki Hashimoto.
Incredible performance from Yuki Hashimoto, and a really, really cool final for the juniors.
So amazing work, everybody here. Congratulations to all the 73 pilots who came and did such brilliant racing. Congratulations, of course, to all of our finalists too. we will be having our prize ceremonies for the women's final, the juniors final, and the overall grand final very, very shortly. So please don't go anywhere, whether you're here in this wonderful location in Italy or whether you're joining us on the FAI's channel on YouTube. Please hang around as we'll be doing interviews and prize giving with all of these incredible finalists. There may be something else. I don't know what it would be. I know it might be that two pilots are kind of placed equal for some reason and therefore might have to head to head, but I don't think so. That's possibly what's about to happen, but I've never come across that needing to happen. See, head judge Sotir of the FAI just double checking some results.
Per dare un aggiornamento in italiano, si sono appena svolte tutte le finali. Dobbiamo controllare che non ci sia uno spareggio per delle posizioni, ovviamente non tra le prime, ma è necessario per poter dare, appunto, attribuire quelli che sono i punti della Federazione Aeronautica Internazionale. E vi invitiamo a rimanere comunque con noi perché a breve ci sarà appunto la cerimonia di chiusura con la presentazione appunto dei piloti che sono arrivati sul podio, con quello che possono essere anche i risultati di tutti gli altri piloti, la presentazione appunto degli sponsor, e in questo momento stanno solo ricontrollando le ultime informazioni, le ultime immagini per capire quello che può essere l'ordine di arrivo preciso di tutta la classifica, sia generale che femminile che juniores. Quindi rimanete con noi perché ne varrà sicuramente la pena. Avremo l'inno nazionale, anche quello italiano, grazie alla vittoria di categoria femminile della nostra Luisa Rizzo, Lei on Fire. Quindi siamo sicuri che potrete godere ancora dello spettacolo per almeno 1 o 2 orette qui presso il campo sportivo di Albizzate. Grazie.
You like that impression? I thought I got you quite right then. I feel like I got your tone just pretty good if I say so myself. But you could do it next time.
Okay.
Okay, so a short break here, ladies and gentlemen. Just a little break while we get our podiums and prize ceremonies underway to honour and reward the incredible pilots who made it to those finals and gave us such exciting races when they did so. So please don't leave us. Just a short break and then we'll come back and interview our winners and also present them with everything they so rightly earned here in Italy.